It's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Kroll and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
It all up! Everything you got! Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Get away from her.
Hey, everybody, this is Dean Cain, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Yeah, on Double Impact with Gabe and Shant and Jericho Green. It's all about me, all of my movies. They're gonna talk about my 3 favorite things. Me, and me. Yeah. Wednesday night, 6 o'clock, be there.
Wednesday, November 29th. Guys, welcome to the show. Guys, it's Arnold Vember, and you know it. I told all of you it's Arnold Vember. It's going to be a great one, guys. We're starting off tonight with a great Arnold movie. We're going to go into some bad ones later. And welcome in the panel, the great Jericho Green and Shanta Jetty. How you doing, boys?
What's up, fellas? It's been a while.
It's been a minute.
It's been a cool minute, as we used to say.
Heck
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Cool,
we're watching a
man.
movie
Everyone
tonight.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say we're watching a movie tonight, and the star of the movie is Bill Paxton once again. Not of the story,
Yes. Right.
but of the movie. That performance. Chef's kiss. Beautiful.
I didn't get when I was younger that the mustache was like the chef's kiss.
Oh, man. Just
So good.
the pervert cherry on top. Is that
Man, that
mustache.
woman's got a butt like a shaved squirrel. And you're like, easy, friend.
Yeah.
Said something worse than that.
Oh, I know he did. I'm
Yes,
just
he
not
did.
saying it here.
You don't want to say it and have
my
it clipped?
Lord.
No? Bad
right,
idea?
well,
No
Whoa.
thanks. I'm good. I was like, pump the brakes.
Whoa.
I go.
So how was
Yeah,
your
that was some crazy
Thanksgiving,
shit.
boys?
Wonderful.
It was wonderful. Great. One of the best
Great.
ever.
Yeah, I had a great one too. What is your go-to on Thanksgiving? Let's start the food section of the program right away, as usual.
Yes. Get out of the way.
You have to choose one: turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes. Some people do ham, which I don't understand. There's mac and cheese, the green bean casserole. What is yours? I know what mine is, but what is yours?
Well, you can put the stuffing. You can put that in the trash next to the peeps because that shit is disgusting. So no stuffing for me, but definitely turkey gravy, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, some kind of vegetable in there. It could be roasted carrots. It'll be a lot of things. Rolls, and of course the trash side of me loves, and I mean loves, the Ocean Spray cranberry sauce with a can that is still shaped.
Trash.
People
You
people
can
look down on that
actually
kind of. Yeah,
just get that whole thing and then just go to sleep. Let it dissolve.
you could just shake weight it into your mouth, and the next day a turkey sandwich must have a slice of cranberry on it. I'll do the real cranberry, but if given a choice, no, it's Ocean Spray all day. But those are must have at Thanksgiving, and a little Martinelli's to wash it all.
I love that you say, I'll do the real cranberries. Me, I'm like a possum you find in the trash, with that cranberry can with the inside of it. So, did you say you like turkey paws gravy?
No, turkey and gravy. It goes together.
Okay. Yeah, mine is I just would drink the turkey gravy out the jar. Like that would be my number one if I only could pick one. But then turkey and gravy, mashed potatoes for sure. Sorry to say, I do love my stuffing. But where we can heal this divide is Ocean Spray cranberry all day long.
Disgusting. Disgusting. I am shocked and outraged by both of you. First of all, Jericho Green, the greatest part, not of Thanksgiving, the greatest part of America is stuffing, by the way. Delicious. Delicious.
Fucking
stuffing
gross.
is covered in gravy, and the gravy must be homemade gravy. If you get it out of a can or a jar, you're a communist and you hate America. Probably hate Santa Claus.
No, I do. I did homemade gravy. But
you're there with the Ocean Spray, like some sort of vagrant.
Damn straight. You damn straight.
Easy we make homemade cranberry sauce. 1 pound of cranberry in the bag, some orange juice, and sugar.
Yeah, very simple.
Very slow.
It's not the preparation of it, and I will eat it. If there's real cranberry there, I'll give a side eye to the host, but I will eat it. But cranberry sauce out of the can, it just tastes better. It's fucking delicious.
Let me tell you something.
That's child
abuse. My favorite drink. It's my favorite entree. It's my favorite appetizer and my favorite dessert.
It's everything.
Just straight out the can.
And I love it because no one else in my family likes it. So it's all mine.
Oh, it's the best.
Slice it thin, slice it thick. Oh man. Don't slice it at all.
Now, where do you come down on the I'm going to prejudice the question here. Where do you come down on the big, stupid, ugly, disgusting, no good turkey leg that they sell at Disneyland and state fairs everywhere?
I could do without it. I mean, if it ends up on my plate, I'm not going to walk away. But yeah,
I'm not talking about a Thanksgiving turkey leg. I'm talking about the tough ass dry ones.
It can go because nobody ever does it right.
Right.
So all the Ren fairs and all that shit, you can keep your turkey legs.
All right.
Okay. Question before I answer. How long has it been on the ground? Because I want you again to picture that possum, right? Kind of, missing an eye, kind of dirty. And he's like kind of, behind your house going, your Thanksgiving is good in your trash. Like, I'm just saying there's a chance.
No,
now, I'm not a savage. I'm not going to wash my feet in Jericho's pool. I want to be real clear about that. But I will.
Now, what if your loafers were all muddy? What if your loafers were all muddy and you could just, rinse them off in the pool, though?
Hey, if you're willing to get shot, do what you got to do.
He's like, I'm rinsing Champ out in the pool. He's almost empty.
No, that's the ultimate level of disrespect.
Don't be doing it.
I can't. I know it's a cliched thing to say, and the older you get, the more and more you say it because life does seem to accelerate the older you get. But my God, we're here at the end of the year again, and I remember the Turbo Man helmet I made last year.
Terrible.
Terrible, man. I made that helmet for this show, but I spray painted it just hours before the show, so I couldn't wear it because it was too many paint. I just saw that in the garage the other day. I saw that in the garage the other day when I was moving some stuff, and it's like, oh my God, it's already been a year since I made a Turbo Man helmet.
Dude.
So here we are.
Too quick.
Too quick.
Too quick.
2023, we hardly knew ye.
That's right. We've been busy. We've been
So
busy.
50 episodes a year.
My
Right.
God.
Well,
You know,
a
give or take one or
conversation I
two.
was having earlier today with someone I admire and think is smart was a little serious, but I want to get both of your takes on it. Jericho, you may know what I'm talking about. Is the last time that things happen. We don't know when the last time anything is going to be that's going to happen in life. And I have a family friend. He's sort of like a grandfather-in-law. I'm not blood related, but close for 20-something years. He's my brother-in-law's grandfather. He's passed away a year ago. 2 years ago, I decided that all the men folk in the family should get together and watch the Army-Navy football game.
Right.
He's a Navy veteran, old Grandpa Rocky, and my father-in-law's a Navy veteran. San Diego's a Navy town. Everybody's Navy here. And he's, one guy, he's Clint Eastwood's age. He'd be 93 if he was still alive. He died a year ago, but 2 years ago, we watched that Army-Navy game in December. And it's such a great college football game, all the tradition and circumstance. And he had the time of his life, Grandpa Rocky. He was 91 at the time. Navy barely won it in the fourth quarter. He's high-fiving and hooping and hollering, and we're eating big sandwiches, and we had a great time. He's like, oh, man, we should do this again. This is awesome. We should watch the Super Bowl at my house, and we should watch Army-Navy every year. And we never got to watch it with him again. And I think that times of the year like this, and as the time flies by, it's so important to remember the last one of anything you do is coming, and often you don't know when it is. And as an artist, Jericho, or Sean, tell me what you think of this. I was telling Jericho earlier today, there'll be a last drawing that I ever do.
Yeah.
That's so weird to think about as an artist. But I think what I'm trying to say here is cherish these moments. Make sure you make time for the special stuff, because there's going to be a last one, and you're not going to see it coming often. So,
I don't know if you guys meant to loop me into those texts, but I when that conversation was happening earlier, where they were like, "There's going to be a last double impact," but Sean's going to die first by a country mile. I was like, kind of dark, but I was like, sort of true though, like I can't. Even my wife just sort of looked at me and she was like, "I'm counting on it," and I said, "What, babe?" But the thing about it is that, I look at the stuff that we're doing, and that's why we say, guys, every time you guys are here, tweet this out, send this out. We got two folks in the chat who are a bit under the weather, and they're here joining us. Thank you so much, Mark and Aruma Faye. I know you guys have not been feeling great, but it's great to have you guys here. We're going to put some smiles on your faces. Bill Paxton is going to put a smile with a despicable mustache on your face. Oof. And we're gonna have some fun, guys.
All your friends are here, and before we let me remove some files here. I gotta remove the videos I played at the beginning. But guys, it is Arnold Vember. We're doing Arnold movies all technically it's not December yet, but you know what I mean. But we found out what Jericho shot. Wow, that's a zoom in. Sean,
look at that. I see that guy.
But let's find out what one of our favorite guests, what they like. Arnold, buddy, old pal.
Yeah.
What is your favorite thing? What's your favorite thing to munch on at Thanksgiving?
I think you're kind of leading the witness there, but
guilty as charged, Your Honor.
I mean, are we talking in a perfect world here?
Yes.
In that case, it would be the gravy and the mashed potatoes on top of the frumpy dumpy Latina's vagina.
Oh.
Yeah. Or maybe put it right next to it. A little mashed potatoes, a little vagina, a little mashed potatoes. You get it. You get it from there.
Oh, I feel like that is the first time I've ever heard something that disgusting. Thank you.
Really?
Thank you. So Arnold, do you
give me time? You hear something worse.
Okay, just give it a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, since it's Arnold Vember, the second year in a row, do you feel honored or insulted when we do when we look at your movies this way with a critical eye? Do you welcome?
No, I don't care. As long as you're talking about me, I don't care.
Okay.
I don't even like all my movies.
Okay. You didn't like Junior when you had a baby?
No, it was disgusting. The studio, like, do the movie, honey. I really pay all this money, so I was there.
Okay. Now, I haven't. I saw Junior once. It was the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. No offense. I don't remember it really.
None taken.
Oh. I really hope that when you got pregnant in Junior, it was through scientific methods and not biological ones. So.
No, nobody was coming inside of me. That's what you're insinuating here.
Listen, I said biological
I do the
method.
coming.
You didn't have to say it that way.
They don't come in me. That's how it is there.
Okay. Well,
I just gotta tell you. I want to point out we're 15 minutes in, guys. This is it. Like
right.
we're going for it today. Swinging for the fences.
I got to thinking
yeah.
about. Thank you, Arnold. We'll call you back later.
God bless.
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one. Tell Lupita we said hello from Double Impact.
Yeah, I'll tell her, but she's kind of busy right now.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was thinking how we have this, we have this, and we have this. We got all the great buddies here, and we didn't have Arnold for some reason.
What the hey?
That was weird, man. That
Yeah.
was weird.
And literally, like the first 5 minutes of the show, I made that Arnold thing. That's why you might have noticed I was like looking up and down. I was in Photoshop making.
I know the look.
So yeah, because I told Jericho the other day I was going to make it, and then I was like, oh shit, I didn't do it. So here we are.
We're a well-oiled machine, guys.
Here we are.
I told the kids I was going to pick them up at school, and then I thought, whoops. That's
I'm not going to do it.
Right.
Whatever.
Well, sorry, Aruma Faye and Mark, that you're not feeling good. Prayers for you. Get some rest. Lay back and laugh with us. We're going right into True Lies, which is peak 90s cinema to me. I think it's a great movie. I don't smell any woke on it, really. It feels like just fun and action and stuff like that. As an Arab American, I am a little insulted with the stereotypes in this movie. No, not at all. Not at all. I do not relate to the Crimson Jihad in any way, shape, or form. Looks like one of my uncles, the guy, but
look, just because I got a tattoo on my back that says Sand Spider doesn't make me a bad guy.
Not at all.
And I have to say this. If you ever thought to yourself, could we make Charlton Heston a little bit cooler on the silver screen? It's because no one thought of the eye patch. This movie, they thought of the eye patch.
Right.
And it was awesome.
Yeah. Even like the scarring around it and stuff. You could tell something really bad happened. Yeah, that was great. The only way to make him even cooler than he was.
Right. Okay, well, I'm getting the images ready. Now, you two obviously have seen this movie years ago, right? You saw it, Leah. I didn't see it when it came out in theaters, but I quickly saw it on VHS, like a year or two later. And I've only seen it once or twice, but it's a really good movie. Very strong cast. Very strong cast. Great director, right? It's James Cameron, right? Or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, everything top to bottom. It feels like a big budget Hollywood thing, which it is.
Yeah, the star of this movie is the Harrier jump jet for me, man. I've loved that plane forever. And in this movie, I don't forget physics just for a moment, guys. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I love it. So good.
Oh, Double Brewski asked, did you get demonetized? Yeah, temporarily. I made a mistake. I'm not mad at YouTube. It's their policies. You know how I'll make this as fast as possible. You know how you retweet things on Twitter? You Facebook post, you Instagram post. Jericho knows I send him a lot of shit on Instagram, like funny memes. I saw funny stuff like back in September, October, and I was like, oh, this is funny. And I like recorded it and posted it to YouTube Reels. Because I was just like mentally like YouTube Reels, Instagram Reels, Twitter posts. So I was just like retweeting, but I did some on YouTube and it's like, oh, that's not your video. You can't do that. That's against our rules. So they smacked me on the wrist and they said you can get your monetization back like in February. It's like, whatever. That's okay. That's fine. That's their rules. I didn't. It was an honest mistake. So yeah, they took it away. They took it away. So there we go.
They've been getting a little bit. They've been a little trigger happy with that lately.
I've seen that. I've seen a lot of people
get Pete Sametti's channel too. They took away his monetization.
Who?
And Pete Sametti, Alternative Comics.
About that,
yeah, and I was like, oh, geez, man. But it's crazy. We roll on. We keep going.
Right. Real quick, think about what you think about one of the great people, members of the channel, informally a member.
Yeah, we're gonna say.
He asked, "What does Barney do for Thanksgiving?" Barney, we have a question for you.
Barney,
how you doing, Barn?
I'm doing great, fuckers.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Did you have a good Thanksgiving with the family?
Of course, it was wonderful.
Okay, and so did you cook, or did you guys like go out somewhere? Did you invite the in-laws? How did it go down?
Of course not, Gabe. I don't cook. I have bitches.
Oh, okay. Did your Did you and the ex-wife, like, did you get together so the kids
No,
could all
call
be together?
them bitches.
Okay. Did the ex-bitch come over with the kids and all that? And
No, of course not. I let the children come, but I never hang out with her. It's important to never go backwards, gentlemen. Move forward.
okay. I got to tell you, Barn, I'm very uncomfortable calling her your ex-bitch. I'd rather call her your ex-wife. Is that okay?
Whatever.
Okay. I thought you were going to call me a wuss or something. So, okay. We know last year there was the incident with the rum and the eggnog. Now, was there any repeats of that this year at your house on Thanksgiving?
No, let's save that for Christmas.
Oh, okay. So you're on the naughty list, we could say.
I stay there.
Hey, everyone's got to be number one at something, right? So, you're a big football fan. We know that, and you do gamble a lot, is what you know. It's part of why you moved. We know that too. Did your parlay hit on Thanksgiving?
It was wonderful. I was rolling in dough, and that's what bitches love most of all.
Okay. So you cleaned up with your football bets on Thursday. Do you recommend betting to people? My channel, Gabe LT on YouTube, we do not recommend gambling. I'm asking Barney his fictitious personal opinion, YouTube.
Well, if you don't have the money, I'd say don't fuck around. But if you're a big baller like Barney, do it to it.
All right. So I know you told me you're going to hit that big score one day. And then what were you going to do? You explained to me what you were going to do, but I want you to tell the audience because I thought it was wild what you were going to do if you hit the jackpot.
Well, first of all, I'm making a beeline. And why do they call it a B? Because it's not a straight line. Anyway, it'd be like I'm going to make a lowercase L to Columbia and clean out their inventory.
Right. And that's how the party was getting started. And then where were you headed after that? Because you had big plans, you said.
Huge plans. Then I'm going to go to a country with non-extraditionary rules because what I'm going to do is going to get me in trouble.
Okay. Barney, everyone, living on the edge. I'll let you go on this, Barney. It was Thanksgiving. What were you most thankful for this last year?
Let's see. I was thankful for all my money. I was thankful for my huge purple cock and my bitches.
All right. Well, at least he was grateful, everyone. Barney, the dinosaur, thank you for joining us. There you go. Barney, everyone.
Nasty.
He
is nasty.
I think he's a weird guy. I don't want him to hear me. I'm not afraid of him. I'm just saying I don't want him to hear me, So
I'm trying to recover. Barney scares me. Okay, he's for real. Folks.
Captain Drew said that Barney was grateful that he didn't get the HIV.
High five. You gotta be careful, man.
High five. God bless you guys.
Oh, my goodness. Barney, a true American dinosaur.
Amen.
Patriot success story.
Is he? Do you also refer to him as a dinosaur American? Is that politically correct? Is that what you
think so? To play it safe.
Yeah.
Dinosaur color.
Right. Sure. Oh, Fenrir he says Barney the purple alpha dinosaur.
Yeah, Barney don't take no shit. Man.
If Barney comes back, we should ask him like his alpha guru dating techniques for like dorky guys that can't get a date. Like Barney could coach him up like Cobra Tate or something like that.
He'll let you know, man. He'll let you know. But if you do what he says, if you follow his instructions, you will be succzation.
Right. I think I'd be a little concerned with some of his techniques, So
please start a organization. We should make logos for it for Dig Tao. Dinosaurs going their own way. I'm begging you, please do it. People need it, man. People need it. God, it would be beautiful. So good.
He walks to the beat of his own drum.
That's right.
That's
if
right.
that doesn't work,
he's got a purple heart too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All purple. And he walks to the beat of his own drum, and if that doesn't work, he eats the drummer. So
that's right.
Yeah. That's Barney told me that was one of the mottos he lives by. One way or another. That's what he told me.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Means necessary.
Right. Bamming by any means necessary. I remember seeing that on some flyer when I was in college, and it was the worst drawn like 3D like perspective of a hand hitting a table. and it was like obviously colored like brown or black, the hand, and it said Bammin, and then it said by any means necessary. What is wrong with people when they're in college that they're so angry at the world and they're living like this lazy ass life where they have 2 classes a day and they go to a cafeteria and they don't work? What are they so mad about? It's perplexing.
I think
you
it's
asked
like
and answered the question.
Right.
They're so mad.
I think it's
about.
like a survivor's guilt kind of thing. Like they feel like they should be out in the world having some real struggle, but they don't. They're in college, living a good life, having their parents pay for everything. So they got to get riled up about something. We got to get this. What's the word? This. I can't think of the word. Oh, it'll come to me. But anyway, they have to get that teenage angst out. They got to somehow. Well, I want to be. I wish I was struggling, but I'm not. So I'm gonna work this out some way. I'm gonna get these emotions out some way. Petulance. That's right. They have to get that petulance out. So
Well, here's someone who's not petulant.
Damn right.
Arnold Schwarzenegger starring in True Lies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a good one. So, did you guys see this in theaters? Did you see this one?
Yes, I did.
I don't think I did. I think I saw it when it came out on video. I was
This
about
is
14.
1994. So Arnold is still hot at this point, but this is like the end of his like always hitting a home run, right? Because what comes out after this? Is it like Eraser or?
Yeah, Eraser was like 96.
And that wasn't so hot, that one. It didn't do
with
as
Vanessa
well.
Williams. No, they didn't do as well. But then you're getting into was it Collateral Damage and like
Collateral Damage
shit,
and End of Days and the
that was like 99.
I think the last action hero was like 95
that was
or
93.
Yeah. Oh wow, okay.
That was 93.
True
so
Lies,
that was before this one.
He was a bit off the rails when this movie came out, and this was sort of a stabilizing flick. And then James Cameron didn't make another movie with him. Is kind of how that went. Like, so he did T2, and it was like peak Arnold. So he's in Terminator, right? He's building a lot of steam, and then he does T2, which to me is the apex of it all. Like, I mean, in terms of the peak, I mean, that movie on every level was working. Then with that success, he moves it over into these, Junior and things like that. And I remember True Lies coming out was like a return to form. But you're right. After that, he never attained the height of True Lies, as evidenced by the appearances he makes in the never-ending Terminator sequels. He's never been able to.
Which one was it? The stupid one that he redid, or not redid, but the one of the sequels or whatever the fuck, where Linda Hamilton came back, and the Terminator is like a fucking dad. He's like a stepdad with a family.
Yes.
Like what the fuck was that shit?
And he was pregnant. No, sorry, go ahead. It's like
he's all waddling around the house. Like, how the fuck do you have a Terminator turn into a stepdad? That shit was garbage. But
here's where we go. Let's look at this. We'll start back on like Predator, right? No, Commando.
87.
So 85 is Commando. So you go Commando, Raw Deal, Predator, Running Man, Red Heat, Twins, Total Recall, Kindergarten Cop, Terminator 2, Last Action Hero. I don't know, Beretta's Island. That was direct-to-video cameo. True Lies. Okay, so here it is. Terminator 2, Last Action Hero, True Lies, Junior, Eraser, Jingle All the Way, Batman and Robin, End of Days, The Sixth Day, Dr. Dolittle 2, Collateral Damage. Yeah, so it falls off after True Lies, basically.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
So this was it. And when I spoke earlier in the beginning of the show, like the last time I watched the Army-Navy game with Grandpa Rocky, we didn't know. Like, so he's making True Lies and he doesn't know this is it. Yeah. He's done other movies. They've done well, but like this was it for like the Arnold kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's great. Yeah. And it's such a shame because it's funny, man, you just brought this up, but we've been talking about how I watch a lot of boxing YouTube, and they were talking about how when a great aging fighter pulls out one last outstanding performance, how it just carries so much power, like they dig deep, and sometimes it's into a bag of steroids. I'm not saying it's always, but sometimes, but they have a great performance. And I remember seeing Last Action Hero and all the trailers, for it. And I just went, why is this a kid's movie? Like, I don't want to see, like, it's so self-referential. It was like Planet Hollywood, the movie. You know, and then this movie comes out and you're like, okay, so no more, right? No more. And then it's like, by the time he tried to go back to action movies, he just didn't have it.
He's too old. Like, he's too old, man. And Last Action Hero, even the cover, you know, it looks like an Indiana Jones movie, something, the way the lettering is, and he's like swinging from something with one arm, and his sleeves are ripped, and his bicep. And yeah, little did he know that True Lies would be his last good movie, because he made a bunch of movies after that, and he was in a bunch of big budget movies: Junior, Eraser, Batman and Robin, End of Days, all that shit were huge budgets. Those movies fucking sucked. Man, they were terrible. And I remember he got $1 million a word for Batman and Robin.
Yep.
Because he only has like 20 or 21 words.
Nice to meet you. Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was per word. Yeah, it was shit like that. Chill. You know, a bunch of like cold puns, which was so
Kiss
stupid.
my ice. No, that wasn't in there. Sorry, that wasn't.
Kiss my ices.
It was that movie was on so many levels. Like, as a comic fan, as a fan of, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that stuff, it was freaking diabolical, that movie. And this is the thing, right? We're kind of seeing a repeat of this sort of time period post this movie. But guys, I don't want to look at the budget of this film. It's a James Cameron movie. I'm sure it was expensive, but it would pale in comparison to what James is spending today. Right. But this movie is just an unabashedly fun, crazy action movie. It's kind of like his Romancing the Stone in a weird way.
Yeah, you're totally right. Romancing the Stone. To me, Romancing the Stone and Raiders of the Lost Ark, they're like the same movie. They're not, but you know what I mean? The tone is the same. A rip-roaring, like, sort of pulp adventure with an awesome macho dude and a sexy lady by his side. You know, like, that's such an amazing formula. And that reminds me, boys and girls, run out bigmancomics.com. Get Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, because you have an awesome masculine hero in a rip-roaring. A lot of people don't know. Dean Cain, he went to Princeton. We all know he's a smarty pants. He went to Princeton in the 80s when you actually had to have a brain to go there. A lot of people don't know he wanted to be a dentist, as you could see in this picture here, specializing in difficult extractions. So, they call this removal of a bicuspid the Dean Cain is what they call this move.
That's right, they do.
Yeah, they do. So run out and get Dean Cain, All-American Lawman if you love, but only if you like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Romancing the Stone kind of movies. Only if you like those, because that's exactly what it's like. It's just
only if you love America. You know, other than that, feel free to not get it.
Right.
The link, I just dropped it in the chat, guys. Yeah. If you have not backed it, I backed the Gabe cover because I love America. But everybody do whatever you feel is in your conscience. If you only want to back it once, that's between you and hell.
Ooh,
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Here's our sexy babe in the story. Veronica. She is the Mexican gal who is the ex-girlfriend of the drug lord that Dean Cain is going after in Mexico. And look at this, how fun this is, the lighting in this. I love this one. I love doing something in a nightclub like this because I could play with, I'm doing the colors. My buddy Akion's illustrated, but I can play with so many weird lighting effects when I do this. So, please run out and get this. Stick the booty right in the camera for you right there in panel 1. Come on.
Yeah,
May I pay you a compliment, Gabe, if I may?
Please do. I accept Bitcoin and US dollars.
Absolutely right, guys. And since he's been demonetized, you know, you got to back this book.
Right.
The thing about this is that what I have witnessed with the production of this book, and I think it will be, I have a hunch, The Dirty Roofer, it will be ongoing. And it is this fact right here is that I think Gabe has this publisher, producer, sort of Disney, dare I say, esque eye for comics. And it's been really cool to watch this evolution because you have an attention to the detail and awareness of the art form to where when you work and you collaborate with people, you're bringing the best out of these guys for this vision that you have. And it shows with the people that you're attracting with Dean and everything like that. And I got to tell you, man, I'm really proud of you, man. It's great stuff to see.
Thank you. It's the time of my life. The people that have backed it, thank you so much because you make this stuff possible. If you haven't backed it yet and you see this right now, you hear the sound of my voice, back it today. You're going to love this. We're going to give you the best entertainment you've had in ages.
Amen.
You guys know what I'm all about here. And thank you, Sean. It's funny that you say that because I was talking to my wife last night. We went up to Hollywood. We'll get to True Lies, but I have just great news. We took last week off, Thanksgiving and stuff, and I was getting over a big scratch I had on my eye. I'm totally fine. But my daughter was in the roast battle. For those of you out there, stand-up comedy, the world famous Comedy Store. That is the greatest comedy club in the world. My daughter won the 3rd roast battle in a row. She is just, she's like Mike Tyson in his prime. She is eviscerating people. No less than Jeff Ross, the roast master himself from all the comedy special. He was the judge last night with 2 other people, and she was the winner. She absolutely killed it last night. So
we don't make hearts, we make the M here. Team Minnie.
That's right.
No.
My daughter Minnie, she's this fabulous stand-up comedian, very funny. But I was driving home from Hollywood last night. We left at 1. We got home at 3 a.m. I was talking to my wife about that very thing you said, Sean. That I said, I thank God, and humbly, not bragging, not to be braggadocious, that I have an amazing talent stack that I can write and pencil and ink and color and letter and design, but I also can manage. I can hire people that can draw like this. I can work with colors. I thank God I have those skills, because I won't name names good, but they can't write. And they can color really good, but they can't do this. Or they can write and draw really good, but they can't manage and they can't work with people. And I thank God that I have those people skills, that I can work with amazing people. And like you said, get the best out of them. And here's the secret.
That's beautiful.
Here's the secret. If you guys want to, I coached football forever, like youth football, and every team I ever coached made it to the championship or won it. And what I found in coaching is you got to be like one of the players, like they feel like you would do, like you'd crawl through glass for them and have fun with them, and that you believe in them. I would always look at those kids and put the hand on the shoulder, like, I believe in you, son. You can do this. It's scary, but you can do it. And to see people's lives change when you just tell them you believe them. And I work with like pros that are amazing, and I leave them alone. I don't nitpick the drawings. You could change it. They're good. Leave them alone. It's awesome. Do
you have the pages with the jet in them?
Yeah, I can dig that up real quick.
I feel like that's so appropriate for True Lies and what we're talking about today. And I mean,
sure.
Jericho, you mentioned this about this movie as well, is the supporting cast. Speaking about getting great performances out of people, I saw this and I was like, why can't Tom Arnold do this all the time? But the supporting cast in this flick are fantastic. Everybody, I mean, Bill Paxton brings comedy to so many action movies, but in this one, you just go, how versatile is this guy? Whether it was him in Hatfields and McCoys, which he was great in that. Again, you were talking to me about Kevin Costner before the show. I think NBC, that channel, should just change itself to Nothing But Costner. That's what it should stand for, and just be Kevin Costner 24 hours. But let's talk about this, man. Let's talk about some action here, guys.
Right. So, this opening scene, Dean is infiltrated, and I've already showed all these online, infiltrated the cartel's base down there in Mexico, and he's getting away from Ming, who's the Chinese boss of the Mexican cartel. That's another interesting thing that comes into this. And they're chasing him in a Jeep with all their advanced weapons. And I write pretty brief descriptions for these pages, and I let the illustrator have fun, make up the panels, make up the beats, make up all of it, and then I color these. You know what I mean? So I do hire colors for other things, but for this, since it's my baby that I made up with Dean, I wanted to at least have a hand in the art, so I colored it and drew one of the covers. But this is fantastic. The first 10-page sequence. He's zooming in and out. He's driving through an explosion. Jumping the motorcycle through an exploding gas truck. They just can't nail him down. We got the Akira slide right here. We all know that from the Akira cartoon movie. That was intentional, the Akira slide there. They cannot. Slides into the hangar, into the dark. Bad guy's like, okay, give us back the hard drives, all the stuff you stole, and we'll kill you quickly. That's what they're telling him from out here. He's in the dark in there, and they think they've got the upper hand. Give it back, give it back. And, he's got a little something for him. You see just the glimmer. What?
Beautiful.
Could it be a Warthog, an A-10, a Thunderbolt? Could it be? And they don't know. And he flicks the little button on there. They're ready to kill him. And no, he annihilates them with that Vulcan cannon. Now, Jericho, you're a military man. Is the A-10 not a platform for that gun? That this jet is basically built around that gun. That's what I've been told.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they literally build the jet. They get it's a Vulcan cannon. I think it's a 35 millimeter cannon and Gatling gun.
Right.
or a minigun, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And they have that first, and they build the plane around it, because when it shoots, when they shoot that thing, the plane actually backs up in the air, like it pushes it back, because because there's such large rounds coming out, in such succession.
It's like shooting carrots at people,
Yeah, like it goes back like that.
Yeah.
I mentioned this before. On the deck of my ship, my shop was, I don't know, 25 yards maybe, if that, from the two Sea Whiz Gatling guns that were on the 20 millimeter. So, bullets that are like a foot long, the projectile has to be like 6 inches or something. It's gigantic. And that would shake the machine, the shop, so violently that tools would fall off of the shelves and off the wall.
Dude.
Like it was, when that thing goes off, yeah, all eyes on that gun. And absolutely nothing man-made can survive either one of those, period.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
It can stall. Captain, can we appreciate the lighting on the jet when it's still in the show? Yeah. Akeon, the illustrator for this, he blows me away. Jericho Shunt, I showed you the next project. We did not mention the name of that. When I saw those, I wrote that little script. It's just a 6-page script to like proof of concept for the partner I'm working with. If I can just hint around this enough. And when he showed me those 3 first pages, I was like, you got to be kidding me with this guy. He's too good. He's too good. So I'm trying to dig up that one, and then we'll get back to things. Here it is. This is the one he was referring to. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, please,
ahead,
please.
Sean.
Yeah. I was just saying this. What I like about this comic and why I'm so glad you're doing this is right in line with everything you've been building on this channel. Everything you've been building with action comics, comics that are fun, that are playful, that bring back that sense of joy, and the way that you're bringing the talent into it. You're bringing some really skilled guys, and action is a very tough thing to draw. There's certain things that are very hard to have work in comics that work in film. So you got to have a particular eye. You have to have a particular capacity to make that stuff happen. And you're really good at casting your artists. You know how to make that happen, man. I can't wait.
Thank you. I've been a professional since the year 2000, and I worked at the highest levels, Disney and Warner Brothers and all that. And I know what I'm looking at. I know what's good and like what isn't when it comes to professional stuff. But a big thing about being a professional artist isn't your skill. There are some guys that can get away with that. They're so good that they can, we'll wait for them. Not too many, but like to me, being a professional is how you conduct yourself as part of the team too. Because I think a lot of the guys, they think they're by themselves and they're going to do what they want on their schedule and their way and all this. It's like not when you're on a team. You got Jim Lee, no less than Jim Lee himself, one of the greatest comic artists of all time, vice president Warner Brothers, creative director at DC Comics. He told me, we were having a conversation about business. He says, you always got to remember where you are on the totem pole. Don't be trying to be down here and then bossing these people around up here, no matter how big your ego or whatever is. And the guys I work with, I won't hire clowns. I learned my lesson. I won't hire people who are unprofessional. I learned that
we're gonna do this now. Literally. You're gonna bring me up now. No, sorry, go ahead. Anyway, he hired me to come over and mow the lawn, and I mowed down the bushes. My point is this: that it's all relative. Great comic and great flicks, guys. So we're bringing the true lies to you, man. That's what it is.
That's right.
It's look at you. We're talking about your lighting. Look at this. When you do your colors, this is what we're talking about, guys. True Lies is a delicious action movie. Just great.
Right. And then last thing, and I promise we'll roll the poll of polls, the poll I never return to, usually for the end. Our November is A Christmas Miracle, a classic American tradition, the best time of the year, a reason to smile. Right now, a classic American tradition is winning.
Amen.
We like that around here. All right.
I like that a lot.
All right. Let's get into it, boys. I've been doing a lot of talking. What do you want to take this from here? Take the intro of the movie?
I think this movie, True Lies, is a great title, but it could have been called Tropes, because everything from action movies is in this movie in a good way, in the best way possible. Here, you see him starting off. You got the tuxedo. He's going to throw on the jacket in a minute. So you got a little James Bond, a little smooth. We're not used to seeing Arnold be smooth and suave like this. Usually it's, smash, blow up, punch, and then we're out of here. But this is, he's being real smooth. He's basically breaking into, I guess, party.
Right.
With a lot of rich people and colonels and military people and billionaires and oil barons and some terrorist leaders in there. But it's a very posh, shishi, staff servant, ball. They have their ball gowns and tuxedos, and the military people are in their full military garb. So it's a very high-end party, well guarded, as you see the guys on the snowmobiles and roving patrols and Doberman pinchers. These guys are serious. But before he gets to this point, he pops up out of a frozen lake.
Beautiful.
And the whole, wetsuit and stuff. And 1994 pre-CGI. I mean, they had it a little bit, but it was very noticeable. So a lot of this shit is practical. It's really done. So that's one thing I hate. I hate when it's cold in a movie and they CGI the breath coming out of the mouth. It never looks real. It always looks like shit. It doesn't matter how big the budget is and who they have working on it. It looks like fucking shit. It looks fake, but this is real. I don't know where they filmed this, in Switzerland or something, but it was wintertime. You can see their breath. He comes up. Very frogman. Yeah, very frogman in a Navy recruitment video from the early 2000s where Keith David was the voiceover man. He comes up out of the water in his wetsuit. And he gets out of the water. He breaks through the ice. He gets out of the water. And when he takes it off, he has the tuxedo underneath it, which is some cool shit. So he takes the wetsuit off.
Bond, right? Very
James Bond. Breaking in. Boom. He's in his outfit. And he's making his way into the party. And he gains access to like a room upstairs or something. And he comes out and he tells the guy in whatever language, "Oh, man, I got to take a piss."
German.
The guy's going to be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing up here?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, because that's right. The guards have a German accent." So this is
like,
he tells him, man, I gotta take a piss, and or I had to take a piss or something just to get past that guy so he wouldn't ask any questions, and he does. So he walks downstairs, and he's in the party, but you can tell he's not supposed to be there. People look at him like, what the fuck? But it's cool because when he first enters the party, he comes out of the kitchen, and so there's the head chef. He's like, Monsieur, like, what are you doing? And he tells him, come here. In French or whatever, and he says, this needs to be changed and take that has too much garlic because I wouldn't feed this to my dog. And the guy's like, "Oh, okay, sir," and he fucking does whatever he says because as we know, if you act like you're supposed to be somewhere, people are going to think you're supposed to be there.
I did that once with my daughter not in Hollywood, and we were in Hollywood again last night, but my daughter and I went to the Shazam movie premiere that DC Comics let me go to. I had just recently worked on a Shazam comic, so I talked my way into going to the movie premiere. And my daughter and I went, but and Jim Lee, he helped us get the tickets, but he told me, I got you some. We had 2 tickets left. He said, but we didn't have any more tickets for the after party. So the way that works, the famous Chinese theater on Sunset Boulevard or Hollywood Boulevard. It's a boulevard away. And then there's the Roosevelt Theater, catty corner across the street, the Roosevelt Hotel. It's a famous old Hollywood hotel. And they'll have a catered, insane, like whatever you imagine a Hollywood party is like, more. That's what the party's like with the food and the drink and the DJ and endless TV and movie stars that and you've seen for years. So my daughter and I, we go to the movie. It's really fun. And everyone's laughing and walking out of the theater. I talked to the girl that was the second lead in the movie. And I said, "Oh, you did a great job." And it was really fun. And then we turn like Charlie Brown with our heads down to go back to my car. I'm going to take my daughter apartment and I'm going to drive back to San Diego. And everyone else is walking across the street to go to this giant party after the Shazam movie ended. And I'm like, I tell my daughter, nah, follow me. So I just start walking behind that girl that was the second lead in Shazam. I'm walking right behind her, just copying what she does across the street. She gets up to the big bouncer guy and she goes, "This way?" And he goes, "Yup." And as soon as she does it and turns, I just go to the guy, "This way?" Because the way human nature works is, you know what I mean? If you just start clapping, someone will, or you yawn, someone yawns, or just like whatever, or you turn and look, everyone will look. So I knew if I just copied her tone and body language, he would fall into a pattern. So he goes, "Yeah, that way," to me and my daughter. And we just turn and we're walking all fast, go into the hotel, turn. And then we go into a big room and there's just like buffets and food and music. I look at my daughter like, "Dad." So we crashed the after party, ate and drank for free. And then ran into everyone I knew. I took a picture with Jim Lee. And I bet he wondered how I got a ticket there, but thanks anyway. But yeah, it was fun. So, like you were saying, Jericho, if you just act like it, people will they'll tend to buy it, which was nice.
If you act like it, people won't ask any questions and will let you right in. It's amazing.
Right.
But that's what he does. He acts like he was supposed to be like he was somebody, and they treated him like somebody.
Right.
And then he turns around and he has earpiece in, so he's talking to Tom Arnold and the other guy in the van, and they're telling him, he's telling what he's seeing and stuff like that. And so that guy to the left, he's the, he's the main terrorist guy. He's the one who's throwing the party, and he's the one who he's after. But then we see Tia Carrera, 1994.
Now, hold on.
Right?
We have argued about the ladies on this show before. Tia Carrera, early 90s, hot or not?
Yeah.
Sean?
Hell yeah.
Boom. Okay.
Yeah. Wayne's World, Showdown in Little Tokyo. Tia Carrera.
Don't remind me.
Smoking hot.
Tell me that the Showdown in Little Tokyo topless was a body double.
It was.
Dude, let me tell you something.
You just ruined 30 years of that for me, dude. I didn't need to know that.
I can smell a body double 100 miles away. Here's what drives me nuts, though. Here's what drives me nuts about it, okay? And I'm talking nuts. Is that all of these actors like her who go, I'm never doing a scene like that. And then they go and appear in Playboy like 5 or 6 years later. And you're like,
yeah,
really?
Bitch.
Really?
You bitch. Yeah, she's gorgeous in this movie, even more so than here. Like here, she's all dolled up for the party, but there's a scene later on an airplane where you're like, man, Tia Carrera was fine as hell back then.
God bless America.
A lot of pages stuck together because of her. But he gets into the party and he catches her eye. So, and you can tell that she looks at him like she doesn't recognize him. She knows he's not supposed to be there. So he goes over and he's looking at something, and she comes up behind him and says, do you like this piece? And he's like, oh, very much. And so Tom Arnold's telling him, he asks her name. And so he says her name. So he hears it and he looks her up in the computer. And then that's where we get this picture right here, Juno Skinner. And he's like, oh, shit. He tells the other guy in the truck, he tapped him. He's like, man, look at this. She's fine. And so he tells her name, and she's an art dealer, but she specializes in ancient, like, I don't know, Southeast Asian art or some shit like that.
It was Persian. It was Middle Eastern, like
Persian. That's right.
Assyrian and Persian art. Yeah.
So now he can act. He can sound like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. And so it's a classic action movie trope. He breaks in, he leaves his wetsuit behind and shit. Well, the roving patrols start going around. They notice the hole in the ice and all this shit. They sound the alarm, and then the German guard actually says, "Alarm, alarm!" So I guess that's how you say alarm in German. So I speak German. And so then, all right, they know something's up. Somebody's in this fucking party who's not supposed to be here. He looks over, sees the guards, the security coming down the stairs. He's like, oh shit, what am I going to do? And then he turns to her and says, do you tango? She's like, well, yeah. And so boom, the tango song comes on, and now they're dancing. So they're not going to look for him out on the dance floor with her. So it's perfect. And again, I like this. He knows everything. He knows all those different languages. He knows how to do the fucking tango. Like, this guy's untouchable. Sometimes I don't necessarily want the action star to have too many flaws. Sometimes I like to see him just be good at everything. And that's what he is in the beginning of this movie.
Jericho, buddy, we do not have time to tango. Jericho, do you hear me? We do not have time to tango.
Yeah. But what does he do? He tangos. He tangos.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Right. So what was he doing at this mansion? He was going in there to plant something or steal something. I don't even remember why he was there. I think
he was stealing some information because he was up in that office for a minute.
Right.
With his computer. So he came there doing some real James Bond espionage spy shit, not just kicking everybody's ass. So that's what was cool.
Fight scenes or sex scenes. It could have been either one.
Yeah, that was both. I was doing both, fight and sex scenes. So he's dancing with her, and he knows how to do a tango. He's well cultured, but he's also a badass. So now it's time to get the fuck out of here because the guards are starting to get antsy. So he goes, so Tom Arnold, and fucking shout out to Tom Arnold, the perfect sidekick, just always wisecracking, something to say, funny. He killed it in this movie. And so, not so much in the DMX movie that he did in the early 2000s. Exit Wounds. We're not gonna talk about it.
No.
But when I get my punishment lifted for picking bad movies, I'll throw that one out. It's a fucking crown jewel of dog shit. But Tom Arnold's perfect in this movie. And he tells him, hey, man, you got to go. How are you going to get out of there? He's like, I'm going to walk right out the front door. And so what does he do? He walks outside. He's going to smoke a cigarette. And again, Arnold being the pillar of health and fitness that we know him as, seeing him smoke, it just, kind of makes him even seem like better, like an even better actor. Because, Arnold's not smoking cigarettes. But he says, sir, let me see your invitation. And he goes, okay, here's my invitation. Boom, hits the button. He blows up a guard shack. Oh, yeah, because when he got out of the water and he was squatting next to that building, classic movie trope, he puts a bomb that has a flashing red light on it when he hits it.
That's what I've always wondered that about movie bombs. You're trying to do a secret mission here. Why would your bomb need a red LED on it so your opponents can now find your bomb easily? Why on earth would you do that? They don't have to have a light on them, right? Like, yeah, I can't think of a good reason to put a light on the bomb. Here it is.
A flashing light.
Here it is. Like
a flashing light is going to catch your eye, your roving patrol eye. But they didn't see it, and he sets off the bomb. Boom! Chaos breaks out. The guests are like, screaming. Guards are like, what the fuck? There were some guards near the shack, so they get fucked up. They're blown up. And now it's on. Now we got to get out of here. Now we know you're the bad guy. So then starts this huge action scene of snowmobiles chasing him. And this is in the snow. This is Germany, winter, cold. So he's running across the grounds. They're shooting at him. He turns around, gets behind the tree. Bang, bang, bang. Every shot hits every guy. Boom, boom. They're down.
Right.
They're running and moving, but that doesn't mean anything. Bow, 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 bow. Deadeye shoots all the guys, and then he starts running down the hill. So here they're chasing him with the snowmobiles. Hey, get back here. Brah, brah. And then 90s, the MP5 was huge. That's in like every 90s action movie. So everybody has an MP5.
Yep.
That's probably like a Glock 19 or something like that. So he's sitting there, boom, Deadeye Schwarzenegger killing all those dudes. And then at one point, any snow action downhill scene, you got to have shooters on skis. You just have to. So these guys come flying over the hill, and their skis trying to shoot him. So what does he do? Backwards on his back, down the hill. Boom, 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 sliding backwards down the hill, nailing these fucking guys. And then when he's done, he just rolls over like that.
He does a fucking roll onto. No, he does. Listen, I if I could go back in time and choose to not see this movie in the theater in exchange for seeing it at the age we all were when it came out together with you guys on a sofa, we'd have been like, he did a backflip! Wow! It was fucking beautiful.
Yeah. He's sliding down.
So good.
Rolls over right on his feet, headed down. So he makes it. Then these guys, Tom Arnold and the tech guy, they're driving down this hill, slipping and sliding so they can meet him at the rendezvous point, the backup rendezvous point. And while they're going down the hill, it's the classic switching back and forth from the action scene to these guys in the van. Hey, watch it. Well, it's called ice, asshole. It's slippery.
It was beautiful.
They're going down the hill.
It's called ice, and it's kind of slick.
The dialogue in this is like obviously Tom Arnold is a great comedian. So someone in the chat said he's just riffing the whole time, and he's great. The dialogue in this stuff is what the Marvel Cinematic Universe wishes their banter was like. This is sarcastic and funny, but it's like high quality and intelligent. Tom Arnold is this the best movie he's been in? Is this the best role of his career as a movie actor?
For sure.
I think so. Yeah.
Because in that movie, I think it's Exit Wounds or some shit. It's the DMX movie from the early 2000s. And he plays the weapons guy in that one. So if you need a handgun to a tank, that's your guy. And I think he actually has a tank in that movie that he's trying to sell to somebody. But he's trying the same thing, the whole riffing and shit like that, but it just doesn't work.
Right.
I don't know why. Maybe obviously the writing was worse.
No, his timing and chemistry with Arnold in this is fantastic.
Fucking perfect. Perfect.
Yep.
Like not later when we get to the part where Arnold finds out his wife is maybe having an affair. He's all, "Welcome to the club, buddy," and stuff like that. It's like it's actually very funny the way they play.
The first one always hurts, man. I remember wife number 2. Yeah, he's just perfect. He's the perfect sidekick to Arnold. It was fucking great, man. And this scene,
It's
so they get down
humiliating,
there.
I know, but I gotta take it like a man.
Yeah. And so this scene, that's the class. He shoots the guy off the snowmobile. Snowmobile crashes into the tree, blows up. And so this scene, he gets down to the van and they're like, oh, hey, what took you so long? Some shit like that. And he goes, move back for a second. And they move back and he through the window, boom, boom, and the van hits two more dudes and they come sliding down.
I'm just
the hill
thinking, you and I are both firearms aficionados, Jericho. If someone fired a 45 caliber at someone, but they were only a foot or two from your head, would you be able to hear anything for the next hour or two?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Right.
Yeah, you ain't hearing shit.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little less, loud if it's indoors in a vehicle. The sound waves don't ricochet until your nose bleeds out your mouth.
Yeah, they would be highly pissed off if he did that. What the fuck, man? And not to mention that you're shooting it right in front of his face, so he's probably gonna get some stipple in his face. Some nice hot pieces of lead and burnt gunpowder. So yeah, they're gonna be pissed. But hey,
the first time I went shooting in Vegas, we went to one of those shoot a machine gun places. I shot a SAW 249. That's the Rambo gun with the chain coming off into the chain of bullets, And my wife shot an AK-47. Great gun.
Done that.
But one of the pieces of brass that my wife fired and ejects the shell came tumbling and landed in my safety goggles.
Do not.
And those things are red hot when they come out. And it's burning the side of my face. I'm like, pulling it out.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
You are lucky those eyes are okay. That's all I'm going to say, man.
It does a soft arc. It goes up and falls. It's not going to poke your eye out or anything. But it was hot.
It's gonna hurt.
I'll tell you though, one of the things that I love that's really great for guns and really great for reference, because no matter how many reference photos I got, no matter how many different things I have, there are these AutoCAD slow-mo turns that people do of guns firing in extreme slow-mo, so you can see the internal mechanisms. And when you have to I always loved in movies, even if it was something as simple as in Hard Target, when Van Cleef, just cocks the shotgun, and the shell just comes flicking out of there. It's beautiful. But in this, what I thought was kind of cool was even though it was a bigger gun, they pulled off a smart James Bond thing. Because when you see this giant guy firing this Glock, there's this quality to it to where it almost looks like his force is being channeled through this tiny gun. And I thought there was something aesthetically cool about that. He can rock the minigun, but there was something different Cameron was doing with Arnold in this movie that I thought was fantastic.
Right, with the hand cannon. And
he comes home and he's a mattress salesman. Sorry, go ahead.
Remember, you're my number one customer. My number one customer.
Right. So this is a very young Elijah Dushku, I believe.
Elijah Dushku.
And she used to be a starlet in the early 2000s. She was in a lot of stuff, about 5 or 7 years after this. Because here she's just a teenager. But then she became an it girl or whatever in the early 2000s. Yeah. But I saw her name in the credits. I'm like, oh, that's her. I didn't know that. Yeah. So, but part of what they establish here is he comes home. His wife is in bed sleeping. And, when they're in the van, Tom Arnold and friends save him. And they drop him off at the house. And he gives him the snow globe. And then he gives him I think some airplane tickets and this, that, and the other. And he's leading a double life. It's a true lie. His wife, who's just I think she's a legal secretary, she doesn't know that he's a dangerous, deadly spy. She thinks he's a stockbroker or
insurance,
like a computer, insurance or something.
Computer salesman or something.
Some real boring shit,
right? Yeah. He's going to computer conventions selling.
I think it's insurance though. Didn't he say I love? Or no, maybe he did. Did he say I love computer? Remember, he's going out the door.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I love the computer business.
Yeah,
he was getting
funny.
Hard on.
Yeah, it's a very pedestrian thing compared to being a deadly spy. So Tom Arnold gives him a snow globe. Here, you picked this up for your daughter when you were in, Minneapolis.
And he asked him, he's like, who is that for? He's all, for your daughter, your
so right here again,
parent would do.
This is writing 101. You establish who the character is, then you establish his character and personality. And the thing he's going to have to overcome here is being a absentee father who's leading a double life. not appreciating his wife, not appreciating his daughter. He's never there. He's never there. He's never there. So it's nice that they plant that seed right off the bat that his buddy, Tom Arnold, is like, here, bring your kid a damn gift if you're going to pretend you're out of town. So, yeah. And then, okay, now we've established, now this is going to be interesting because I put Jamie Lee Curtis, daughter of Tony Curtis, I believe. I put her right where I put Sandra Bullock. Not hot, not sexy, pretty, but doesn't move the needle for me. A lot of people think she's beautiful. I did not say she was ugly, but to me, it's like, eh. And I see people fawning over Sandra Bullock, and I never got it. I just never got it at all. What do you guys say?
I think Sandra Bullock's hotter than Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis, she's pretty, but she's like, you know, like everyday pretty. Like you see somebody like her at the grocery store. She's not like, damn, that woman needs a modeling contract.
Mr. E.
Sandra Bullock was hot.
Mr. E has my, like, look, I may disagree with Jamie Lee Curtis on most everything, but the simple fact of the matter is, as Mr. E has said in the chat, she was in Trading Places. And that's a special thing. You guys have to understand, man. Dan Aykroyd, Eddie Murphy. Come on, man. That is one of those special films. And
great
then
movie.
Halloween. She's in Halloween. I mean, like, it's, to me, but what's up, Jimmy Ray? It's good to see you, brother. She's in this movie. Let me just say this. In this movie, they got acting out of her I didn't think she was capable of. I got to be honest with you. Like, she was great in Trading Spaces. You saw, like, you know, all of those are Trading Places. She was great in that. And she, you know, did a lot of really incredible acting work in this, but here she had more range than I think she's had
fantastic in this movie. She just devours this role and sells it.
Yeah.
And she's got a great figure, but I've seen people say her and Sandra Bullock are like the same thing in my head. Like people, oh like golly, they're hot. And in my head, they're like the same. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I've never really crossed my mind, to be honest. Like, I always think of her as the character she's in. Same with Sandra Bullock. You know, it's like she's very tied to. It's very odd. That's an interesting zone. If I'm looking for the best way I could put it, it's a weird zone. Like, I don't think of either of them in any other way other than the girl next door kind of thing. You know, I mean, you know.
I think Sandra Bullock was prettier than Jamie Lee Curtis, but it's not like, again, she's not like a world-class beauty, but yeah, Sandra Bullock is definitely hot. But yeah, they do have that girl next door. They have an attainable beauty, you know, you could, you know, you could attain that if you wanted to, but I never seen Sandra Bullock show her titties like Jamie Lee Curtis. So Jamie Lee Curtis wins by an areola.
Then she went and made the poopy yogurt commercials.
She did. Well, you know, life goes on. Time to get regular.
I remember watching Jay Moore. I've seen him do stand-up live a few times. I love Jay Moore. And he was doing a bit about Jamie Lee Curtis's poopy yogurt stuff. He was saying something about she can poop again or something like that. I don't even know.
Dude.
But what is Activia? Yeah. If Activia is cutting you, you know, what do you think she got paid to do those commercials? Like, I don't know, $5 million?
What she got paid, they could pay me. I will dress up like Jamie Lee Curtis. Okay, for my cash. But I have to ask this. Sorry, it's off topic. I just noticed your is it your sweatshirt you're wearing? And I just saw that. This is my first time. Yeah, looks so good. I
wear this all the time,
dude. I love it. Beautiful,
very nice.
Dude, people, I can usually see people putting it together that it's me.
I love it.
That's
one guy at the gas station near where I live. He goes, "Is that you?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you do? Are you an artist or something?" I was like, "Fuck no." I was like, "My friend
said
did this for me." But I told him about my YouTube channel and shit. And so he asked, of course, you know, what's the name of it? So I tell him, and I was like, "Oh shit!" So next time I go in there, either he loved it or he hated it. And I came in there. He's like, "Dude," he's like, "I love your channel, man." He's like, "You talk that shit." I was like, "Oh, cool." I didn't want you fucking with my gas prices or something. But yeah, he cool dude, but he loves it. Yeah, it always trips me out to see people go, "Is that you?" Yeah, man. No better promotion than self-promotion.
Yeah, I wanted to do something similar for a long time. Because if you go to Lids at the mall, they make hats. And I had them make me this custom Big Man Comics hat. Sweet. But the first time I found out you could do that they had the machine at the mall to stitch your own hat, and this is like 3D embroidered. Like this is not cheap.
Yeah, that's quality shit. Yeah. It's like
the
45,
first
50
time
bucks.
I saw the hat making machine, I was walking in the mall. This big fat, like homie Mexican, like Raider fan kind of guy. And he had his own face, like kind of contrast, heavy contrast cartoon, just his own face with glasses on the hat. And I don't know why. I thought it was like the funniest thing in the world. So like your sweater with your face, I'm going to get myself a hat that just has my own face right there.
Yeah.
I think that's
Why not? Why not, man? Great
I
idea.
make
But yeah,
a lot
people,
of hats. You guys know I make all kinds of custom hats. I go on Amazon to make designs. Jericho likes this one, my fake Easy E hat. There's a nice middle-class neighborhood that's like a sleepy neighborhood here in San Diego called Claremont. So I just made an Easy E hat. Instead of Compton, it says Claremont in that black letter script.
Dude.
old English fool.
And people around here in San Diego, they get it when I wear that hat. They laugh when I see it. And a guy at Jersey Mike's the other day is like, "Did you make that hat?" And I was like, "Yeah, pretty proud."
Yeah, dude, I'm the same way, guys. I'm actually contacting this custom silicone mask company to make an absolutely accurate mask of my face, which is kind of the same thing. So I can wear it around and then peel it off.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
I was going to get a Jamie Lee Curtis
tomato.
That's way worse. Please stay in the link afterwards because we need to talk.
Yeah, I feel you. I can kind of see it now.
Yeah, you need some things you need to hear.
You get asked for your ID, you just point to your hat. Well, Jericho, you told me when my granddaughter, Big Baby, when she was born a year ago, you said she was going to have me wrapped around her little finger, which turned out to be true. But you told me I should get Big Baby a hat that says "Grandpa said so" on it, and that way she just points. She doesn't have to explain herself.
Yeah. Get her a hat and get her a beanie because it's cold outside. So even when she's staying warm,
right? No, it says "Grandpa said I could" on it. That's right. That's right.
That's right.
She's finally started taking steps. She'll be one in a few days.
Oh my gosh!
And she was taking steps. We were partying in Hollywood last night because her mom was at the Comedy Store doing the stand-up and the roast battle. So me and Grandma were at the hotel room just with the baby, and she decided if we're in Hollywood, we might as well party. She stayed up till 1. Oh boy! So
did you try to pretend like it didn't happen when she wouldn't go to bed the next night? Were you like, "Oh, I don't know what you're doing, Minnie, but this is odd."
Oh, that baby. What was she doing? Was she on the phone?
Walking around, looking at stuff, wanted to play, wanted to look out the window, wanted to touch this, wanted to touch that. I was holding her looking at the window, look at the cars go down Sunset Boulevard. And her thing now, she says, "Hi, hi." She waves at people and says, "Hi."
You're done, dude. It's over.
There was a man outside. It's like midnight. I'm looking out the window with her. I'm like, "Oh, look at that. Look at that." And a man's walking by, and she's like, and we're on the second floor of this hotel. She's all, "Hi." And he just happened to look up and he smiles and waves at her and gets in his car.
You will learn a lot about human nature when you see some big guy who you would think would be a terrifying badass, and then a little baby waves at him and goes, "Hi." And he's like, "Hi."
Right.
Like, going. Yeah, he's got a daughter he'd murder for. That's probably safe to say.
There's a guy like that I used to work with. The guy his first name was Cash Russell, I think was his name. And he was.
We gotta worry, dude. Do you see Gabe's getting some tremors?
Yeah, go ahead and tell us about. Oh my gosh, just tell you sorry. I got
Get down.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, big baby.
What's up, big baby?
No. Finish your story, Jericho. It sounds very important.
Staying up late, baby.
I'll do what I want.
Obviously. No one.
What, do you have a problem with me staying up late, Jericho?
No, I actually have a question for you.
Do you think there's something we should do about it?
No.
I
just have a question.
So.
I'm wondering how. It makes sense that you're a 75-foot baby. You would have to be to wrap a 6'4" man around your finger. Was it easy to wrap him around your finger? Or did you find it difficult?
Surprisingly easy.
Yep.
It's almost like he wanted to be wrapped around my finger.
I figured. I figured.
So the two of you are saying you don't have a problem with me staying up till 1?
No, we're just surprised.
No, I'm all
Because
for
it
it.
could just as easily be your bedtime.
No, I just know that being adorable all day long is very tiring, and I didn't think you could stay up that late. I thought you.
Are you trying to say that I don't have the stamina to be cute 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Is that what you're saying, Jericho Green?
No, what I'm
Because
saying
maybe you have me confused with one of those stupid, ugly babies.
Not in the least, big baby. I just thought, it can be tiring, and I thought you would just be.
Well, I'll let you know when I get tired.
Okay. You start rubbing your eyes?
Maybe. Is there something wrong with that?
No, it's just a classic tired baby sign. That's all. Universal tired baby sign. When you start
Okay.
rubbing your eyes.
Well, I gotta go. My mom just made me a new baba.
Yeah.
You guys don't stay up too late. All right, Grandpa, you can have your computer back.
We love you, big baby.
No. You don't stay up too late, big baby.
Exactly.
You're the one
Serious
burning the
up in
midnight
here.
oil.
Whew. We just need to figure out a way to make a video where a flashlight can go on big baby and then the eye can dilate. Maybe it's the power trying to come back on. Yeah, but I tell you what though is, and this is probably hard to do, I think, as an actor or actress, which is that when you see her, she pulls off this role so incredibly well. She seems incredibly accessible, and she's just in top form in this. Fantastic.
It was. And this is not only Arnold's, he was still, I imagine he was like early 40s in this movie or something like that. Probably the same for Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
So they're both kind of, in the twilight of their hotness and tight bodiness. So it was perfect timing for both of them. I think.
Yeah. I think that adds a richness to the Arnold character, that he has this rich family life that's very realistic and very complex, but very relatable. You know what I mean? And especially as guys that have been married for a while now, like us, you do know that like everything in life, like bodybuilding, like your finances, like anything, marriage is no different. There's an upkeep. You have to keep working at it day in, day out, and being a father, being a husband, you just have to keep working on it. And it'll never, there is no point where you're like, okay, that's enough. And you just put your feet up. That's how you end up divorced with half your shit taken, living in an apartment. So, yeah. Don't like that.
This is some breathtaking storytelling pointing to the fact that he has no idea who his daughter is. Because his buddy brings home these new special glasses that he can use to set up a little tiny camera.
Right.
Sets up a camera, not thinking anything about it, gives him the glasses, and he catches his daughter stealing some cash.
Out of his friend's coat. Yeah.
Out of his friend's coat. And then, so he goes, she's ripping you off, like Tom Arnold is like getting robbed. And then I love his segue after he sees, he goes, she should know better than he goes, figured it was my wife's new boyfriend doing it.
Yeah.
He just goes into the smile.
Yeah, he's the classic, my ex-wife,
Yeah.
And he plays it perfectly. But one of the problems in this scene, there's two problems. Number one, his daughter is stealing. That's no good.
Yeah.
But number two, right after that, he sees her stealing. Wait, Dana! He chases her outside with his cup of hot coffee, and she hops on a motorcycle with some dude who pulls up and says, Dana, and honks his horn, and they take off. And then the next scene, you hear them say, she's 14?
Yeah.
So you're letting your 14-year-old daughter hop on a bike with somebody who's at least 16, if not 18, and speed off on a motorcycle? You're letting your 14-year-old ride a motorcycle with another ute, and I would have thrown that cup I would have emptied that cup. I would have thrown the coffee on the ground and thrown that cup at her. Don't you fucking go nowhere. You're not going on to, who the fuck is that kid? Your boyfriend? So you got some 16 to 18-year-old boyfriend and you're 14, not in my fucking house. And you're stealing. Get the fuck out of here. No.
Right. Yeah, that is a little bit, it's not woke, but it's a little postmodern where the kids are just basically give a middle finger to their parents. You know what I mean? They just kind of do what they want. And that's a little I was not raised that way, and I know you two were not either. That's a little shocking to me,
no.
you know.
I know, can't do, Dad. I gotta go. I'll be late. And she just takes off. Yo, I'm in my car and I'm chasing you the fuck down. Pull over. Give me my daughter, because if you are 18, I can fuck you up without getting in trouble. So give me my daughter. We're going back home. Fuck that. No way. No way. But, that is a bit of postmodernism, because you have the Simpsons, Bart Simpson. He was a little shit to his dad.
Right.
So you saw these little disrespectful characters, usually a teenager. Fuck you, Dad. But that was some shit you see in the movies. That ain't happening in my house in real life. No fuck.
Yeah. And I love when they come into work and they do the full body scan of these guys, and then they show the sweet little little lady sitting there at the desk, and she's got a freaking gun under that desk. It's so you imagine it would be.
Yeah,
they really made that
he says like, "Good morning, Jan." Like he looks in the camera, and because she's there, and even though she knows them and sees them every fucking morning, she's still ready just in case they've been compromised in some way. And they walk through like this front. It's like a insurance business or whatever, and then they walk through the secret door and shit. And this was another 90s thing you saw. The full body X-ray thing was pretty new.
And now it's everywhere.
That shit used to be optional at the airport. Now you're getting scanned no matter what.
Now we're taking our shoes off. Ugh.
Get the fuck out of here with that. You know what the damn terrorists look like. You know who they are. Fuck
hey, man, what the fuck? How does that help me? How does that help me?
I can just see us going somewhere, the three of us, and Jericho just running ahead of us.
Right. See you guys.
Security, like he's that guy, right? Yeah. He's like, I don't know those two.
Bye.
You may want to check those two guys out who've been chasing me.
I've been randomly selected.
Me too.
Yeah. Dude, they've randomly selected my mom. Why no fucking terrorists ever look like my 4'11"?
Dude, but you don't know how it works. You don't know how it works, man. I never felt that bad when it happened to me. It was what it was. Who I felt bad for was the attempt to make it not look bad. They would grab some poor little white lady out of line, throw her into a wall, shake her medication out on the floor. I'm like, I get it. Can you just not leave that lady alone, for God's sake?
Now, to be fair, your mom was wearing a keffiyeh scarf. You know what I mean? So
to be fair, I pointed at her and said, "She's the leader." That's not the point.
To be fair, she was wearing a scarf. So
she came in the airport yelling "Allahu Akbar." So that was
she probably shouldn't cover her nose at the airport.
And she had this eye patch.
Which was her fault. I mean, wouldn't there be? I mean, it would almost be funny if they were honest about it and like, hey, come on, you over here, you know what's up. Like if you looked a certain way, you got to go over here and get checked. It would almost you'd almost respect it.
So just a different line from my kind of people, Jericho. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm from here. I'm not doing that. I'm from here, damn it.
But randomly selecting, like he said, literally old fucking ladies. Like, they ain't blowing shit up. They're not fucking dude. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. At least be honest.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean, it's like when I was seeing them dump Stephen Hawking's out onto the ground that time. I was like, oh man, I wish I hadn't been near him. I was like, please let me up. It was awful.
I get it.
You want the brown guy?
If you feel like you've been discriminated against by the TSA, call me at 1-800-ROUGH. We'll be rough on the people who break the law and violate your civil rights. That's right. It's me, Bernard Sanders, attorney at law.
That's correct. And if you've ever been at the airport and you're going through TSA and they pull you aside to do a random search, I'm sorry, I have paused. I can't do the air quotes. But if they pull you aside and they randomly select you for an inspection, and they stick a flashlight so far up your ass that the beam of light is coming out of your nostrils, call me. Bernard Sanders, an attorney at law.
Now, Attorney Sanders, a lot of people are saying you're a hypocrite because your own cousin, Freddie, is a drug dog for the TSA, shaking down people at the airport. What do you have to say about that?
Well, when we get together for our Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, there's a very big bone of contention between me and my cousin, the drug-sniffing dog.
You think he's just the teeth of the state? He's just part of the state apparatus of oppression?
That's right. He's part of the machine. And I, St. Bernard Sanders, attorney at law and faithful canine, I am a voice for the little guy. And don't forget, I work for pets and belly rubs. And if you want to add a little extra and rub me a little lower, that's okay too.
Oh, goodness.
Dang.
I think I had the number wrong earlier.
Pink lipstick
1-800
will come out.
SNIP-SWAT. I'm sorry. Say it again. I interrupted you.
If you want to see my pink lipstick, just rub me a little lower.
Okay, 1-800-SNIFS-A-LOT is the correct number. If you want to get a hold of St. Bernard Sanders, former senator from Vermont, current attorney for civil rights. St. Bernard Sanders, everyone.
1-800-SNIFS-A-LOT and kick those nasty thoughts.
That's right.
That's right.
John says
so professional and then
right.
sideways.
Yeah.
Right. You know, he's a real inspirational character because it took him 12 years after he graduated law school to pass the bar exam. Part of that is because he's a dog and he can't read. So, you know.
Part of it. But then he learned how to read.
Right.
And then he stopped sniffing all the other test takers' butts and he was able to focus. And then he finally passed the bar.
They had to keep telling him, nose on your own butt, not on anyone else's.
That was a very hard lesson for him.
Very hard for him. Very hard for him.
Yeah.
And all the custom suits, it's an ordeal.
Right. Yeah. So, anyways, they go into their secret spy agency. Did they ever make clear what agency they're? Because they're not CIA or FBI. What are they? These guys? They're just
an agency.
Was it called like Omega something? The last line of defense or something?
Yeah.
Which is even cooler. Like it's not one of the alphabet organizations. It's something new that they made up. Pretty cool.
Right.
Don't any of you have any hard data?
And he says, "Well, not rock hard." I'm like, "Wait, why do you say that? Why would you say
no?
not
Actually,
rock hard?
it's pretty limp, sir." That was
Actually, we have a lot of hard evidence. It's kind of veiny, but it's hard.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Wait, are you saying they had hard, throbbing, veiny evidence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they did. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any hard, throbbing, veiny, shaft-like evidence for me today?
Call me when it's about to pop. Wait, what?
He's all, listen, I don't need the whole thing. Just the tip will do.
Yeah.
What's with all these crusty socks?
Well, what you're telling me right now, boys, isn't really blowing my skirt up. That was another great line.
Yeah, that's what he said. Wait, rock hard, blowing your skirt up? Who fucking wrote this?
Yeah.
But yeah, very newsy of him. That's like, yeah, you're not really blowing my skirt up there, Toots. Yeah. But it's Charlton Heston, so fucking nobody's questioning anything. It's Mr.
He's got an eye patch.
Right.
Yeah. With scarring around it. So you know that was something fucked up that happened. A tough old bird. So yeah, this is cool though. This is showing the dynamics of Arnold and Tom Arnold and whoever the tech guy is, you know, and he even tells the tech guy, I don't know, he said something like he basically tried to be just like Arnold. And he was like, what have I done to make you think that anything I say to him is extended to you? Like, shut up, nerd tech guy. Like, he was kind of a dick to him. I was like, damn. Because Arnold was clearly the big dog. He was clearly the alpha of this little trio. But they work so well together.
Right.
Nobody asked you, milk chocolate. It was a little rough. I gotta be honest.
It was, but it works.
It works.
A little rough, but it works.
He's who let the raghead in here?
That's right.
Like, whoa,
sir. Then we cut quickly to his wife's work, and that girl, her girlfriend there at work, tells her like, "Oh, your mystery man called again, or whatever, and he wants to meet you for lunch, this, that, and the other." And you're like, "What's this?" Arnold's wife has perhaps she has a paramour. Yeah. And let's just take a step back, gentlemen, and leave the movie and go into real life for a minute. What is it with women sabotaging other women's relationships? We all know what I'm talking about. You need to leave him, girl, or what? Like, they give the worst advice to their sisters and girlfriends. I don't know what this is. I think it is intentional sabotage, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
They hate each other. And since she goes home to a cat's meow, she wants the same thing for her. He wants her to be there in the break room with her eating leftovers that she made for herself and nobody else because she has nobody else.
Right.
Misery loves company.
Right. Her and Mr. Raffles are going to enjoy some fancy feast and, a hungry man dinners. She's going to have a chicken pot pie and he's going to have fancy feast.
But they probably eat the same food. They probably share. She probably puts the food in her mouth and then goes, like this. And Mr. Biggles fucking eats it out of her mouth. Like, come on, these people are fucked up. And shout out to the shoulder pads from the 90s. It's good to see you.
Yeah, that was something.
Good to see you again, shoulder pads. And Mystery Man called. He left. He says he wants to meet you. That was back during a time when you left messages.
Right.
When you couldn't get in touch with somebody. If you called and you were too early, hopefully whoever you talked to would give them the message. Or if you called too late, hopefully they would get the message.
What was the message, though? Yeah, hi, I'm the guy she's having an affair with. Yeah, here's my phone number. Tell her she go. I mean, these were dark times. You had to have accomplices. And I just love that she's kind of like, go, girl. Like, I'm like,
but, back when you took messages and you missed people, damn it, I missed them. You hope to catch up with them another time, maybe call back, maybe run into them. But, there was a lot of mystery back in those days of just not knowing and not contacting people sometimes. It was a trip.
Oh, you muted, Gabe.
But we did it.
Sorry. I think it was better in a way because now we have too much too fast. You know what I mean? You can just kind of see and have everything. You have access to everyone 24 hours a day. And so a lot of times in life, less is more. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed. I wouldn't mind going back to this. Remember coming home and seeing the light flashing on your answer machine? Oh, who called? What did we miss? They call you, hey, it's so-and-so. Give me a call back or whatever. It's like, wow. And
what was your outgoing message? What was it? Did you leave it or did your mom and dad leave it or what was it?
My mom left it. It was something, hi, you've reached, blah, blah, blah. We're away from the phone right now. Very, very standard. But when you would be out in the world living life and you missed calls, guess what, guys? You were still alive. You didn't die. Right. You didn't lose consciousness. Nothing happened to you. You just missed their call. That was it.
Yep.
Right. The last, over the last week and a half, I have not been on my phone at night in bed. I don't do it anymore, and I've been doing it for years, like everyone else.
Yep.
And I'm not doing it on like break time or bathroom or anything. I'm reading books and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, this is what it's like to not stare at a screen 16 hours a day.
Yep.
And
if you wonder what did we do before
we live
social media,
jeez,
we're in a unique place. People of a certain age and older, where we know what most of our life was like without this. This is relatively new, and we know what at least half of our life was like before the advent of all this social media shit, and it was fine.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing too that's crazy about this stuff, because we were talking about, you've got your green gear that people can pick up. You've got, we've got these books that we're doing. We've got all these different things. But when I'm shipping this stuff out, I'm a one-man, deal right here. So I'm putting the books together, and every time I put a piece of cardboard into to protect the books on top, on each and every one of them, I'm trying to write "Thank you, Sean" on every single one, because it gives you this tactile thing. And I think that it's something that a lot of people have sort of missed out, the physical things, like why you wanted to buy an album, a physical album of somebody's music. I know people say this all the time. People still have this need to have things that are theirs, which is why I like to own my movies on Blu-ray. Like, I don't want them changed. I don't want them to be taken away when someone decides to. If it's a classic, I've got it, physically. And I think that's a huge part of this stuff. These guys are having to have interactions with each other, and it makes you feel like it really enriches your life to have these kinds of things.
Life was
I think about that,
tangible,
getting all the old. So I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm saying life was more tangible back then. You had to be in front of people. You had to have more physical interactions with people and have physical copies of things in your hand. Gone are the DVDs and Blu-rays and VHS and stuff. Now everything is just on your TV. You have it, but you don't have it.
Yep.
And I remember we must have had like 300 or more videos and, different Disney movies, cartoons, action movies, comedy movies, Western movies. We just had this huge library of, VHS and stuff. And that's just what it was. And life was better, dare I say.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe human beings will find out how to use social media and not just hate each other and fight constantly, because that's all it seems to be right now, is to either brag and show off or to hate each other and fight. But hopefully we'll adapt to it, because right now social media is to social relationships as 7-Eleven is to nutrition. It's a poor substitute. So it's not. I don't think it's healthy at all, because you know how it is. Like, one I try to avoid a lot is Twitter. Like, open Twitter and read it for 20 minutes. You will guaranteed be in a worse mood. It's just the algorithm runs on outrage. Twitter might be the best news source in the world to get breaking news and all that stuff. And an honest view now with Elon holding up free speech, but you just get angry looking at Twitter. Just people being jerks on purpose. And I don't know.
I think it's why, like, the thing that makes what we're doing here on YouTube so, so threatening to certain people is because we put ourselves out there, we show our faces, we're real, and it's harder to fake this than it is to have, all of these anonymous accounts and doing all these various things. Like, we get to know each other. And I think that we're sort of hitting a wall with a lot of that stuff, to where, like with everything, I give everything about, a 10-year arc from start to collapse. And I think that we're watching this happen with so many things right now, that it's just, people are tired of it. People are like, why? What was the thing I was thinking about yesterday? I was thinking about when I make decisions in the morning and what stuff I'm going to bring in. I go, does this enhance my misery? If so, bye.
Right.
Get away from me. That's it. Be gone. It's not for me. And this is where I like to, when we come here, we talk about this all the time. This is good for the soul. We look at these things and we celebrate these things. We laugh at them, and it's real. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amen, Mutt. Amen.
Amen, Mutt. Yeah. Mutt, man, we have seen him around for ages.
Heck yeah.
Good to see you, buddy. And guys, hit the like. Make sure you're still subscribed, because the freaking algorithm unsubscribes people on its own sometimes.
Yep.
Especially when you do live streams. But anyway, moving on. So they're meeting with Chucky Heston. Okay. He's got further that he wants them to look into this Crimson Jihad terrorist organization. They may be working with Tia Carrera, the art dealer. They're up to something. Some nuclear warheads have gone missing. Something's cooking over here. And then his wife is at work. She's got her phone call from her mystery paramour. So we're finding the seeds here. And then Tom Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then I don't know the name of this, I think vaguely Middle Eastern or perhaps Pakistani guy. He's the data guy. They're talking about
Faisal. Yeah.
Okay. Charlton Heston has given them their assignment. They need to look into this stuff further with perhaps the Crimson Jihad, to try and figure out what the hell is going on here. So that's where we are in the story so far. So Arnold, who was very attracted to Tia Carrera, I think, or maybe he was just playing a role, he's off to, where's Tia Carrera's office? It's
in DC. It's in town. They're in DC.
Yeah. Right. And he told her he would see her later, a few weeks, a few months. They'll meet again, when he was in his alter ego at the party in France. They were Germany.
Germany, yeah.
But now it's a week later, and he shows up to her place in DC.
That's right. Right. That guy. When I first saw that shot from the movie, I thought maybe I do have a chance with Tia. Then I learned what the character was about, and I was like, oh shit. I guess not.
So he comes in here in his alter ego. They obviously don't know he's a spy. They think he's just some businessman, debonair guy that's trying to sweep her off her feet. And she shows him these old Persian art, these art relics she brings in. They're thousands of years old. And that's her cover for smuggling in nukes and weapons and stuff like that. And so he's in there. She doesn't really know him, but she's a little charmed. And then she meets with this guy who's one of the workers in the warehouse where they're bringing in the art artifacts. And it's a great bit of writing, because you think she's the big boss. She's the crime lord. And he turns and he slaps her. And you're like, why? I just slapped him.
Yeah, whoa.
He's like, whoa. Stupid, undisciplined bitch.
Right. Why would the subordinate slap the boss? And it's like, she works for him. And he was just, he's undercover, just being one of the workers there in the warehouse. Yeah. And, you're letting this guy come in here. We don't even know who the hell he is, and blah, blah, blah. And
he says a little differently. He's like laughing and flirting like a whore with this Rehnquist. And I was like, holy shit, like, dude.
Damn,
Pump
dude.
the brake, man.
That shit got
The window's closing. Yeah.
It got serious quick.
It got serious. Not a happy it's
No.
Scary man.
Shit, didn't see that one coming. But yeah, he's a real bad dude and she's a real bad chick. And you find out, yeah, she's more than just an art curator. She's in this with them. She believes in their message and she's a bitch.
He looks like Andy Kaufman plus Bert from Bert and Ernie with the unibrow. I know it's not a unibrow. That's a shadow from the Venetian blinds, but it's making a delicious unibrow for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after he does that to her and he leaves and he's like, thank you very much. And then I was like, that's a little weird, little out of order.
Yeah. So cut back to domestic bliss. His little daughter. What is the daughter's name? I don't remember the daughter's name. And then obviously his wife.
Dana.
Oh, duh. That, yeah. I confuse his Jamie and Dana. Jamie from,
either one was too much, man.
Yeah.
Jamie, terrible Jamie. Ugh.
Yeah. We've got a list of names here, Arnold, for your kids. We want to see which ones you can say. Obviously, California's out. But we
California.
Don't take that one off of there. I can't say it. Yeah, but he fell in love with Jamie and Dana. That's for sure. Golly. Right. So yeah, and Elijah Dushka. Let me see, because I think we're about the same age or close.
Whoa.
Yeah, she's a year younger than me because we're about this. I remember we're about the same age when this came out. I was 14 when this came out. She was 13. So
you bought a motorcycle shortly after seeing this.
Man, I got to get that girl on my motorcycle. But yeah, this is the comparison, the juxtaposition of the crazy shit he's dealing with at work, and then his quaint little suburban family. Well, let me know when you're on your way home, honey. And it's his birthday, and he's supposed to be home. They got plans for him. Your family does it. Get you a little dinner, something like that. And they're expecting him home for dinner. But, being a spy, sometimes that throws a wrench into your plans.
It does.
Right. And they've gone all out. They made him a cake. They got, balloons and everything. They're ready. And again, we established in the first act, or not the first act, the first scene where he's coming back from a secret mission, that he's not present as a husband and father in this household too much. He's always gone, always out of town, always doing his secret spy stuff. And that's a point of not contention, because they don't argue about it, but it's definitely a negative in their marriage and in their family. And the daughter's always rolling her eyes and whatever, dad. I'm surprised she doesn't call him by his first name, like he's a stranger or something like that,
Oh, no, hell no. You get a gut punch for that, you little shit.
Can you imagine if your kid, what would you do if your kid called you by a first name?
I'd be like, what? I would think they're joking. Like you get one, sometimes your kids will joke with you like that.
Right.
They'll say some shit and I'm what? But I'd make it very clear by the look on my face that don't do that shit again. But I know people whose kids do that and they're just being like little shits and their parents don't do anything about it, man. Hell no.
My children don't do that. It's either a pa or Mr. Sand Spider.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the two.
One of my
choices. Those are yours.
One of my son's high school football teammates called me Gabe, like more than once, and I told Peter, tell your friend it's Mr. El Taib, and he was like, the kid was so apologetic and like goes out of his way to say Mr. El Taib now when Mr. El Taib, nice to see you, and like it was like an innocent mistake on his part. I don't know how that got past him. Like, you don't call me that. Like,
they'll say the kids they'll say my daughter's name, like Ruby's dad. They'll say that, but they don't call me by my first name because we're not peers. We're not peers. We're not equals.
Right.
And somebody in the comments there just said, "Look at that fridge." And I was gonna say that scene right there. This is a snapshot of the '90s. The colors, the green dress that she's wearing, that apron. She probably has a picture in there that says "I'm the mommy, that's why," or some shit like that. Probably a chicken shaped cover for the KitchenAid mixer. Like that's very 90s right there. The ice maker on the fridge, stuff on the fridge, postcards, pictures, art projects from your kids. Like, this is very 90s here.
We're always going around like men in a dark room, like trying to figure this puzzle out. This is one of the main things we talk about culturally on this show. About the positivity and the happiness that we saw in the 80s and 90s, and where has it gone? And Jennifer Norwood, talk about that fridge. You talking about the chicken-shaped knitted cover or whatever. Like, I just realized what all of that is, and it's so simple. It was still a family-focused culture. It was still mother, father, child, a couple kids. That was like the point of life. So people were still hopeful. People were happy. People understood why traditions were important. People understood why the future mattered. People understood why the moment and the current moment of love and sacrifice mattered. And it's because we were family-oriented people, and we had been for thousands of years as Westerners. Now society's completely atomized. Me, myself, and I. What do I want to do? I'm headed to brunch, never get married, never have kids, me. And people are more miserable than ever. And like, that's the difference, being family-oriented and being less selfish. And it, the more you try to please yourself all day, every day, the more miserable you become. That's the difference, in my opinion.
Yeah. Because when you're me, that's what you're going to be left with in the end.
Right.
You know, after after your youth has passed you by, after your eggs have turned to dust, all you're going to have is me. And that's not what you're going to want. You're going to want more. I think it was Andrew Tate who was talking about his great grandma or something, who was or his grandma. They went for her birthday, and she had like 10, 11 kids, and then their kids. And there was this room full of people that came from that woman. She was surrounded by family and love.
Right.
And that's what it's all about. You know, we all come from a certain, or even, you know, a certain time and before, where we saw this, our moms making something wrapped up in the phone cord. You know,
Right.
I don't know. We must have had stronger neck muscles in the 90s, because my mom was like this on the holidays and stuff, where she was cooking. She was like, yeah, laughing and shit for hours, you know, and even having that phone cord, we were tethered. You couldn't go too far. We still had, you know, we hadn't had all of these technological advances where everything was on the go, you know.
Most of the stuff in this was true during that time. I mean, I definitely could remember my mom on the phone like that, and I can remember the cook spoon. I don't know if there was any cooking going on, but I do remember that spoon. And there were different, you know, sometimes a wooden ladle. Things could go off the rails. But no, I mean, I think that this is what the thing is about in terms of, you know, when we get together like this, when we talk about movies, when we go see movies, and we're like, hey, how's it going? And all of that kind of stuff. Real relationships, real community, you know, real, you know, individuals coming together to do things and make things. We used to support people. Like and here's the best way I could put it. Whenever I was on a plane, and you hope this is, you know, it's not always the best thing in the world, but you'll have some new parents behind you with a baby who are actually stressed that their kid is crying and what other people think. And we as a society, I think, and a lot of us would, in my case, having, you know, adult children now, turn around and go, it's okay. We've all been through it. Somebody's ears are hurting.
Yeah.
You know, like, we'd all try to lift people up who were there. Whereas I think there's a lot of people who have tried, sadly, to steal youth from the young and inject adulthood and ruin this very short time you have to actually be a kid, to learn how to be a young man and make mistakes and have it not be a national emergency, to be a boy who's boisterous and things like that, to play, you know, with war, play with guns, to like talk, you know, do something stupid, and for girls to be girls for that matter too. It's a very short time in your life. And this whole apparatus is about protecting that. And it's about the parents losing sight of that and rediscovering the vitality the family can have by actually getting to know each other. It's a fucking amazing film. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think so. That family-oriented society wasn't selfish, because being in a family isn't not nothing, but there's just so much sacrifice to be a good family member of any role, child, parent, whatever, husband, wife. It's constant selflessness, because if you're not, you're going to ruin the family. And when you have a culture where in your home you're learning to be selfish, guess what you do when you go out into the larger world? You learn to be selfless, and you learn to be helpful and productive and all that. And I'm not going to sum up an entire person's value with one act, but I will say, if you hear a baby crying at the movies or on an airplane and baby shouldn't be here, I'm not saying you're an asshole, but you're being an asshole, because this may come as a shock to you. You were a baby, and I guarantee you cried in public. It's what they do. It's okay. You know, like,
well, I mean,
I hear people say babies shouldn't be on planes. Okay, so people with babies should just stay home for years. Get the fuck out of here. Be quiet. Like, if you want no baby on the plane, become a billionaire and buy a G5 private jet. Then Your Majesty,
G5.
and fly private if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
you know,
dude. I think that Tom Arnold's character is also important because, you know, not only and this is another thing you see in these movies, when they figure out that something has happened to his family, all of the people around him understand the importance of that. Like, we've got to rescue them. And Tom Arnold's character, though having a different background, you know that when he passes away, he's going to be surrounded by all of his ex-wives with knives. And that's what's happening in this movie. That's what you learn.
And their new boyfriends who he thought was stealing money from him, and they weren't.
Right. Yeah.
You know what? Speaking of the not having room to be selfish when you're at home, my wife and I came up with the idea to clear out part of the garage. We put a little area rug down, some couches. You know, we got some free couches off of whatever the fuck people have where they have free shit. And we got a TV, a 50-inch TV that we put out there. And that we made that an area for my daughter to hang out with her friends. So she would want to be at home more. And they love it. When they come over, they go out there. So she was out there by herself. And we have a refrigerator out in the garage too. So I came out there like 2 times to get something. And my daughter's like, why can't I just be alone? She's going to be 12, right? She's in that stage. Why can't I just be alone? Why can't I just be by myself? I was like, you have a family. There is no by yourself. You're never going to be, as long as you live in a house with your family, you're not going to just have this time to yourself and these things to yourself, because we're a family. You know, this is all our area. We all share this stuff. So suck it up, Buttercup. You have no privacy. You have no just me. It doesn't work that way.
We're so different, man, you and I. Like, I think I know you, but it's like with me, I was like, all right, fine, then I'll change the locks. Like, if you want to be alone, it can happen in a minute. It can
be arranged.
Holy shit. I woke up on the lawn with all my shit. That's what the locks are changed, and the sand spider won't let me back in the house.
Yeah, I hear that. That's an ugly one, I think. I've heard parents, the kind of parents that are happy when school starts back up in August or September.
Not me.
The kind of parents are like, they kicked him out on his 18th birthday. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Cheers.
You know, I won't go into detail, but my son has a very good job. He lives at home. I told him, live here. I told both my kids, live here till you get married. I don't bother you. I don't tell you what to do. You are adults. But for goodness sake, don't go pay $2,500 a month in rent in San Diego so you could live a mile from me. Like, we're family. You can live here till you're 30 if you don't get married. I won't bother you. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I think, like, if we don't, like, family's all we got, guys. Nothing else matters. I've been broke and had no money. Now I do really good, me and my wife. And money's nice. You can get your car fixed faster than when you were young and broke, but otherwise it doesn't matter. It's just family's all that matters. And I think
that's not what Minnie said. Minnie said that you said that just stay here. When you get older and you move out and we take big baby, then you can. And I thought, my God, Minnie, it's gotten bad. You know, it's like it's going to be not without my daughter. You know,
leave the baby.
We love the baby. We become attached.
You're going about your business.
As nasty as this is, Charlie, I don't disagree with you. The parents that are selfish, me first parents, and then they end up like never being visited when their kids are adults, and then never, like, they end up in their adult, you know, the retirement home. That is, oof, that's tough. That's very sad. I couldn't imagine growing up, my kids grow up, and then I just don't see them. They move to, you know, New Jersey, and I see them every year or two or something like that for a minute. And, you know, I think your relationship you have with your kids, you could tell a lot of how it went by how they treat you once they're an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, mine have said that. They promised me. They go. Don't worry, Dad. We'll have poisoned you long before then. So God bless them. You know.
Yeah.
Family is family.
Jennifer Norwood must be a 90s kid. She says when she was in junior high, her mom was nice enough to let her friends hang out in her bedroom and watch Faces of Death. I think everyone in the 90s was mandated by law to rent Faces of Death and watch it with their friends. You know, I saw that in 8th grade. So that would have been like 93 for me, 92, 93.
And right after, you're like, why do we watch that? Because it was so gruesome and crazy. Yeah, Faces of Death was some wild shit.
Captain Hirono has a message for one of our friends. Hey, Gabe, can you pass this message to the Hulkster to celebrate him having only 100 pounds of pasta left to sell? This Christmas, I'm gifting him 100,000 pounds of pasta. Tell him no thanks are necessary. Hulkster, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great, brother.
How was the Thanksgiving at Pastamania?
It was fine, brother. I had a pasta stuffed turkey, brother. And when I was done, I threw on those yellow sweatpants, brother, and I hopped on the back of that red and yellow Harley, brother. Just rode down the PCH, brother.
And you brought pasta turkey joy to boys and girls around the neighborhood?
I sure did, brother. I was throwing handfuls of that sweet semolina at the kids, brother.
But it was cooked this time, right? Because last time you threw the hard macaroni and like some of those kids, they got hurt, you know.
I didn't have time to make it al dente, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, Captain Haruno just wanted you to know, since you'd almost gotten rid of the $1 million that Ted DiBiase swindled you, not swindled, but, you know, got you to buy from him last year. He wanted to replenish your supply. So he is gifting you 100,000 pounds of brand new rigatone and macaroni.
I'm not taking it, brother. I'm not receiving that rigatoni, or I don't care what form that pasta is, brother. I'm done, brother. The only pasta I'm going to have, brother, is what I make here with these two Hulkamaniac hands, brother.
Well, what am I supposed to tell the delivery truck? Because they messaged me and they said they were about there, like 5 minutes out.
Don't tell them anything, brother. I'll handle it when they get here, brother. Because I don't play that. I'll pull them out of that truck, brother. I'll let them see these 24-inch pythons, brother, and I'll leg drop them in the loading dock, brother.
Oh, my gosh. You're going to leg drop the truck driver who's just trying to earn a living delivering pasta to you?
That's not my problem, brother. I'm going to tell him one time, get that shit out of here, brother. And if he doesn't turn to and take that shit down the street, brother, he's getting leg dropped. And you know why I'm so quick to go to violence, brother?
Why?
Because I have St. Bernard Sanders as my legal team leader, brother. I'm bulletproof, brother.
Oh, my goodness. That is amazing. I love when my friends make friends with my other friends. Well, make sure you talk to your legal counsel before you take any drastic action. I'm glad you had a great Thanksgiving and have a wonderful Christmas. Is there anything people need to look out for? Anything new coming to Pastamania for the holiday season before we let you go?
I'm going to have a new pasta line that I'm going to roll out, brother, early December. Getting ready for that Christmas holiday, brother. Now, stick with me, brother. It's a little controversial, but I think people are going to love it, brother.
Okay.
I'm going to have pasta that's shaped like elf dicks, brother. It holds that sauce when you put the gravy on it, brother, and it's in the Christmas spirit. Brother.
Did you say elf sticks?
No, elf dicks, brother. Elf penis. Elf phallic symbols, brother. I'm going to make that pasta by hand. Those little tiny dicks and the little scrotum sacks, brother. But like I said, it holds that gravy, brother.
Can I get it with meat sauce?
Yeah, you can get it with meat sauce, but I'm going to serve it with white sauce, brother.
No.
I feel like that's a bit on the nose, but you're the pasta wizard, so I'll let you handle
I'd say
it.
it's more on the dick than the nose, brother.
All right, guys, Pastamania for all your Christmas-themed adventures. You got me. Okay, kids eat free on Tuesdays, and we'll see you down there in Clearwater, Florida. Thank you, Hulkster, and we will talk to you later.
Bye.
All right. Hulk Hogan, everyone, coming to you live from Pastamania in Clearwater, Florida. Oh, there you go. There you go. Anyway, I don't know what movie we're watching anymore.
Yeah, and allow me to say, too, by the way, the lighting, and you can move to the next slide. We're going to get to that next slide. These two were a pairing I would never have thought of, and it was a genius pairing. And it's a shame that we couldn't get them to make a similar kind of action movie again. You know, I mean, to me, it's a movie that really would have been great if it had set up, you know, it felt like a sequel was being set up, and it could be a fun, you know, sort of playful thing. And I think if Arnold had stayed on that course, it would have been so much better for his career rather than
was
Terminator.
This movie a box office hit, like financially?
It did
right?
well.
Yeah,
it wasn't huge,
it was a great movie.
but it was big.
I wonder why there wasn't another one, because, you know, it was a hit. It had big stars. I wonder why there wasn't another one.
I don't know. I would certainly have loved to seen another one of these versus whatever the hell he came out with next, Eraser or any of those. But again, the lighting. So anything that's shot at night in this movie is blue, and it looks great.
Yep.
I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's, our brains or whatever, but it looks great. And so they're pulling up to a hotel, and they're going in there. I don't know if they're
well, they realize they're being tailed. Remember, they realize they're being tailed. Yeah.
And so they pull over, and it's the guy. It's
Crimson Jihad himself.
Yeah, Bert and Ernie, forehead
and
dude,
the sand spider, and yeah.
But they also have like another Arnie in this movie that's very Terminator, if you will. So they go into. He says he's going to go across the street into this hotel. You keep an eye. He said there's a third guy in there. You keep an eye on him. He said stay with him. That's what he told him. Stay with him.
Right.
So Tom Arnold's staying in the was that a Trailblazer?
Something like that. It's a GMC, I think
Bravado or something like that. I think it was kind of new at the time. But he gets out and he has a trench coat on, sunglasses, but he has the sunglasses with the little screen in it, and he has the pack of cigarettes behind him, and he's filming behind him, watching what these guys do, and they get out of the car and shit. And he lights a cigarette and he like takes a drag and coughs and shit because he's not a smoker, because he's Arnold and he's super healthy. So he goes across the street, and these guys are clearly following him, but Jihadi Forehead is staying in the car, and he's fucking puffing away on a cigarette, just watching. And he goes into the building. He goes. Why you always?
It's still got Arnold, Tom Arnold, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it's also got the Wayans brothers in it. Why are you always lying?
Why are you lying? Why are you lying for? Why are you lying for, fool?
If we're gonna have, go ahead.
And it was called like the Georgetown something. Like it was a real foofy shishi hotel. And he goes in there and he goes into the bathroom, and one of the guys walks in, and he has again cigarette pack up on the urinal, so he can see behind him. And so one guy comes in and he's washing his hands, combing his hair and shit, fucking around. And the classic, the guy in the stall who doesn't know what's going on. All he's trying to do is read the newspaper and take a shit because I can't fucking shit at home because of those kids. But anyway,
I think it was a
story.
Yeah, he's that poor guy. He's just trying to shit in peace. And,
I think it was a Japanese person I saw say, why don't the American toilet stalls, why don't the doors go to the floor? What is with I want to see your feet in the bathroom?
Not sure.
Is that so you know there's someone in it?
Maybe.
I do think.
You could have a little airline turner that says it's
occupied.
Occupied.
Occupado.
But then you can't really meet people at the airport, if they went all the way to the floor. Like if you just wanted to kind of tap shoes, hypothetically, or rub your hand under the stall.
Like if you were an anti-gay Republican senator from like Montana and you had a wide stance in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like that.
Kind of like that.
And then
you feel really like
the idea that I want to do, but nobody wants to catch on to it. Is put a little window. Put a little window on the door so you can see.
Oh my goodness.
Peek in there. Oh yeah.
You ever that thing where you wonder if it's closed and you walk by and you see through the crack and you just see an eyeball looking right back at you? Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't understand all the short doors and the cracks where you can see in there. I don't understand that. But this guy, he's just trying to read the paper and drop a Duke. That's all he wants to do.
Right.
And those guys are coming in there causing trouble. So he's watching, and the whole time Arnold's like whistling. He's taking the longest piss ever, and he's just whistling to himself.
Do you remember what he said though? He's on the toilet. This poor guy, they cut to him, and he's like, I really wish they'd make some kind of, a yogurt that could help me to pass the, and you think, God, man, just if you could have held out a little longer, Jamie's got you.
She's got the cases of the shit that's going to help you shit.
Yeah. Now, this guy's so constipated, he's been calling his asshole Gandalf because it says, you shall not pass.
And this guy's just red-faced, veins bulging, trying to get this Duke out. And it's not working. And these guys aren't going to help. And so the second guy comes in, and this is the big Arnold-looking dude, big buff guy, has the green jacket like the one in Terminator. He even has the boots with the little buckle on him like he had in Terminator. That can't be by accident. So this
No.
big Arab Terminator comes in, and right when he's about to put the gun to the back of his head and blow his brains out at the urinal, he sees him, of course, and it's a cool shot because it's from behind. He moves to the side, and the guy shoots. You can see he hits the tile on the wall. So it was really cool the way they did it. And then now we get into the Arnold that we've grown to know and love. Now he's just whooping this dude's ass. The guy behind him takes a Uzi out. He's going to shoot him. He grabs his gun, puts it behind him, so it's the gun's upside down. Boom, boom, shoots the guy, spins around and shoots him like, I don't know, 2, 3. Like right there, you can see it's like backwards or upside down, blasts him, shoots him a few more times. Fucks this dude up. And then now he can concentrate on Arab Arnie here. And they just fucking go at it. You know, two titans. He does the classic, pulls the guy's jacket down, like halfway down his arm so he can't move him, headbutts him. I mean, these guys are just, you know, two titans going at it in the pisser. And he ends up getting the better of the guy, pulls the hand dryer off the wall, whacks him a few times. And then the most disgusting part is he takes him, you know, by the scruff of his neck and the seat of his pants. Oh, and takes out the straight razor, very scary. Right. He takes a swing, cuts his shirt, and then he gets him, boom, gets him down, and then takes him, the seat of his pants and the collar in the back of his shirt, and slams his head into the urinal. You hear that ping, like that head bouncing off of porcelain, and then puts his face in the urinal, and he flushes it and says, "Cool off."
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Like, yeah.
Cool off.
It's so unrealistic, though, man. Because if you have two guys attempting to fight in a flooding tiled floor, they're both dying because they're slipping and they're hitting the ground and they're dead. But I didn't know that there was an ideal sound effect for hitting someone in the head with a hand dryer, but there was, and I may have broke the tape rewinding and playing that a few times because it was beautiful.
It was, dude. He smacked him 2, 3 times with that thing. Lights out, and then you see him slamming this dude's head into the porcelain, you know, just fucking his whole face up. And then like he falls like the side of his face in the bottom of the urinal. Imagine waking up from unconsciousness with your face in the bottom of a hotel urinal. No,
don't worry, he ain't waking up. He's fucking.
Yeah, he's probably not. And if he does, he's not going to be the same as when he went to sleep.
Yeah.
Can we get a line reading here, Mr. Schwarzenegger?
Of course. This was a piss poor performance there.
Ooh, I like it.
Snap.
And there's like pubes and fingernails and shit, man. Urinals are so fucking gross. And to put not even like the inside the urinal, just that little lip around it that catches the pubes. Like that's on this dude's neck right here. Like, dude,
you know what I don't like?
Me.
You know what I think is disgusting that people are okay with in the bathroom? We're going to go there, folks. As everyone who knows me knows, I go to Las Vegas as often as possible. I like it.
Yeah.
Got a lot of nightclubs and bars. I'm not a nightclub guy, but I'll go to restaurants, all that. And on top of the urinals, there's a little shelf to put your beer or your drink.
Oh,
I am not drinking anything that I sat down in a bathroom. Thank you very much.
Just piss and pubes in the air and shit balls.
Oh,
yeah. No, man.
You're not bringing my drink in the bathroom. Get out of here.
Yeah.
We're not doing none of that. I saw an episode of Cops where the cops goes into this shitty dive bar and he goes in there and the cameraman pans around and you see a guy doing lines off the top of a urinal. Dude, why wouldn't you just do the lines out of a grown man's ass crack? It'd probably be clean.
Yeah.
But this dude's
if people are going to be putting their drinks on there, then I don't feel comfortable putting my donut on there.
Right.
You know, right before
my sandwich that I took out of the wrapper.
I just want to go to a urinal, and if there's some weirdo next to me, I just want to slide my hand into his back pocket, have a piss, and just leave. Right. Is that wrong? Is that now illegal?
Hey, where the fuck am I supposed to put my pizza?
Tammy with the science lesson. If you can smell it, you're actually breathing in the particles. Yes, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, you got
Nurse Tammy.
Your food.
We salute you.
What up,
That's
Tammy?
right.
That's so
keeping
gross,
us alive,
man.
Tammy.
Come on.
Why do they have a place to set your drink in the bathroom?
Ew!
Out of here. Get out of here.
Just let the first guy you come to, let him rub the helmet of his dick.
Did you guys, when you were a curious young man, Jericho Shunt, when you were a curious young man, did you ever buy a rubber at a gas station bathroom?
In a bathroom, no.
Oh.
No.
Remember
if you're in a pinch,
You put like 75 cents in it and you turn it.
Yeah, I've seen them at the drive-in. There's one at the drive-in, a big old condom dispenser in there. Speaking of drive-ins, the first time I went to a drive-in, they have these little like bumps here to keep people from going fast through there.
Right.
And they run across the screen. So you're looking at the screen and the bumps are going this way.
Okay.
So we're going, and I had a Camry at the time. It had the daytime running light. So whenever you turned it on, the headlights were on. Nothing you
The
could do.
DRLs, baby.
So I fucking come over this one hump. The car goes down and the light shine directly into this car. And you just see a guy facing us and these two legs up in the air like this.
Oh,
boy, getting it.
Wow.
He had a young, strong back. And so I'm like putting it in, I'm trying to fumble and turn the lights off. My bad, man. I didn't mean, So I turn the lights off and they go out there. He didn't miss a beat. Shout out to that guy. If you're watching, man, I'm proud of you.
God bless you.
Dude, you just brought back a memory for me. I was young and married. I was only like 20 years old at the time. I lived in an apartment in Poway, California, and I parked out front of the apartment. There was a row of parking out there that was like ramped up. So our headlights would be right into the windows of those apartments on that ground floor. Then. I got off my shift at Hewlett Packard at 11, so I'd get home at like 11:30. I pull up in my Toyota Corona. It was a 1979 Burgundy Corona. And it was summer, so it was hot. Headlights flood this apartment, and they had their window open with the box fan in the window to help cool up the room.
Yeah.
And I see a moonlit guy's butt and back and the lady's legs in the air.
Getting it.
He is, apparently he was doing push-ups or something. But when I lit up their room, it startled them both. So I see him turn around and like look at me, and she's like looking over his shoulder.
Don't look at me.
And I'm like just trying to turn the lights off. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not
like-
sitting
yeah,
here
it's like when-
jerking off. Don't worry.
Yeah, when you go to take out the trash and you see a possum. What's like,
That's how it was though. He's doing push-ups and he turns around like, "Well," and she's over his shoulder like, "What the hell?"
Huh? You should have been like, I'm not jerking off. I promise.
Oh.
Wow.
Come on, guys, I'm gonna turn off the light. Let me finish.
Come on, let me finish. Just a few more pumps.
You're like, whoa, don't mind me, you two.
Yeah, you guys are the one doing your push-ups in the window.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? But yeah, it was funny, man. That guy, he didn't miss a beat. He didn't slow down. He didn't stop. He did not care.
Bless him.
He just winked at you.
Oh
Go ahead,
my
man.
goodness.
Do your thing. Yeah, man. Public sex. What are you gonna do?
Oh man.
What are you gonna do?
Make a t-shirt of that.
Public sex. What are you gonna do?
Wait a minute.
We can
Guy
do-
from Red Bank, and that very same guy was me, Gabe. It really was doing push-ups. She was my trainer.
There you go.
I've wondered all these years. Okay.
Yeah, training that ass.
Training that fucking ass.
There it is.
Captain Corona says him and his girl back in the day having a fun time in a hotel, probably playing Monopoly or something. They found out the next day the curtains they thought were closed the night before were very transparent. Oops.
Whoopsie daisy.
Well,
That's right.
there you go.
Well, fucking, it's a hotel, man. Anything goes.
And Diesel, classy as all Raider fans, I would have smiled and waved you in for the tag.
Yeah.
So
But you want some?
leave it for the Raider fan.
You want some? So
I'm going to
there's
pass.
special kind of
I'll be
people.
like, that's all you, dog. That's all you.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, let me see. Let me see what you got. Yeah, it looks good.
Well,
When someone offers you food that disgusts you, you have to say no with grace.
No, you got to give it the smell test. You got. Let me see.
All
yeah,
right.
not
No, that's
having
all
it.
you, buddy. That's all you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I had forgotten all about that, lighting up those poor young couple's apartment with my headlights.
It's crazy.
You don't mean to.
Oh,
No,
no,
you-
I drove there every night and made sure I showed up.
It's just
Same at 11:30 every night.
Yeah.
Lit
hot
up.
beans.
You know why?
Yeah,
I'm
so
here?
I mean, I'm going to make the case that this man died in that toilet. I refuse to believe that after that level of damage that he endured and then having his face put in a toilet that he made it. It's rough.
Well, he was a huge Elvis fan, so he wanted to go on the toilet too. So
That's right. That poor old man waddling out with his pants around his ankles, dodging gunfire. It's terrible. Elder abuse.
Anyway.
There is the sand spider.
the sand spider. The sunspider has arrived.
What was crazy is that those weren't his pants that he had around his ankles. That was the crazy part. I don't know how he did it. But he must have tugged them off of the guy who had his face in the urinal.
That would have been even better if he had drugged the guy whose face in the urinal back into his stall and then just faded out. That old guy was terrifying. Oh,
right. So
man.
Arnold dispatches the first two goons that followed him in the bathroom. Then their boss comes in third, and he unloads with some sort of submachine gun. I didn't get a good look at. What is that, Jericho? Sean, either you know what that thing is?
It's an AK. It's just
it's an AK without the stock.
Short and chopped version, which would really be a pain in the ass to hold on to. Because I sent you guys, I actually texted you guys a video of me shooting an AK in Vegas. And those are enough to hold on to when it's full size with a stock and everything where you can hold on to it. That would be fucking, you'd be shooting that fucking thing.
That's kind of the way he shoots it though, too, doesn't he? Like he's kind of like it was shooting him. I think. Can you think of liquids you would like to fall in less than the puddles in a men's bathroom? What would you like to?
Nothing. That's the worst place to be. He's like, like there's so much shit and literally shit, piss, snot, boogers, pubes.
What about
toenails and shit? People? Oh my god.
I remember you ever go in a urinal and they're standing to pee, but then they have their pants down, like down to their knees or whatever, like their pants they didn't show me the zipper. I've seen like little boys are in there like with their dad, like you see a little a kid, I guess that would make
a grown up. I better not ever fucking
a grown up.
You know what?
I'm not even kidding. With the pants to the knees. Like, bro, what are you doing?
Dude.
Hell no.
Let me tell you something. This scene is a very disturbing scene on a lot of levels. But James Cameron is putting out a 4K of this, and this is actually true. They're putting out the 4K of this movie. And apparently this scene has a black light take they did.
Oh no.
And it is just I mean it was some hairy shit, and I mean that literally.
Wow. Yeah, at one point the entire screen just fluoresces like a light.
It's just it looks like Avatar. It's like some Pandora shit.
Yeah.
That's the worst place to be in the world, right there. On the floor of a public men's restroom. But I would guess that the women's is no better. Just
the women's is war zone. Women's bathrooms are worse than men's. Everyone knows.
Oh, they're evil as shit.
Fucking disgusting.
Brian McCormick. See, I'm not the only one. Brian McCormick has seen a grown man do that at work, pull his pants down to his knees at the urinal.
We don't work together anymore.
No, doesn't make any sense.
He also wears a helmet to eat soup.
Jeez, man.
The guy standing peeing with the pants on the knees is the same guy walking around naked in the locker room, like at the swim club or whatever. You know the guy that's naked for way too long in the locker room?
Yeah,
he's like, maybe I'll shave my beard, then I'll stretch my thigh muscles. It's like, hey, Caligula, put some pants on.
Yeah, there's other people in here, you fucking pervert.
Yeah. He's very close to the guy who ran around It's a Small World, and I'll leave it at that.
I saw that.
That was weird.
Say, what the fuck? But anyway,
my theory for that guy is, my theory for the naked guy at It's a Small World is, on the back of the package, you're only supposed to eat 1/8 of the weed brownie per day or whatever. And I think he ate the whole thing at once. That's my theory when you see people doing shit like that.
It was one of those turkey legs, I think.
I mean, the edibles, they can get out of control. I've seen them.
Okay.
I've seen people,
Sorry. Captain Huno's just gone too far.
Gone way too far.
When pooping, wipe sitting down or standing. Nope. We're not getting into that discussion. What are you talking about?
And you wipe back to front. You make sure you get all the shit on the back of your balls. That's how you get it.
Front to back and stop at the shoulder blades is what I always say.
No matter standing up or not, you always go back to front.
No, you turn around and put it to the bottom of the stall and let the gentleman next to you do the job.
Yeah, and then you return the favor.
No,
that's right.
We've got to get out of the bathroom scene. This is awful.
We're dying in here. We're dying in this bathroom.
That's why I keep my fingernails short.
Diesel, do you guys remember the guy that got virally famous about 15 years ago for pants on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. Do you remember that?
Beautiful.
What was that? That was it. He got famous for saying that. I don't know.
God bless him.
I
True
don't know.
patriot.
I remember that became like the mantra for the Minnesota Vikings playoff run that year when Brett Favre was their quarterback for a year. I remember Brett Favre and some of the players singing that in the locker room after a win, and it was like on the
Oh yeah.
So,
Pants on the ground. I remember that.
oh,
shit.
it was from American Idol. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Oh, the first 2 weeks when it's the worst performance you ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, and they always ask him. They always ask him, "Who told you could sing?" Oh, my mom. Like, oh, there you go. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There
And
you
again, another James Cameron favorite, Terminator reference, loves people jumping through windows.
Right.
Sand Spider tears through it.
go. As do
Arnold
I.
tears through it. And it's just, I mean, this was, gosh, I know these movies are incredibly difficult to make because James Cameron is a perfectionist, but I have to tell you, the fact that this starts with a foot chase and then turns into a freaking motorcycle and horse chase.
Right.
Inside.
Now,
And this is
Inside.
because this epitomizes big action cinema. Because it's visually it's dangerous and fast and they're racing, but psychologically the ideas are big. The ideas are crazy.
Yeah.
The ideas are bordering on comic booky. This is something you would do in a comic book, like, oh well, the one guy he's driving off on a dirt bike or a motorcycle, but the other guy's going to chase him on a horse. Like, oh, that's crazy. So yeah, but then they're going to go in a hotel on the horse, and then they're going to go up an elevator on the horse.
Yes.
Then he's going to jump
Shout
off
out
the
to the
skyscraper
horse.
onto another building on the dirt bike, and it's like, really, all with a horse and a dirt bike, huh? Like, it's awesome. What a great action scene, you know?
Yeah, we had an idea for how to make places for horses, to exist, and they were called roads.
Right.
One of the things in New England, we know this very well. You can tell from the way the streets are built, but I can guarantee you, never in our wildest dreams did we consider them when we were building glass elevators. So I want to give a shout out to this horse, this horse thespian, however they shot that, because that was a lot to ask of that animal.
It was, and he acknowledges that because he tells him, "Go down here, make sure you block off the street. I don't want him to double back and hurry because my horse is getting tired." And there's a couple scenes, a couple parts in this scene where he says sorry when he takes the horse. He's running down the street with a gun, and a cop on a horse is coming. He said, "I'm in pursuit of a suspect," and he like grabs the reins of the horse, and it stops. The guy flies off, and he hops on, and he turns around, sorry, and he takes off on the horse. And you could tell it's Arnold on a lot of those scenes of him riding the horse. Again, no CGI. So he's riding that horse through the park. The whole scene through the park is Arnold. And in here, you can see, even right here, you can tell it's not him. But I think it's probably because they were inside. There's a lot of things where he had to duck, going through doorways to where if he didn't, he'd get real fucked up because that horse was running at full speed. But outside and on the motorcycle, fucking Jihad Forehead, that's him on the motorcycle going through the park and the grass and shit. That's him. So there was some serious stunts being done by these guys. But when they get inside, this is, a la Blues Brothers, that scene where they're driving through the mall in that car, which is one of the coolest fucking scenes ever. And he goes, "There's a lot of room in this mall." But there's the scene when they get in the hotel, it just gets even more fantastical. Like they're running. There's a couple scenes where they're he goes by on the bike and the people are looking like, what the fuck? And then he comes by on the horse. It's those classic little comedy bits that you find in action movies to kind of lighten the mood a little bit. But can you go back to that one before this? Dude, look at that. His forehead had a separate birth. That forehead has its own social security number. That thing is Klingon. He looks like Gargamel, the cartoon. Remember the Smurfs? He looks like fucking Gargamel.
That's right. Oh, wow. Yeah.
But man, this chase scene through the hotel is so fucking cool. He gets he goes in the elevator with the woman, like points a gun at her, turn around. So she's all scared, looking, toward it's like a glass elevator, so she's looking outward. And then he gets in the elevator, sorry. And the people are like, "Oh, what a nice animal." Again, the little comedy beats in there. And then so he's out of the elevator, wham, the fucking Kawasaki or whatever he had. And they get
Wait a second. Is he the asshole who picked up Dana?
Did you pick up Dana? Did you pick up Dana? Even worse, a 35-year-old terrorist. I thought it was just an 18.
Dad, that's my boyfriend. You don't understand. Different movie.
Right.
It's not my
Dana, that's
suicide
illegal
vest.
on so many levels.
It's not my suicide vest, Dad. It's my boyfriend's. Give it to me. So he fucking again. Another. That's why I said at the top of the show, this movie could have been easily titled "Tropes," because when they're out of the elevator, what floor are they on? They're on the under construction floor, where there's just a bunch of aluminum beams everywhere. There's some fucking bags of concrete. There's nothing going on this floor because we need it to be empty. So they're on the under construction floor, and the dude takes a motorcycle, went off the side of the building across to another building where there's a swimming pool, lands dead center in the swimming pool. Boom. Great fucking stunt. Of course, it's not real, but it looked real the way they shot it.
It looked great.
And when he was getting farther away, flying through the air, you could tell it's a little CGI, but it's not like in your face. This looks like shit. They did it super fucking good. So he lands in the water. He's going to try it too. Arnold's going to try it. He backs the horse up. Fuck it, man. If Jihad Forehead can do it, so can we, Horsey. You ready? So he backs up.
I have a surprise for you guys. Surprise special guest. He's here all the way from Palmdale, California. Lenny the stunt horse.
Hello, what do you guys want to know?
Well, Lenny, when you were on top of this, first of all, Lenny,
peanut butter in his mouth.
This is one of the great scenes in Action Center from the 90s. So congratulations to you, Lenny. You did all your own stunts in this. It's fantastic. And, it was this or the Glue Factory, right? I'm kidding. That's offensive to your people. I'm sorry.
That's not funny.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I get nervous around horses sometimes. But so yeah, this was great. And then I didn't know that you did these stunts on the top of the building. What was it like to work with Arnold himself?
Oh well, it was pretty cool. But hey, have you guys seen my horse dick? It's huge. I got a big old horse dick.
I kind of wanted to focus on the stunts in the movie.
Guys, even when it's soft, it's a big old horse dick.
Does that any way relate to the movie at all, or?
Well, I'll answer all your questions about the movie. Just answer my question. Do you want to see it?
I'd prefer not to.
Oh man, you guys are no fun. Anyway, what are your questions about working with Arnold?
I got nothing.
I just wanted to know, were you, because in the early draft of the script, the horse jumps and makes it to the pool too, and then and you were all into it. You were going to try the stunt, but then you're the insurance company. But were you angry that they didn't let you jump from one building to the next? Do you think you could have made it to that pool with Arnold on your back?
Well, of course I would have made it, but the best part, you would have seen my dick flopping in the air.
They did a take of that shot, but he was not happy with the shrinkage. It's like I'm not.
Water's cold water.
Right. Okay. Okay. Was there anything we should know behind the scenes working with Mr. Fivehead and Arnold in this scene? Did anything funny happen when you got? Because I suppose you had to do a lot of takes. Anything funny that stood out to you?
The guy who on the motorcycle shit himself a few times because he was scared to do the stunt.
Okay. I'm sure he didn't want anyone to know that.
That's right. It's out there now.
Oh my goodness. All right, Lenny. Well, thank you for coming in and answering my questions and then sharing a lot about yourself. We really appreciate it. And is there anything you want people to know before we let you go?
I got a huge horse dick.
Okay, Lenny, the stunt horse, everyone. Lenny, all right. Oh, man. I don't know how we get these guests on this show. They're just fantastic.
Thanks for that, Sean.
We're lucky.
The walk.
Yeah, I know. I needed to add a little canter onto it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I try to be, I'm soon going to have a whole wall of things like my sticks section, my horse walking away section. Yeah, man, it's beautiful. And I have to say too, this is the point in the movie. There is a lot of ludicrous stuff in the movie, but this is actually purposeful comedy that makes you go, we're going to give you more comedy, but also say, look, we know what we just showed you was ridiculous. Right. The motorcycle jump to the swimming pool. we're not going to do it to you twice. Like, we're going to add some humor and make it great.
Yeah, he charges the horse at the edge of the building. The horse is like, hell no, when they get to the end. And so he flips off the horse, and he's hanging by the reins. And he calmly talks the horse into pulling him back on the building instead of having his guts explode onto Fifth Avenue. So
that is
narrowly
absolutely
escapes death.
Yep.
Look at, I thought it was a weird choice when he came out of the pool slow and flipped what was left of his hair back and kind of shook it. He had a little bit of a Phoebe Cates thing going on there from Fast
he opened up his top, and I was like, dude, close it. Now.
Close it was just his nipples were so hairy. It was distracting.
They were like dinner plates. I mean, they were his pecs, essentially. You know? I mean, it was...
Lucas Larry says he has hella shit on his mind. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lucas, you killed me with that, brother.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So he's not Phoebe Cates, but he did have a sexy scene coming out of the pool.
Yeah.
Anyway, he gets home at, call it 2 a.m. or whatever to his birthday party. His daughter's probably off gallivanting with her motorcycled boyfriend, her motorcycled Romeo. His hopeless housewife is here, being the faithful, well, not so faithful, I guess. She's got her secret paramour. But she's here keeping a stiff upper lip, trying to keep the domestic bliss going, the thin veneer of domestic bliss that he has with her.
Yeah, and she said too. By the way, guys, whatever your background, if this is your license photo, you're getting frisked. But the thing I'd also add, it's just a reality we all have to know. But if you go back one, here's the other thing about it. She's got a look on her face when she's sitting at the table with that cake that's like, thank you for making my decision I've been wrestling with so much easier. This is I am meeting Mr. Mustachio. It's on.
Right.
Period.
She's going to have a meeting with the used car salesman sooner rather than later.
That's right.
Yeah. So we're still, so they're still hammering the same problem for the character that Arnold has of he's leading the true lies. He's leading this double life. And his wife just doesn't know. She thinks he sells computers. And for some reason, he's always too busy for his family. Then the thing I love about, Runway. The thing I love about this image here, where they're profiling this Crimson Jihad guy, the leader of the terrorists. My favorite part of the description is nose, medium long.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something funny about that there. He's got.
There is, yeah. Did you have the next one where the guy's got medium rare? I was like, what the fuck is that about, man? But yeah, I mean, look, basically, if you tell, and this is the scary part, if you tell, artificial image making to conjure up an image of a terrorist caricature, you will get this photo right here.
How dare you, Diesel? He says, Gabe, you were in the movie? How dare you? How dare you?
Well, let me tell you something. If Gabe had a forehead this big, he'd be putting out like more ideas than you could even imagine. Inside of that forehead,
hold on.
There is, but you need another 5 inches of forehead, Gabe.
I'm going to try and impersonate this guy. Hold on a second. Let me turn off my green screen. No, go ahead. You can keep going. I just got to get my hair real messy. Hold on.
I just don't think you have the forehead for it, man. Look at his forehead to Gabe. You need to shave some of that hair off the top.
Let's see.
It's close.
Let's pull it out some more. I do have curly Arab hair like him, and I got a lot of hair.
Yeah, but you look more. You've got more of a Manson thing going in that scene than he does.
You gotta get.
You gotta have you need the forehead that you need this.
Okay, so we'll go like this. We'll cover it up a little bit. I don't know. You can't do it. And then get the cuckoo eyes. You gotta get the.
Yeah.
You gotta show the tops of your eyes.
Yeah, you got to be able to look through under your eyelids and see the back of your skull. You've got to be able to. Holy shit, man! Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe you have a point, Diesel. Maybe you have a little bit of a point.
By the way, they leave nationality blank, which I kind of like.
Under nationality, it should say "duh."
Under nationality, no, it should say, I consider myself a citizen of the world.
Oh, golly. Right.
He jumps the bike, does jazz hands, and disappears. It's beautiful.
Hold on, let me fix my background. 1 second. I really liked
Yeah,
Lenny.
man.
I thought Lenny was great.
Yeah.
I thought he was weird, but I thought he was great.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'll go with a Christmas background. I forgot all about
Yeah,
my Van Damme Christmas background that I have.
Gotta have it, man.
Jean-Claude
Gotta have
Van
it.
Damme.
Van Damme is the man. If
Right.
it wasn't for Van Damme, we would have never even started talking, man. It's the funniest thing in the world.
That is
Like your
true.
choice to put Van Damme up as your backdrop launched this madness. It's craziness.
Yeah, I don't know.
Such a-
I
it was
think
like-
a lot of
yeah.
people absolutely love Van Damme, and they just are afraid
yeah.
to admit it. They're afraid to let that side of them out, and I'm not. I'm proud of it.
I'm
very
not at all, dude. I am not afraid at all. I will have a serious Van Damme conversation. And I have to say this too. This is genius. And I know you love writing and you love story structure, and it shows in the stuff that you're doing, man. And this is the best part of it, is that the freaking guy who is trying to lure his wife away is pitching himself as a secret agent.
Delicious dichotomy right there. Delicious dichotomy.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. God bless.
Gabe, if I can figure it out, expect memes of that shot in your Instagram DMs at some point. Go for it. Go for it. This is our playground, guys. We're having fun here. That's all.
Hell yeah,
Name
we
of the
are.
game is having fun. Listen, do you when we do things like this, do you think we're doing anything but having a good time here? When we bring on Lenny, we bring on Barney. You missed it, Jericho. You missed
I had to
it.
fill up my water and piss.
All right.
Mm.
Well,
not the same. Don't do it.
I filled up my cup with my piss. Kill two birds.
There it is.
Diesel has made an accusation, and we want a judgment from you. Okay, so hold on.
Get the crazy eyes.
I got to get the crazy Arab hair going.
That's right.
Yeah,
I still feel like maybe you need to rub some coke into your eyes.
Yeah, I think we might have a maybe not a match, but you definitely be a person of interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
A person of interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd have to bring you in for some questions for sure.
Yeah.
Just saying we can be related. It's not. I'm not him. We might be related.
He looks like
John's got it. Arab Nick Nolte is what you were looking.
He looks like Jason Mantzoukas. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he does. He really does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's a hilarious fellow. Filthy, but
Yes.
still hilarious.
It's pretty funny.
So now they've got their
the monobrow. Yeah, I don't have that.
Right.
I don't have the monobrow. No, I sure don't. I haven't cut my hair in over a year, though. I think it's been just about a year. I think the last time I got a haircut was in July of like 22 or something like that. So my hair doesn't grow particularly fast, but this is about as long as I've ever had. I've never had long hair in my life. So, but I can now do like a ponytail, like a little man bun. Isn't that cute?
There it is.
So, but you put it on top. That's gonna be on top of your head if you want to be in full douche
No.
mode.
You have to grow it to the point where you can do the Seagal. And then I want you to go.
What do you think I'm doing?
Shoe polish beard. Like, I mean, I want it to stain your skin underneath
black.
the beard. That's right.
Fucking
Like,
jet black, fucking black
Yes.
that doesn't even occur in nature.
I
Yeah.
want it to be like it sucks in light and gravity. Like, it's just. Yeah.
Are you guys commenting on my hairstyle?
Yes, we are, sir. God bless
Do
you.
you have questions
Always.
about my? Do you have questions about my hair care routine? It was taught to me by my sensei when I was a young apprentice.
God bless you.
What are your
God
hair care
bless you.
routines? How do you manage your beard, Jericho? It's very nice.
Just like was it?
You want to hear a new jazz riff that I wrote?
Oh, you know what? We were just gonna get to the next scene, but after that, maybe after the next scene, we can.
Okay,
Some
because it's
riffs.
like a little bit of a rock jazz infusion. It's 17 and a half.
No, I'm
minutes long.
excited. I'm excited, but it's
Oh.
just your timing is.
Oh wow.
Not very.
Well, I
good.
felt like last week you weren't that excited about it, so
I was. It's just time. It is. You got sets. You got time marks to hit. We got to
I'm
be
busy.
out of here.
I'm busy too.
You
Down
know,
at the dojo.
I got another guy who uses the studio, so I got to be out of here at a certain time. It's a whole,
what does he
the
do?
whole
Maybe he would like to have me on to play my jazz riffs. What's
yeah,
his show?
you're free to come on after we're done and play all of your 17-minute songs. Actually, I think the guy's podcast is called Riffs, so you might fit in.
What?
Perfectly.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is he also a fan of Aikido and blues riffs and bear claws?
Yeah. It's actually called the Aikido Bear Claw riff.
Oh,
but all the riffs, and you might like this, all the riffs are at least 15 minutes. So
wow.
You have a 17-minute one.
Sounds like paradise.
Yeah.
Sounds like paradise.
For some, yes. For others, it's hell.
How many bear claws do you think you would eat? Like, say you were really hungry.
Maybe 2 or 3.
What if they were like the almond? They have the cinnamon glaze in like inside.
Okay, 4.
Guys, let me tell you something.
All right, I gotta go practice my jazz. Namaste.
Namaste, my brother. Let me say this. You guys are not getting out of our streams. We're going to drop food stories that will make you go get that bear claw that you know you shouldn't. It's going to happen.
Chrome's going to eat a baker's dozen of bear claws.
God bless you, Chrome. Bow to you. Well done.
Oh my gosh, Captain Haruno, I got to bring it back just for this, but then we'll move on. I love that people write dialogue for me.
My band is Seagull and the Bear Claws. But listen to this. It's just me and a box of donuts.
You might be onto something, guys.
God.
For every bear claw I eat, I'll play a new jazz riff. You like that?
Oh, that's going to be a lot of riffs, man.
I feel like my next movie is going to be about like a masterless samurai who wanders the countryside playing jazz riffs to earn bear claws from a widow.
Who will work for bear claws.
Right. That's the working title. How did you know?
I don't know, man.
I
just felt right.
Well, it was that or will riff for bear claws. What do you like better?
Yeah.
Riff for bear claws.
We'll riff for the claw.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man. You ever get so much bear claw glaze on your fingers it's hard to play your jazz guitar?
Never. I can't say that I have.
It happens to me all the time. I'm not sure what to do.
God.
Anybody
I tried
crushing
licking my fingers, but it just makes it worse.
Yeah, but that just turns it on and you start licking your fingers.
Right. So now my fingers and my guitar are all sticky.
Seagal problems.
That's right.
I know.
Well, got to stay focused. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Namaste.
Oh, thanks, man. He's so centered.
Man.
He's so zen.
Yeah.
So zen.
Seagal and the bear claws.
The more you talk about Seagal, the more I want to watch that scene with you guys or discuss that scene with Seagal and Machete. I feel like it's got to be done at some point. Yep.
Our great friend Brandon, all the way from Dallas, Texas. All my exes leaving Texas. You know, Brandon's got a belt buckle the size of a toilet seat. You know that? Yeah. He likes the Dallas Cowboys, which is very sad.
We all make mistakes.
Right. And he goes to Buc-ee's. So that's in his favor. That's in the plus column.
That's
Buc-ee's
right.
is the greatest gas stop in the world. So, yeah.
Good old Brandon.
Good old Brandon. He is, I don't know his exact title, but he's a bigwig over at Eric July's Amazing Rippaverse, who I'm doing a lot of great work for. A lot of
Wait,
things.
he's a big wig or he wears a big wig? I didn't hear what you said.
It's in Texas. They wear those giant hats down there in Texas, you know?
Okay, so you obviously have to have a giant wig to go with it. All right, I get it.
Oh, look at this. Jared.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to hear shit. Wow, he's fucking challenged.
Why would you say something like that?
Oh, and then he comes and he gives me my flowers. Great work from Gabe. Doesn't want to hear shit from Jericho. Look at that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he's saying that, Jericho, but if I could float out a theory, I'm going to say racism.
Well, you know what? Brandon, Brandon, that makes sense because I don't want to hear shit from you either.
Damn.
Sorry ass Cowboys who beat up on shitty teams. And it's going to, you guys, they might get past the Seahawks tomorrow, maybe. But man, them girls got a tough schedule coming up, and I don't think they're going to make it.
Whew.
I don't. There's gonna be a lot of videos flying around of Cowboys fans smashing their TVs and shit coming up. I can't wait.
We'll see. We'll see. But thank you for joining us, Brandon. Yeah.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Let's go, Brandon, as they say. I bet he's never heard that one.
There it is.
Let's see. Typical cowgirl anger. See, we're getting into football smack.
Yeah, man.
Wow. Football smack.
Listen, guys, don't fight amongst yourselves. Don't do
They know what's up. They know if they got to play a good team, it's over. It's a fucking L.
Anyway, moving on. Now, at this point, he had the whole chasing Crimson Jihad. He almost fell off the building. He makes his way back to Toronto, but he hasn't found out about his wife.
No, well, he heard her because remember when she's in the office and her homegirl with the big shoulder pad says your mystery man called. He was coming to pick her up.
Lunch. He was
coming to pick her up for lunch, and he heard her say that, and he turned his back, so she walked by him and didn't even notice him. So he knows that she's doing something. She's fucking around with somebody. So then he taps Tom Arnold to tap her phone, and he's in her phone lines, and he's all tap my house phone, her work line, and all that shit. He's like, we can't do that. That's a federal offense. And he slams him up against the wall, and he's like, we do that shit 20 times a day. Fucking make it happen. So he taps her phone, and so he brings her purse outside, gives it to
left
Tom
out the
Arnold.
response. He slams up against the wall, and he's like, okay. like, come on, fuck.
Right. And that you get that funny scene where Arnold finds out that his wife may have a boyfriend, and Tom Arnold tells him, first time or whatever. He's downplaying it. But I don't think he's trying to mock Arnold. I think he's trying to cheer him up or whatever.
Yeah, he's just saying, hey, man. And he says, stop trying to cheer me up. He's all pissed off because Tom Arnold's waiting outside in the driving rain. He opens the window, throws her purse down, takes her purse into the van, starts putting all these listening devices and trackers and shit and her lipstick and all that. And so he goes outside. He's I'm gonna take the dog for a walk. And he goes outside with the little dog, and he yanks the dog and shit. He's pissed off. So he's walking across the street, and the camera's down on the ground with the dog following him, and he fucking yanks the dog. And he goes and tells him, he's like, so blah blah blah, and he's like, give me the purse. He's not having it. He's pissed off. So he tells him, I did this and did that, and he just slams the door, puts the fucking purse under his jacket so it doesn't get wet, slams the door, goes back in the house and gives it to her. So then now next day she's out with the secret spy guy.
Right.
Played beautifully.
And now he's starting to listen in and see what the fuck's going on. So he sees who he is, and so he follows him and he realizes that he works at a used car dealership. So he's
right, because at first they're listening in. They're listening in and he's a spy. He's a spook like us, and he's telling her about his secret mission. He's all, you've got to take this briefcase. There's no time, and he's that's how he's leading on this poor, frustrated, bored housewife by pretending to be a spy. And they think for a minute he might be a spy too, but then he's probably full of shit. And you said, Jericho, they follow him, and he works at a used car dealership.
Yeah. But here in this scene, he slides her a newspaper and she grabs it all secretive. He's like, see that what happened in downtown last night? She reads it. That was you. And then they're listening hey, that was this guy's full of shit. So they still think he's a spook, but they think he's full of shit. And so then he follows him, and then he gets out. And the next scene, he's riding around. And I don't know what year that vet is, but it's fucking nice. I like old Corvettes.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
They lost me in the 70s with the Stingrays, but all the before and after, I like the vets. So he's riding around taking it for a test drive, and the whole time he's bragging, oh man, I got these housewives, they want me, they just want a little excitement, their husbands are never there, they're not hitting it, so they just want some excitement.
Gotta say,
I provide that for them.
What he's like, what about their husbands? He's like, dickless. It's like, oh god. Oh, Bill.
And he has food in his mouth and shit.
Right.
He's like, what about the husbands?
He's so great. I think it's the whole movie's filled with great performances, but this is one of the great performances where he's such a scummy guy. He sells used cars and rips off customers, but then he bags so many he goes after married women is the implication. So he's not just sleeping around like a dog. He's intentionally a home wrecker.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
And then he's talking to Arnold about going after married women, not knowing that Arnold knows what he's up to with his wife. You know what I mean? So that's why that line is, what about the husbands? He's all dickless. And how does Arnold not kill him on the spot?
But he leans in when he asks him. He says, what about the husbands? Dickless. He gets up in his face. Dickless. Fuck them. He's like, ha ha, yeah, losers. he's like, yeah, fuck these guys. You know, they're not doing anything. So I come in, you know, I give them what they're missing and all this shit. I got them lined up. And so on the way back after they're eating, Arnold's driving. He let him test drive, and he's like, hey, man, keep it under 90. Still making the payments on this thing. And so he tells him, he's like, what are you working on now? Oh, I got this one lined up, you know, hotline number. She'd be so hot. She fixed herself up. What does she do for work? She's like a legal assistant or something like that. So now he knows for sure he's talking about his wife. He fucking tells her, oh, man. What she say? Something about her tits. And then he says, and now this is Bill Paxton saying this. He goes, she's got that ass of a 10-year-old boy. I was like, ew, what the fuck?
Yeah, like what is that line?
At the time, that line totally went over my head. I knew what he meant, but I didn't see the disgusting nature. And then when he says that, he fucking has a daydream that he's fucking just goes, boom, and blasts his full in his face and just shatters his nose. And he's all passed out with blood everywhere. And then it zooms out and he's like, ha, 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 ha. And he's awake and laughing. And you realize, oh, it was just a daydream. Because you think watching the movie that he just fucking blasted this fool.
Yeah.
But then the scene comes back in and it's like zooming out. And he's like, ha, ha, ha. And you see he's still awake. Like, oh, he was just dreaming that shit. But that's one of my favorite parts of the movie. You know, 2 out of my 3 favorite parts of this movie have Bill Paxton in it. And this is one of them where he just fucking smashes his fool's face.
Look, and we were talking about, you know, things that you don't know how long you'll have them for. I miss Bill Paxton every time I see him in something. Mm-hmm. And that dude should be with us. Fucking malpractice.
Yeah, he died really young. Do we know what happened?
He died in a surgery for botched ass, some shit he had to have done. And it was depressing, man. But Bill Paxton is a legend, man. He's such a great actor. Terrific guy.
And it was kind of a routine surgery. It wasn't anything crazy. He got like some kind of infection or something afterwards and he died. It was pretty fucked up. But man, he's great. The scumbag he plays, but when he fucking, dreams about hitting that dude in the face, that's one of my favorite parts because that's what he wanted to do. That's what any man would want to do. If this other dude is telling you about what he's going to do to your wife and what he tells your wife, dude, you'd want to fuck that dude up. But, he really didn't. I mean, so now he's been following her. He saw them at lunch together. He hung out with the fucking dude. So now he knows, and he's at the table. So you had a very exciting night last night, didn't you? She's like, oh, my flat tire? Oh, yeah, it was nothing, and blah, blah, blah. And she's talking about, so what happened? Oh, blah, 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 blah. She's telling this lie, and he's just fucking scowling, and it zooms in on his face. And you see his jaw muscles flexing and shit. And then it just comes out of him, and he's like, so, and he asks her a question. Kind of like the scene before where you imagine blasting that dude in his face, and it ended up being just a dream. But it
was all of our dream.
Yeah, really. I was dreaming that for him. And
seriously.
But he's basically allowing her to weave a web of lies. But looking at this scene, you realize he was doing the same thing in the beginning. So how was the convention? Oh, computer pods, and blah, blah. When he wasn't telling the truth either. He was halfway around the world doing the tango with Tia Carrera. So
right.
They're both doing some lying. And that little shit at the table who stole from his buddy and rode off with a fucking 18-year-old. I still haven't forgot about that.
Yep. And he's realizing that in a lot of ways, I think the thing that was interesting about it is that he's sitting there thinking, I've got all this shit figured out, like no one's aware. And he's realizing, oh, they've got all this other shit going on because the door swings both ways, as Bill Paxton would say in Predator 2.
That's right.
Rest in peace.
Good in that one, too.
Right.
Yep.
But he's
so what?
And
he calls her in the middle of dinner, right?
Yeah, I used to have. Well, I think he calls in the middle of dinner after a bit of a plot twist. I think later on is when she gets the call. Was it right now? Did he call? Yeah, I think he called her right now. That's when he's talking to her.
Yeah, and he's like, "I need you to meet me right now." He's trying to bag her right now.
That gun that he has is a BB gun. I used to have that. So they were watching. I was like, "Oh shit, that's mine." You can see at the bottom like the little CO2 thing that you screw in. That's a fucking BB gun. But yeah, he tells her he has to meet her right now. He can't wait, and so she leaves her family after dinner to go sneaking around with this fucking pervert mustache son of a bitch. And so they meet up. He hops in the same, convertible vet that he drove her husband around in earlier that day, unknowingly. and takes her to his house or his hideout, which is a fucking trailer.
Yeah, it's no, it's laying low, right?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be too,
she takes off with him, and remember, all the power of the spy agency, Arnold and Tom Arnold, and they're going after him with helicopters, and they're trailing him in cars, and they don't know they're being followed, Bill Paxton and the wife. Yeah. And he's like, "Get down, they can't see you," and he shoves her head into his crotch, So the spy right here, they tell Arnold, they were like, I don't know, she's got her head in his crotch, man, and they're driving this Corvette, so it looks terrible.
You know what that means?
It's great. He's like, he goes, she seems to have her head in her lap, and then they go to the copter. Can you verify? And he's like, yeah, she's got her head in his lap, all right. Yahoo is what he says. The helicopter pilot. Yeah, Chrome got it. He's like, Yahoo.
Because they don't know that that's his wife either. They just think it's just somebody that they're following. So just him and Tom Arnold know that that's his wife. What's this nonsense? What did Brandon say?
Brandon's messing with you. He wants some more. He wants some more action from you.
I don't have no damn kidney stones.
Yeah, I didn't understand the comment. I thought it was an inside joke, is why I put it up there.
I don't know fucking kidney stones. I have my kidney stones. I use them as BBs to shoot kids as they pass by on bikes. You chase the kids on their bikes. Yeah, come here. Dude, when you get around the corner, you got to ride fast past old man Brandon's house. He's a pervert. He always comes out with no pants.
There you go.
Weirdo.
Well, who knows?
Brandon hands out candy when it's not Halloween. Fucking weirdo. Come on, stick your hand in the candy bowl. He cuts out the bottom and puts his dick through. That's
they do it
how
different.
You guys do in Texas? Everything's bigger in Texas. Even the perverts are bigger in Texas.
Oh,
wow.
John gives us the car. It's a 59 Chevy Corvette C1.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Love that car.
It's gorge.
Love it. So he thinks she's down in his lap, giving him some neck service.
Right.
Which is gonna make you upset.
But she's not. When he shoves her head down, she's like, "Goo."
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He just looks like. Can you go back to that one, to the last one in the car?
Yeah.
That all he knows is that she's down in his lap, doing what Brandon probably did to get his job.
Hey now, that's fighting dirty.
Wait, is Mike still on? My bad. I thought I turned it off. You do what you got to do.
So he takes her back too. He tells her,
that's
safe
that's
house.
That's Brandon's ringtone. Oh, you better answer that.
Let me say this: the fact that the glasses are plastic, and when they hit it goes clunk, is the greatest thing.
This dude is shit on every level.
Right,
every level. This dude is garbage.
Oh God!
What?
It's so terrible.
Oh man, yeah. It's but she's doing the wrong thing. She's
right.
Not right. She shouldn't be there. Even if they sit down on the opposite end of the couch and read the phone book to each other, you've already gone too far. You are alone with another man you're not married with, consuming alcohol in his house.
And I like how when he pulls up to the trailer park, he tells her, the city's too dangerous. He's being followed. And we got this. We'll stay here at my safe house. Like he's trying to pretend this is like an extra safe house. And he says, yeah, the penthouse is too dangerous right now or something. He tells her something like that.
The penthouse flat is too dangerous. We gotta lay low in the trailer park.
Right.
But she doesn't know any better. So yeah, she's eating this shit up just like he wants her to. And he's telling her that she looks and sees that underneath this paper, there's 2 tickets to Paris, and we got to go here, and I need you to act like you're my wife, and it has to look like we're intimate with each other because the bad guys can spot a fake a mile away, and that can get us killed. So kind of let's do a practice run here and fuck in my house just to make sure we got the
scumbag, dude.
We got the intimacy.
In order to get their cover correct, they need to fornicate here.
Yeah.
Guys,
because it has to be real. It has to really seem like they are a couple. So
look, the fact of the matter is, when I look at the Bill Paxton character, what makes him compelling is the fact that there are things that we can all relate to, about this character. Like, for example, I can't relate to his mustache, but everything else in terms of wooing a lady, spot on. Am I right?
Description, yes.
plastic glasses, claiming to be a spy, saying we have to go undercover. I've used all those moves, and I've been married now for 24 years.
It works. What he's trying to say, guys, is it works.
It works. Yeah, it's the sound of magic.
But you can tell she doesn't want to go too far. She doesn't want to do this. She thinks she thought she did it first. She thought she wanted this, but if this is the price to pay, she doesn't want it. And so he starts to kiss her. He's like, just let yourself go. Takes her glasses off. Just let yourself go. And starts kissing on her. And he's, necking, all up in here. And she's like, no, stop. No. He's like, oh, come on, just go with it. And so she ends up throwing him off like, no, I don't want to do it. And when she does that, that's when the lights go out, the helicopter outside, and then they cut the end of his trailer off. Like the last 6 feet of his trailer, they just cut it off.
Come on now.
It falls. And now there's like a gaping hole. It's like an open-ended trailer. And so now the whole end of the trailer fell off. They come rushing in. The wind of the helicopter, the lights. He's scared. He turns around and falls in between her legs. So now it looks like
she's kicking. Like for starters, right? You got to understand, guys.
This is what I saw when I drove up to my apartment.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, headlights, legs in the air, woman looking over the shoulder, guy looking back.
Only he was smiling and winking. But this is the thing, right? Is that this is what makes this so great. You're going to see a sequence involving, a bed frame that's coming up. But I want to point this out while we're in this sequence for a little bit of context. This is incredible physical comedy, what those two did. And this was not, I'm sure they did a bunch of different takes and things like that. Bill Paxton, Jamie Lee Curtis, crushed it. Her nervousness when he touches her leg and she's this little whisper, sorry. He's like, that kind of thing could get us killed. Yeah. Like, it is fucking brilliant. And then look at his eyes in this shot. It is excellent.
And it zooms. The camera's zooming into him. It's going from Bill Paxton's face screaming to it zooms in on him because all he sees is this guy between his wife's legs. And apparently, according to this movie, in this scene, fellas, all you have to do is go, and fall toward a lady, and she will open her legs, and you will fall in between her legs right where you want to be.
They're both fully closed. They weren't actually doing anything, but it looks about as bad as it can look when.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. And he's not taking any time to say, whoa, were you guys actually doing it? No,
let me guys between your wife's legs. Let me hear your side of the story here.
Two sides to every story. No, he sees this guy between his wife's legs. That's all he needs to see. That's all any of us would need to fucking see. So he goes over, grabs the dude, fucking like puts a bag over his head, and he takes him outside, slams him on the hood of the car, puts a bag over his head, zip ties his hands.
There you go.
Out of here. And dude, he's ready to kill. He's ready to skin this dude alive with his bare hands. Just start from the top and yank this dude's skin off. So they take him out, they take her out, and she's like, hey, and she turns around and knees one of his guys in the balls. So she takes off running, feisty little thing. And she takes off running, and then one of the guys comes up behind her and hits her with the butt of an MP5 in the back of the head. She's like, oh. And then Arnold runs up and fucking knocks him out because, that's my wife. But these guys don't know, but he does. Like, you just hit my wife in the back of the head with a gun. So he fucking, sleeps one of the guy who hit her and then throws them both in the back of the van. And when they're putting him in the back of the van, and my bad, he doesn't put a thing over his head, not yet, a bag over his head. But when he's putting him in the back of the van, both of them, he's going, take her. You're another layer of asshole on this dude. You're telling him to take the woman, you fucking bitch. Oh, man.
Beautiful shots in this scene, though. And we may have all been there, but Tom Arnold's, and Mike Likes Tacos has got it, sad waddle, having been kicked in the fucking nuts.
Right.
And he's just waddles into frame and he's like, fuck. It's just Phil. It's like Tom Arnold made it happen. It was beautiful. Yeah.
And in reality, do you take that kind of nut shot? You give him a straight knee nut shot. You're gonna be down for the count for a couple of minutes at least. But for the sake of Hollywood, sped it up. He's able to walk. Right. But yeah, man, when he's putting her in the fucking van, putting them both in the van, take her. I was like, you fucking chump.
Oh my god.
But they do. They take them to a facility. They put her in a room with a two-way mirror, and then she's like looking around and shit. And here comes this altered voice: "Sit down, sit down."
Yep.
And she sits on a stool, and they start interviewing her. And he says, "Tell me about your husband." "Oh, he's a good man," and all this kind of stuff. And they ask her, "Well, then why are you with this guy?" "Oh, I don't know. I was chasing this dream or whatever, and he was going to take me to Paris." "And well, why did you agree to go?" She's like, "I don't know." And he's seeing that she's really a good woman and she didn't do anything. It's just, and he has to share some fault in that. Of course, I'm not justifying her running off with another man or being in his trailer, but he led her to that. He's never home. There's a scene earlier in the movie. They're both getting ready for work. And she says, "Oh, yeah, the plumber came and said that he has to drill under a slab or something like that. He said it's going to cost $600. And for a second, I was like, oh, mid-90s prices. $600?
Right.
Ain't shit.
Yep.
So he goes, okay, that's fine. She's like, what do you mean? That's extortion. What did you say to him? She's all, I told him I'd sleep with him and he'd take off $100. Oh, that's smart. And he gives her a kiss and leaves. So he shows, even when he's there, he's not even listening to her. Because I'm sure any man your wife said, even if obviously she's joking, but that would make your ears perk up. You'd be like, oh, well, shut up.
You'd hope.
You'd respond. You wouldn't totally ignore it, but he did. So he's not there for her. He's not meeting her needs. So of course she's gonna have a wandering eye. But fortunately she didn't act on it. She's a good woman. And Tom Arnold keeps chiming in. Well, what are you fucking with him for? And he keeps telling, dude, shut up. I got this. And so he fucking finishes interviewing, and she gets mad. She doesn't want to answer these questions. She picks up the stool, starts smashing the two-way mirror. Fucking let me out of here. Let me out. Like she's a firecracker. First she knees him in the balls, breaking the window. She's crazy. And so he has an idea that she tells him, she's like, I just want to be loved. I just want him to pay attention to me and all this shit. So he has an idea. But first, they got to deal with fucking, hot dog eating pervert mustache used car salesman. They got to deal with him. So the next scene, again, like I said, two of my three favorite scenes out of this movie got Bill Paxton in it. So the next scene, they fucking take the hood off of his head that they put over his eyes and shit. And he's standing at the edge of a fucking dam, like hundreds of feet down. He's like, oh, he's screaming like, oh, what the fuck? And he's in his wife beater and his boxers and his underwear. They strip this motherfucker down. And they still have their ski masks on so we can't see him. And he's all, please let me go. I've never seen you guys. I didn't even see your faces. And he pulls it off. Oh, I didn't see nothing. Oh, God, please, no. And then he kind of looks. He's like, oh, it's you. He recognizes him from earlier in the day driving the car. Oh, it's you, man. Oh, please let me go. And he goes,
can I still interest you in that Corvette? Come on, dude.
Come on.
By the way, side note, did you hear me say take the girl?
Yeah, dude, just a bitch. So he's telling him, they're like, no, we've been following you for a long time. It's over. We're on to you now. No, I'm not a spy, dude. I'm fucking pathetic. I have to lie to get laid, man. He's like, got a little dick. It's pathetic. Oh, God. And he looks down. And
I've got to lie to get laid, and I don't score much. I got a little dick. It's pathetic. Like, everything comes out of this man.
And then he
like,
starts peeing. He just starts
like, what pity himself.
And they look at each other like, fuck, I think he's telling the truth. God.
They're like, he's going to probably jump off this dam anyway.
Dude, if they would have told him to jump, he would have jumped. This dude is just the biggest crybaby bitch you've ever seen in your life. Just a fucking spineless, worthless shell of a man. Yeah, you're right, Fat Samurai. Great actor, though. Fucking great. And so, exactly. Yeah. I think Bill Paxton went to the Dookie School of Acting from No Holds Barred because it was the same kind of just quizzling little weak Dookie.
Dude.
Same kind of thing. And so the funniest part of this whole movie is they say, man, he goes, Arnold says, man, get the fuck out of here. And he goes, no, as soon as I turn my back, you guys are going to shoot me. And he just like shrugged, get the fuck off me, man. And he's walking away and they're walking in front of him. And he turns around. He's all, that's it. You're going to let me go. And then Tom Arnold pulls his fucking gun and shoots like 6 rounds at his feet. Get lost, dipshit. Boom, 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 boom.
Get lost, dipshit. And let me say this too, guys. If there's a double impact Legends wall of people who are missed and actors who've contributed so much to this genre, Bill Paxton, in my book, is number 1 on that wall. because when I see all of the great movies, and he starred in some things for sure. He had his moment in the sun, but he was such an amazing supporting actor and character actor for movies. And we know everybody else has got their face on the walls and things like that, but he's one of those actors you want to make sure people never fucking forget this dude, because he is fucking classic. Everything he did, fucking great.
Dude, he's probably what, 4th billing on this movie, 5th maybe.
Yep.
Fucking star, man. I'm telling you, this scene right here is one of the funniest scenes ever. He said, "Get lost, dipshit." Boom, boom. Just shoots a bunch of rounds at his feet, and they leave him. He don't know where the fuck he's at. They just leave him in the middle of nowhere at this dam, and they just fucking take off. But I think, dude, you guys have got to draw some kind of double impact action movie collage with like scenes like this, with Bill Paxton crying like that, Arnold, like just, man, this guy deserves to be just put in some artwork and immortalized.
He does.
Artwork.
You're right,
you guys, because this kind of shit, pictures like that would be fucking awesome. And if you know, you would, if you look at that, you'd have to know that's Bill Paxton from, True Lies or whatever. But man, what a great actor, and what a loss.
Timmy.
What a loss.
May as well left him with a turbo wedgie. Yeah, he got
a little dick, and it's pathetic.
And when they were interrogating the wife with the altered voice and the one-way mirror, they told her she had to work for them. She had to go undercover. They were going to give her instructions, and she's going to have to go undercover as an escort at this fancy hotel to entrap and place a bug on a phone of a suspected arms dealer. That's what she thinks she's going to go do.
And he tells them your code names are Boris, and she goes, "And Natasha? No, Doris." Boris and Doris.
Which is somehow stupider than Boris and Natasha.
Yeah, why did you go Boris and Natasha? But I guess he wanted to feel stupid a little bit.
And we got to get to that point where they've got the in-house Frenchman who's recording dialogue.
You don't have one of those?
Going, what are you talking about? I thought everyone did.
You don't have an in-house Frenchman?
Yeah, he's not in the shower right now. And the thing is that when we were watching this, is that what was so amazing is they have him and he's like, oh, no, do it. Turn around. And then he's like, "Who wrote this shit, Terry? It's me." I fucking love that dude. Yep.
Who wrote this shit?
Who wrote this shit, Terry? It is mail.
But it's
slowly.
Do it slowly.
It's part of his plan, to rekindle the romance, to woo his wife again and get her back and show that, I need to do better. I need to be there for you as much as I need you to be here for me. So he's planning this whole super romantic, and he tells her, and when the next scene where she's on the phone, they're at dinner, and that's when he's asked, "Oh, how was your night last night? Must have been pretty exciting." "Oh yeah, blah blah blah. I had to take some papers, right? And I went to down there, but they were out of it. So I went up to the next floor, and it was 728, but it needed to be the 729. So then, all she's weaving this web of bullshit, and he knows it's bullshit. So then she gets the phone call, and she picks it up. Hello. Is this what's her fucking name? I can't remember. Is this so and so? And she's like, Doris. Yes. And she goes around the corner. Yes. And he tells her, "You need to go to this hotel and blah blah blah." And he tells her, "Dress sexy." What? Dress sexy. And then fucking hangs up the phone. So now she has in 1 hour, just to be there in 1 hour. Yeah. So now she has to come up with some bullshit story. She has a little chip. "I'll go to the front desk and ask for a package for Doris," and all this shit. So, and so she goes in and she has the dress on, and it has like these lace sleeves. She looks like a fucking.
It looks terrible. It looks
prom dress.
If one of the members of Little House on the Prairie was going to go to a barn raising, that's what she was fucking dressed like. So she passes the mirror. She's like, "Oh, I look like shit." Rips the sleeves off, so now it's a sleeveless dress. Rips the little lace shit around from the bottom, so now it's just short, form-fitting, booby dress. Because all this was covered by the lace, but she ripped that off, so now them titties are out. And so she, there it is right there. And so there's some flowers there. She pulls the flowers out of there, takes the water, slicks her hair back. She looks good. Jamie Lee Curtis, she's looking good.
Looking good.
And she goes into the room, and now she's in her role. She's like, she's taking it serious. And he's like, "Take off your clothes," and all this shit. So she strips down. "Hey, I'm not mad at that. All right. I'm not mad at what I'm seeing right now. But
It's
he's
really
kind of in the
funny
shadows.
because it's really funny because her whole character is the frumpy, like housewife who's given up on ever being sexy again. And he has her stripping, and it's Arnold playing the voice recorder of the French agent who recorded the sexy directions. And she kind of can't dance. She's a little like a baby giraffe, just kind of flailing around. And he has her posing contrapposto, but it looks funny and crooked. And there's a point where she's grabbing the corner of that 4-post bed and she's trying to swing around it all sexy, and she just like falls on the floor.
Yeah.
So this is great physical comedy here too, where she's trying to be seductive, and it's working and not working. It's half working. So,
but for him, it's working. Just seeing her, put that effort into it and dress sexy like that. And I'm sorry, but he told her you have an hour to be there. So she didn't go to a store. So that means she has that little black number, that little panty and bra combo at the house. So you got that at the house looking like that. And you're not, what's your problem, Arnold?
Yeah. Well, hold on.
Harry,
what's
what
Arnold's problem? Why aren't you home more, buddy?
You run a black light over her, all you're going to see is my handprints. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So he fucking come on.
Oh my God. Listen, Jericho, that was a beautiful moment. And I want us to stop to appreciate it. You run a black light over that lady, and all you're going to see are my
fucking handprints. And can you leave tongue prints? Because those would be there too. And you're a woman, period. It's not even about how your woman looks. If that's your woman and that's your wife, it's going to be like that regardless. But come on now. You're not all over that when you come back home. You don't come home more often for that, man.
Right.
You're tripping. So he's in the shadows, so she can't see his face. His head's kind of down. She can't see that it's him, and he has that recorder, and he's telling her, no, do it slowly, do it sexy. And so she starts getting into it. She finds her groove, and she starts, pole down. They got the little fucking, pour some sugar on, man, like some of that rock strip music. She's doing her thing.
Yep.
And the part
even have a buffet show up.
Right.
Wings.
Dimly lit.
It's that businessman's buffet in the middle of the day,
Yeah, because you always want to get your food under low light when you can't see it very well. So, but yeah, she starts dancing and stuff and gets into it. And so he approaches her. He's going to take it to the next level. But as far as she knows, this is some dude that I don't know. So I think she ends up taking
claims a lot of this was a body double. Well, she still looks good when we can see her face and body, though.
Yeah, that's. I don't know why they didn't use her.
Well, maybe she literally couldn't do any of the acrobatic, the dancing. Maybe she just
might not be able to dance. That'll be it.
She's like, I can stand here with my hands in front of my crotch, but she gets into it, starts doing her dance, and so they somehow end up on the bed, and she grabs the phone like it was
right. He goes to kiss her and like probably reveal it's me, your husband, all along. She still thinks it's the arms dealer, and she doesn't want to kiss the arms dealer.
Yeah.
So
I want to see Arnold go to arguing with the guys. Why do I need a tape recorder? I can do accents. And they're like, no, motherfucker, no. You can't.
Sexy.
I'm totally not Harry.
It's not me. So, no, it's not going to work, Arnold. We're going to have to bring in a French guy.
Oh, fuck.
And so he's about to kiss her, and he's going to tell her, hey, it's me. And hopefully it turns into a night of passion. Maybe Dana's going to get a little sibling out of this. And she grabs that rotary phone and fucking bam, cracks his head with it. Scrambles his fucking eggs instantly. She's about to run out. She's like, oh, shit, I got to put the chip in there. She runs back, puts the chip in the phone, fucking kicks him in the ribs. And it's me, Harry? And she comes back and she's like, what the fuck is going on? And then that's when the bad guy.
And then shit gets real.
Yeah, shit gets too real for her, for sure. For
him, close your eyes.
And what does she say? And what does she say? My favorite part is she's like the anti-Bill Paxton. Let him go. I'm the one you want.
Yeah.
Like, she's absolutely,
she has more balls than Bill.
Right. So how did the Crimson Jihad find Arnold doing this little role play with his wife at the hotel? I don't recall how that happened. Did they don't tell us in the movie?
He used some card because they were trying to keep it off the books, and it comes through. There was some very smart bit of writing. I can't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah, and they
but
found
it was
out he was there.
Yeah, they're like, here's where he's staying,
and they bust in, and she's to her credit, she's doing the best she can to play this role. She's laying there, whatever is going through her mind, but she's doing her best to play this role. But when he comes in for the kiss, she's like, "Look, I didn't fuck homeboy with the mustache in his trailer, and I ain't fucking you here." And so that's when he gets that rotary phone right behind the ear, falls on the ground. She boots him. They come in, and then the movie really starts getting cool. We have the cool scene in the hotel with the horse motorcycle chase, but now we're going to see we're going to get into some good fucking action, some real good action. And she's telling him, "Take me, it's me you want." Like she's down, she doesn't want this innocent guy, who she thinks he is at the time. She doesn't want this innocent guy to get caught up in her shit, so she's willing to brave whatever she thinks these dudes were going to do to her to save that guy.
Yeah.
So she's a good person. And then this bitch, Tia Carrera, that's all I'm going to call her. They go to on this tarmac, and she's making it seem like, "Oh, you didn't tell her about us, Harry," when they had no fucking. Or did she kiss him?
No, she goes, "You didn't." Yeah, she does. She goes, "You didn't tell her about us," and he goes, "There was no us. You psychopathic bitch." Such a good.
Well, his wife is still like, "Who's this?" You know how women will be.
And there's good use of the word bitch in this movie. Two of them are by Tom Arnold. In the beginning, when they're at that party and he's dancing with her, he's like, "Hey man, we gotta go. You need to ditch the bitch." And then it was later.
Ditch the bitch.
What did he say?
It's my ringtone.
He goes, "What kind of sick bitch will do something?" I can't remember.
What kind of sick bitch would take the ice trays? I think.
Yeah, because his ex-wife moved out. He's all, "She took my fucking ice trays." What kind of sick bitch takes the ice trays? And he's playing, that. He's also his buddy or his friend. That's probably his best friend, co-worker, but he's also playing a cautionary tale. Don't end up like me, Harry. And he even tells him, he's like, "What did you expect, Harry? You're never home. She has needs too. She's human." Like he's being a real good friend to him, he's not just telling him, not being a yes man. He say, "Hey man, you fucked up. You need to change that shit." And he's, "Look at me. You don't want to be like me with multiple ex-wives and their boyfriends stealing money out of my coat and shit." He's like, "You don't want to end up like this." But in those circumstances, since they both know they're lying to each other, for her to say, "Oh, you didn't tell her about us, Harry," of course she's going to believe that. Right. No, there was no us. And she's like, "Oh, there was," and all this shit. So now she thinks he's been unfaithful, and she's trying to tell him, and she's calling him Harry Rehnquist and all this shit. She's like, "What? That ain't him. I'm his wife. Who the fuck are you?" She's like, "What? Wife? They think she's lying. But then on the next scene where they get on the airplane, she shows him the locket that she's wearing. She's like, "Okay, if he's not my husband, how the fuck did I get this?" And then she's like, "Oh shit, she is telling the truth." And so she sticks her. They give her a shot. Some guy walks up behind her, gives her a shot in the neck. She's like, "Ow, you!" Boom, she passes out.
That hurt you.
Yeah. She wants to say, "You prick." So she passes out, and then he tells her she really was telling the truth, wasn't she? That is your wife. So now they know that you're not just some spy. You gotta. And now we have something to. We have a bargaining chip. You have a family. Classic action movie trope. We're going to take your woman. We're going to take your kid, maybe both, and make you do what we want you to do. And so she shows her, and then they give it to him too. But you can tell, again, great writing, great acting. You give it to her, she was shocked. "Ow, what the fuck?" Boom, she passes out. Him, it's just like, another. Here I go again, another, dose of a sleeping agent to the neck. He's used to this shit because he's the badass spy guy. So, they're knocked out, and then they wake up in Miami on this island where the jihad forehead dude has his whole crew. The Arab Gargamel has his whole fucking crew. And he's telling him, classic trope. He's telling him what he's going to do. "We are going to blow up the island, blah, blah, blah," and all this shit. And they want to extract some information from him. Look at the dude behind him. Fuck. That dude, he's down for the cause. And so they're going to get information from him and his wife and everything. But they're going to detonate this nuke on this island just to show we got him and we know how to use him. And then the next nuke give us, 500 million, whatever they want, or we'll detonate it in American City. And it's the whole you come to our land and kill our people, we're going to do the same to you. And again, we're right off. This is a few years. This came out in 94. They're probably filming in 93. So we're right off the heels of the Gulf War. So the Arab dudes were still our enemy. And that was reflected in our movies, like in the 80s with the Russians. Those were the bad guys, or the guys from Beirut or something, where we had the hostage situation. It was always our bad guys were reflected in the movies. Our real life bad guys were the bad guys in our movies. So they're doing the same thing here. And he's telling him the whole plan, because I figure you're going to die anyway. There's no way you can get off this island, super badass, fucking super agent. So he tells him everything. And so they get him and his wife, and they take him to this little shack, and they're going to inject him with sodium some shit, truth serum, and they're going to get the truth out of him. They're going to find out what he knows, what he's been telling people. Is this, is she really your wife? They're going to get some information. And of course, the classic, we're going to release her, and I'll cooperate.
Right. And one thing they want him to do is go on camera and be a witness himself to the U.S. government that, yeah, these guys really have nukes, take them serious. And they have a few. And the whole angle here is that Juno, whatever, the Tia Carrera character, she smuggles the nukes inside of the artifacts that she's trafficking.
Yeah,
so
that's
how
the statues.
Right. Into these islands that are south of Florida somewhere. I don't know. They're just, you can get to America without going through customs, apparently, from these islands. It's technically America, I guess. I don't know exactly where it is, but yeah, they're going to blow up an island with nobody on it, basically, just to like show the American government, hey, you know what I mean? Like, we're serious. We mean business. And then he says they're going to destroy 10 American cities, like one every week or every day or something, until America leaves the Middle East and gives them a bunch of money and just
until their demands are met.
Yeah.
And I don't think you need a video. I think detonating a fucking nuke on a Florida island, that's going to send a clear message to the U.S. government that we got them and we know how to use them. But
and there's a great little comedic bit here.
Yeah,
he's Fivehead here. He's talking into the camera. The American dogs have done blah 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 blah, and you see low battery start flashing in the corner. And the guy that's filming does not have the heart to tell him.
No, he's scared shitless.
Yeah, he's fucking scared. He's gonna cut his fucking mouth.
And the camcorder, that's a VHS shoulder recorder. Kids, for those of you not it runs out of batteries while the guy is ranting about all his threats to America.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle. That's only happened. I've done I'm probably closing in on 3,000 videos that I've recorded since I started my YouTube channel. Almost, I'd say about 5.5 years ago.
Wow.
And there's only two times. There's only 2 times that the first time I was so pissed off. I was so pissed that I didn't even do another video for the rest of the day. I was so fucking mad. It was such a good video. I'm hitting all my points. I'm making the good jokes. Everything is fire. You guys know how it is. When you're writing something, you just got the glow. You're just you nailed it. It's beautiful. And I fucking erased it. Instead of hitting stop or something, I hit something and erased it. And it was like 12 minutes of fucking gold. And I erased it. That's happened twice. Not too bad out of 2,500 videos, but man.
Dude.
I was coloring this page yesterday, and I colored Dean here with the bat jumping. And you can blur things to like kind of smudge some of the paint, and I'll usually put a circle around the little area I want to blur. But if you don't have a selection in Photoshop and you just hit blur, you hit like Apple F to do the blur filter to do some smudging, it blurs the entire image of your painting. And I have some real crisp edges in here. And I was working on him for like 20 minutes. And you see I have sharp edges in some of the coloring. And I like it that way. That's like my style. I like a little bit of sharp edges. And I look at him and I'm like, why is this all fuzzy? Oh my God. But thankfully I set Photoshop up on my computer to autosave every like 5 minutes on its own. So I was able to go back and get an archive version that was not blurred like that. But I was working for a while. And I'm like, what's wrong with this thing? It looks all weird. And so I know you're paying Jericho on that, where you just you don't save something or you delete it by accident but yeah, this one I had to do twice. And I did an Ask Me Anything video on YouTube like a month ago. So, and then I opened up YouTube, I read the questions people asked me, and I had
I think you muted.
No, I was trying to show you.
Sorry. Gotcha.
I had tipped the front of my mic, and it has that part where if you tap it mutes.
Yeah.
I ended up recording that stupid video 3 times.
Damn.
A 15-minute video that I had to record 3 times because I muted it once, and then I didn't like my answers the first time, and then the second time it was muted and it was really good. So then I did a 3rd time. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
I didn't want to try to recreate that moment. I didn't want to try to recapture the passion of what I was saying. So I just didn't fucking do it. I was so pissed off. But this guy, my life wasn't on the line like this guy. This dude, he's sweating, shaking. And then he ends up finding out, what are you doing? He's the battery. He's like, you motherfucker. Oh, poor
Go and get another one, moron. I'm sorry, Mr. Sandspider.
Moron.
Yeah, and let's be clear, they're pouring fucking concrete. Nothing for them to put another motherfucker in there.
Oh, yeah, we could throw you in that box. I don't care if your leg's sticking out. We can put you right in there with that.
That's right. Your shoe going to be coming up. That's it.
You'll be vaporized. But, dude.
There he is.
This guy needs his own movie right here.
He does, yeah. Like you punch that guy in the neck, you break your hand.
That dude probably doesn't even lift weights. He's just naturally fucking giant like that. But they did the bad guy. I mean, they nailed it on all these parts, all the casting. They fucking nailed it. And so they're on the island. They're about to take him and his wife to this separate room and get some info out of him. And this shit, it gets great because they get in there. And it's them, the guy who's going to be administering the torture, and Tia Carrera. So now she's hanging on him and ooh, Harry. So she's pissing Jamie Lee Curtis the fuck off. She's mad. She's like, I want a piece of you right now, bitch. And so they inject him with this stuff. She's like, what'd they give you? And he's like, sodium, blah, blah, blah. You help me tell the truth. And she's like, so is it working? He's like, yep. And this is some of the best acting I've ever seen Arnold do. Is him right here because he has to act like he's all drugged up.
When he had to act drugged up and drunk.
He said, what he said was beautiful. Is she goes, is it working? And he's like, ask me something to which I would normally lie. And he goes, are we gonna die? And he goes, yep.
She's like, oh, it's working.
He goes, and then he keeps going. He says they're going to torture us to death, so they're going to shoot us in the head, or they're going to leave us here till the bomb blows up. It is beautiful.
Yeah, she's like, all right, shit, stop. She's like, okay, that's enough. He's like, oh, sorry. And then the guy comes in and he's lifting up his eyelids, seeing, he's like, okay, the medicine's working. He's like, so is there anything you want to tell me before we get started? And he's this old, gaunt, sucked in eyes, fucking like creature. He don't even look human. He looks scary as fuck.
I want to point something out real quick. I went to go see my fucking guidance counselor every chance I got, but it wasn't until I saw True Lies that I saw my career path. And I'd like to thank that gentleman coming in there with his toolkit. I've got pencils and paint now. I mean, things didn't work out for me, but it could just as easily been scalpels and little chainsaws. You know what I mean? It's like, let us begin.
The sunken in eyes and shit. This dude looked fucking crazy. And he goes, and he asks him, anything you want to tell us before we get started? And he goes, yep, I'm going to kill all of you guys. I'm going to take.
I'm going to kill you pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm going to kill you pretty soon.
How are you
going to do that? And he goes, well, I'm going to take this tool. And they zoom in on this long stainless steel, like fucking dagger looking. It looks like a long, thick sewing needle. And he's like, well, I'm going to kill that guy with that thing. He's all, and then I'm probably gonna break your neck. And he's all, yeah. How do you plan on doing that? He goes, you know my handcuffs. He's like, yeah. He puts his hands up in front of him. I picked him. He fucking grabs him.
Yeah.
Grabs the guy around the neck. Uses him as like a human shield kind of thing. Grabs a tool, like he said, off of the table. Throws it. It goes through that dude's eye, and it holds on him for a second, so you could see the tool like through his eye. You can see like this pink meat shit around it. It was fucking crazy. It made my son go, ugh, and turn his head. And so he throws it right to that dude's eye, just like he said, and grabs it. And that dude must be, 5'5", 115 pounds?
Right.
And he just he grabs it and breaks his, but look at his mouth. He's like, dude, he just
grab Captain Bruno's chat. It's beautiful.
Twisted
Sean's
this dude's
Arnie
head off.
accent is awful. Could he do Arnie's voice from now on, Jericho?
I love
if that's what the people want.
No, I love that twist. It's dog shit. Can we have him do it? Like, I don't know what this dog shit is, but I'm loving it. But I would say, look at that guy's face, though. It's odd because it's identical to my license photo.
Wait, is that me? Yeah, man, he fucked homeboy up, dude. Just like he said. And so she's like, "Oh my god, oh my Harry!" Like she's not. Last time she checked, she never seen him do this.
Right.
He's just on his. She's
selling
hearing about it
in like Missouri somewhere. Or
yeah, she's hearing about it. Oh, he's a spy and all this shit. But this is the first time she's seen him, do what he does best. And she's like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" And so they go outside. He grabs a gun, and then he leans up against the building. Like he's still a little woozy. He shakes his head like, "Oh man!" Like the medicine still hasn't worn off. And they go out there and they're sneaking around, and then they get spotted. Hey! They're shooting at him. One guy comes up to him. Two guys come at him with knives. He takes this guy's knife, stabs that guy, takes this guy's, and takes their hand, so they're still holding it. Stab each other, and they're like, leaning up against each other when they fall dead. He's shooting dudes, all this shit, and then he grabs her. Very Romancing the Stone, very Indiana Jones.
Yep.
And he grabs her and kisses her right after a gunfight. She was soaking wet after that one. And so this guy grabs her and has her hostage. He's like, "Hey, drop the gun." And he drops his AK-47, but he doesn't know that he has a handgun. And he just spins around. Boom. Doesn't even hesitate. Just spins around. Bam. Headshot. Drops that dude. She's like, and then that's when he grabs her and kisses her. And if you go back, Gabe, to the meat hook, that's another cool. That's another cool kill. This guy right here, he grabs a meat hook off the table. This dude comes in the door and he just fucking shoves it in this dude's chest. And then he grabs it and like the guy's slumped over and then he pulls it, like makes it even deeper in the guy's chest. That was very Commando. When that scene at the end where he's at the shed, and he throws the saw and scalps the dude, stick around and all that. And I think that was Predator. But that scene. But he fucks this dude up, gives her a kiss, and now they're and that scene where he just turns around in a split second, shoots that dude in the head. It reminded me the front sight class that I took a couple years ago. The very last day, the very last time you squeeze that trigger at front sight is to do a target. So you've been shooting the silhouettes the whole time from various distances, drawing your weapon and all this shit, working if you have a jam in your gun, what you're supposed to do, all this shit. But the very last one is a target, and it's a silhouette, but then there's a silhouette of a head slightly off to the side, like a hostage situation. So the person in front, whose head the whole head you can see, you write the name of somebody you love on it. Most guys, it was their wife or whatever, but in my case, it was my wife. Because I didn't want to write one of my kids' name. Well, Daddy, why didn't you write my name? You wouldn't want to say my life. So I just put my wife's name on.
This is a very bizarre parenting scenario.
But stay with me, Sean. So you write the person's name on the chest who you want to save. Yeah. So you get, I don't remember if it was 5 feet or 7 feet, something, maybe even 3 feet. You're pretty close. And when you hear that, everything's based off that beep. When you hear that shit, that's when you draw and do your thing. And there's 2 beeps. You have from the first beep to the second one to do what you're supposed to do. It's like a few seconds. So you have to draw and get the shot off before the second beep. So you draw, and there's, maybe 3 inches of the hostage taker's head that you can see. So there's not a lot of room for error. If you miss, your loved one's dead. And so I drew, boom, hit him right between the fucking eyes. So I was happy to take that target home and show my wife. A couple dudes didn't work out that way. The old lady took one to the face. But that reminded me of drawing. You have about 3 seconds to shoot. So it's pretty quick. He did it much quicker than that. But man, to draw and take that shot, man, you only got one. If you
I went there. They sent me home because they're like, put the name of the person you love the most. I wrote my own name, and we're like, we don't need to be training somebody like that. I mean, this guy's fucking got problems.
Get him out of here.
Fuck out of here.
Dude, that shit was. But it was a pretty cool way, pretty cool training because it's not real, but it gets as close to real as you can to know that you got to get this right or you're going to shoot somebody you love in their face. So that was
yeah, the guys who missed, they never drew their gun again. Was it?
never came out of the holes. Never drew that gun or
Right.
their real gun ever again.
So you fucking
is right.
shot me.
Oh man, that's
Honey, no,
Too
I don't
bad
have
for
the
the
target.
guys.
It doesn't matter. Jericho just made that up.
fuck. But yeah,
Man,
it was
this
great.
fucking guy, dude.
And so she somehow gets a hold of fucking Uzi, a Mac
Right.
10, and she don't know shit. She don't know anything about anything, and he tells her, "Here, point it there, pull the trigger, and all this
Piece
shit."
of cake.
Yeah, no problem. Just fucking shoot a human in their chest. And so the guy is I don't know, guy's coming at her or whatever. She shoots the gun. It's like too hot or something. She drops it, and it's slow motion. Yeah, right here. It's slow motion going down the stairs, and every time it hits a step, it fucking shoots. So it's falling down the stairs, and it's shooting all these guys who are running over there to kill Arnold. It's just
Yeah, he kills like 4 guys as it tumbles, dude.
It's so corny, but it's fucking great. They just, there's so many over the top things in this movie. This just fits in perfectly.
Right.
So this Uzi falling down the stairs is just fucking these dudes up, and then it gets to the bottom and falls over, and all the guys are dead. He's looking around like, "Fuck, you're badass." Like she did that herself, but it was pretty funny. And then of course, when in doubt, grab 2 Mac 10s.
Can we say something real
Start
quick
fucking
here,
people
man?
up.
That's beautiful right there. We need to go. That's why.
There?
Yeah, that's why we have poetry right there.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah,
Like,
dear
that's-
Hollywood, do this. The end.
I mean, you got people just they don't understand. Okay, the important things in life. I saw this great interview with George Lucas. He was talking about his adopted kids, and he's like, "I had 2 daughters, and I was thinking about adopting another daughter, but they really wanted a brother." And he goes, "But now that I've gotten to know the little lad," he goes, "Gotta tell you, it's nice to have someone in the house you can talk about explosions with."
Yeah.
And I was like, that is what I'm talking about.
Right.
When it comes to action, this is what people want. This is what men want, because we're the ones who are going to go see these movies in large part. It's going to be us.
Wait a
taking our
second.
kids, our
Wait a
sons.
second. Isn't this what they want? This movie is a big time, right? Your husband turns out to be a badass killing machine who loves you, and then there's a secret adventure he brings you on. I mean, fucking hell. This was such a couples movie, man, in the best sense.
Right.
But yeah, it's a couples movie we'll be wanting to see, but fucking hell.
I think so. I agree. But usually, the dudes go see the action movies. Now, this is what we want to see. The shit they put out is what they want to see. They want to see that Captain Marvel all-female bullshit movies. You want some success, Hollywood? This is it. 2 Mac 10s, badass, protecting his wife, protecting his country. It's very simple. Men are simple. This is what we want to see. This shit is fucking awesome. And then something explodes. I can't remember what exploded. Probably shot a propane tank. That usually happens.
Yeah.
Usually a big propane tank somewhere. And this huge explosion, which they probably use tons of gallons of gasoline to get that fireball. But he jumps in the water. And when he's in the water, it's like up below him and you see the fire coming over him, through the water, that part right there. It's fucking great, man. And
he still looks ripped as shit too.
Exactly. I was just going to say that. This is prime time for that. Anything 2 years after this.
How old is he right now? He's about 75 right now.
Yeah, something like that.
So this movie is almost 30 years old. So he would have been 44, 45. So he would still be young enough to still look jacked and all that if he wanted to. Which, of course he
look great. It works.
Yeah,
and even though there were no scenes where he had like his shirt completely off, he still looks great. He still looks young enough to pull this shit off. And so they that blows up. The bad guys take off. They leave the nuke on the island, and then Tom Arnold and the cavalry come in, on the helicopter to save him and his wife. And he's like, "We got to get the fuck out of here. There's a nuke. It's going to blow up." And so they get on the helicopter and fucking take off. And then they look back and see the mushroom cloud, going off. That they really did detonate. I think they said it for like an hour and a half.
If I had, if I had, one thing I would love to see happen, and it's true with all of these actors who, regardless of what they've been through, build up a lot of goodwill. I would love to see like, I would love to see him get an Unforgiven. I would love to see him get either a Western or something, because he really has not had a movie that I think we all sort of want for people to have. I think if he made a decent movie where he could ride off into the sunset, no pun intended, people would turn up, because we've been denied that so far. And it's frustrating. Stallone has had 50 of those. God bless him. There's so many actors who've had those. Yeah. True Lies 2. He's a grandfather. Yeah.
Well, remember earlier we had someone said, True Lies 2, why you always lying? John has this one. True Lies 2, what? You thought we were telling the truth?
Yeah. Captain Bruno.
True Lies 3, pants on fire.
On fire. No, that'd be great to see, because it's not the age thing. You can be old as shit and still have great movies, a la Clint Eastwood. But yeah, I'd like to see him.
Look at Sean Connery in The Last Crusade. He wasn't knocking everyone out, but he was still a hero of sorts. It still worked.
But if they had Arnold in like a Western, they would have to address his accent. I guess he could be like a recent immigrant.
Could be a Pennsylvania Dutch, man. I mean, when you look at The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, I mean, Katrina Van Tassel and all of them, massive Dutch populations in this country, and I think it could absolutely work. You could do, how do I put it? In a lot of ways, during his prime, he was such a giant man. It was hard to cast him as anything but as comedically huge or just huge around other huge characters. But interestingly enough, age and what he once was gives him a little bit of character. If you don't put him in a movie where he's Arnold, where he's the Terminator, Stepdad 4, whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we get a line reading here, please?
Holy shit, man.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute here. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the ultimate action hero. Has he ever been in outer space in his movies? He's done. Oh yeah, Total Recall. Okay, there we go.
Total Recall, which is yeah.
But I think if he had him, if it's a Western setting for that movie, how would they explain his badassness? Because there would have to be a scene where, he kind of, gets the chest with his old guns in it or something like that. Like he would have to be like, I don't know, because he's so old that it couldn't be like he served in the Civil War, so he didn't get his badassness from that because he was already like older. So maybe a war back home in Austria. Think of someone like Bobby Duvall, in Open Range, and think about he's somebody who has skills, but is also just a guy who's been jacked and working out on his own fucking land in the middle of with a small family in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like you saw with one of the things you saw with Clint Eastwood is he was a shit farmer and a better killer, but you could still make the story about the guy who was just worked his entire life, trying to build things. Do you know what I mean? And work in the land and really have him in a situation, foreign as fuck, grew up with nothing. But that would have to be coupled with because I'm thinking this would have to end in some kind of gun battle. He's going to be.
It has to.
So where did he get those gun skills? Is he just a farmer who knows how to shoot from shooting rabbits and shit? Or
he's a hunter.
It's something. A hunter. He fought in a war back in Austria before he came to America. Something.
He's a fur trapper because he likes beavers.
That's right, dude. No, let me tell you something, guys. We're making this fucking movie. You guys are in the room for the story meetings. This is what it would be. Jericho's
True
like,
Lies Part 5. True Lies Part 5.
Turn it around, John.
It's not a lie if you don't remember. True Lies Part 5.
I just think, but there has to be something that would make him. Where did he get his badassness from?
I would love to tell you guys that. Could you imagine what it would be like if the three of us were 14 and coming up with a movie? But it's pretty much this. This is what it is. Because Jericho, what you're saying, I'm going, yeah, no, you're right, man. How do we figure this out?
Yeah.
Like,
how do we
this
get
is
there?
going to lead to conversations, man. Fuck yeah.
True Lies Part 3. Psych.
That's right. Yeah, that'd be awesome. You go in there and there's not a movie. It's just
Nothing.
Look
True
how
lies.
stupid you are. Look how stupid
Yeah.
you are buying a ticket and your popcorn and there's no movie.
Look at you, you're stupid. You have the hole cut in the bottom of your popcorn so she could touch your buttery wiener for nothing.
Yeah.
Go
Put
home.
up, put up a slide just of Arnold 10 minutes in. Who's got 2 thumbs in your money? This guy.
July 6th, I was crossing my fingers.
Crossing my fingers.
July 10, or is it?
Oh man.
And then they get like diverse, so then they have a black actor that says like True Lies 10, True Lies 11. That's not what I heard.
True Lies 11. No, there's going to be a movie this time. We promise.
True Lies 6.
I swear.
Just trust me. I like. I would adjust this one a little bit. True Lies 6. Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Come on.
Let's have it.
Good shit.
Yep.
True Lies 11. My pants are on fire. Oh my god.
God bless this movie. Let's get to the star of this movie, though. We got to get to the Harrier jump jet.
Right.
So, Johnson.
So
Yeah.
she thinks her husband, she does think at this point, we the audience know,
He's
but
dead,
she
yeah.
doesn't, the wife, that her husband was not obliterated and incinerated. But
she's
she's
dead.
surprisingly taking it well, the death of her spy husband. She's taking it well. She must be in shock. Oh no,
So-
Captain Haruno has the adult version, True Lies parody movie. True Lies XXX, lying in bed. Get it? Because they're lying down.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, she thinks he's dead, and so they're gonna take her hostage, and then that's when the helicopters come up and save him and all this shit and get him off the island. But that fucking bridge scene, man, that shit is so cool. Is that what bridge? They had to fuck a bridge up. I don't know what bridge that was.
About that when they're blowing up the bridge.
Were they like models or something?
They didn't have CGI good enough to make that look so real. So it must have been little models or something.
Because that scene where the moving van goes and the missile hits right in front of it and it goes up in the air. That scene was fucking crazy. It had to be models or something. Because they hit they see the bomb go off and shit and the flash of light and all that stuff. And then they called the Harrier. So like these 2 Harrier jets are scrambled from a Marine base close by, and a Harrier jet versus anything that would be on an American road, like any domestic issue, it doesn't matter what it is, but you're going to put one of those up against a moving van, it's over. The fucking contents of that van are fucking dust.
We have to go back to that beautiful shot because it's one of my favorites.
Which one?
The one where they're in the chopper and he goes, because that's the line where he goes, is there any, the Harrier guys go, there's no chance of setting off those nukes, are there? And then he goes, negative. And then looks over Arnold and I was like, fucking terrible.
It's called True Lies.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Pull the trigger.
Dude. Yeah, you might want to know that for sure. But yeah, man, they scramble those Harrier jets, man, and they immediately start fucking shit up. They blow the shit out of that van, and then they start shooting missiles and stuff. And the shots are real, like the camera's real far back, so you're getting the wide, like panoramic view. You're seeing everything. You're seeing the bridge and the vehicles and the jets coming in. And when they shoot the missiles from the jets, to see that white smoke behind the missile just going in, boom, hitting the bridge, all the concrete and shit going everywhere. Man, it was crazy. And
it's a great action scene. So they're all driving up this ocean freeway. These are freeways, I guess, Florida Keys. I'm not
Causeways.
Yeah, the Florida Keys.
Yeah, and they're going up to what would be down there, Miami and all that, South Beach and all that at the end, the southern end of Miami, right? So they're trying to get the nuclear bombs in the U-Hauls up onto mainland America from the little remote islands they were down in. So they're driving up there, and the United States has scrambled the Harrier jump jets. And they're chasing these. And Jamie Lee Curtis is Tia Carrere's hostage inside of a limo that is also speeding up the freeway.
Did somebody say cat fight?
Yeah.
So
the limo driver's like, oh, he's adjusting the mirror.
Yeah, the limo driver's like reaches up, adjusts the camera. It's
yeah, he's
recorded.
trying to get the other hand in his pants. And like, oh, fucking dress.
That's right.
The car's all
Why are we pulled over?
Yeah, nothing's even happening yet. All over the road.
He rolls up that little window, I guess, like maybe it's a one-way window.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, we got about 20 minutes to work at the mainland. That's plenty of time. So yeah, they're fighting. The limo driver's trying to jack off while he's watching him. And so she takes her ring and turns it to the inside of her hand, and she fucking slaps Tia Carrera and cuts her face.
Right.
And then so they start fighting each other inside the limo, and that's probably the main reason they have Tia Carrera. So Jamie Lee Curtis has somebody to fuck up at the end.
Right.
So they start fighting in there, and she ends up taking a champagne bottle and fucking going to town. You know, champagne bottles are thick, so there was no give on that. She pretty much like bashed Tia Carrera's skull in. That's what fucking happened to her, because she hits her like
funny?
3 times. Golly, man.
So many people say this, and it's so true. If you've ever been hit by a bottle, the first thing you ever realize is they don't break like you think they do.
No.
That's in a movie.
If somebody has a full bottle, goodbye. Like you are fucking out.
And a champagne bottle. Champagne bottles are like 2 inches thick at the bottom. Like she bashed
What's that
this
thing
girl
called at the bottom? The punt. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
That the dent.
It's called
they
the
have at
skull
bottom.
crusher.
Yeah.
Dude, she bashed her brains in with that fucking bottle. She at least like broke her orbital bone and like her cheekbone.
Yep.
She fucked her up with that thing.
Big
She hit her a few times. So again, one of my favorite Arnold parts in this movie. So they're shooting the missiles. They blow like a fucking 100-foot gap in this damn bridge from the Harrier jet. So everybody's fucked up if they don't stop. So Tia Carrera and her are fighting. The gun goes off. They shoot the driver in the back of the head. So now it's careening, bam, bam, like Hulk Hogan, and kicking the limo, and no holds barred, and it's just fucking bam, bam, slamming off of the guardrails. It almost went over the guardrail at one point. And so he comes with the helicopter to grab her and pull her out of the limo before it goes off the bridge. And so he's pointing, and she's saying, "The bridge is out." What? The bridge is out. Fucking
look at now.
He's
guys,
like, "Lola, get me down there. Come on." And so he's lowering him on the bridge to get close enough to grab her arm and pull her out of the limo. It's pretty cool.
Now, what is Jamie Lee Curtis known for physique-wise? Thin and fit, like thin, tight, wiry. Look at the fucking shoulders on this stunt man.
Yeah.
That is not Jamie Lee Curtis, dude.
It might be.
What are you saying?
No way. Look at the waist. Look at are you kidding me? That is not her.
No, that's James Curtis. He's
after,
a stunt guy.
It's after she started eating Activia. She bulked up a little bit.
That is a thickie. That's a thickie stunt woman.
But the fucking stunt's cool.
No, it's awesome. I just
works.
found it hilarious that this stuff was made 30 years ago, so they didn't think we'd be parsing each panel of it,
Yeah, they didn't know about double impact.
Yeah.
They didn't know about us, didn't see us coming.
He swoops down, grabs her arm, and underneath her, you see the limo just go off the bridge.
Beautiful.
That shit was he fucked her up.
Yeah, he ate her. Yeah, there you go.
But I wonder how obviously that wasn't a real, I don't know, were they flying with her hanging off by somebody? I mean, it looked good.
No. I mean, I know they're driving with the stunt person there, but I doubt they would. There's no way the insurance company signs off on this. No,
this movie.
There's got to be a camera trick or something. CGI.
This movie on home entertainment has been missing in action for a very long time, and I have it on recent authority. Forget who messaged me, but they're releasing a 4K remaster of this, and I think The Abyss, but don't quote me on that. I'm not positive, but this flick has been needing, because James Cameron puts so much into his movies, man, in terms of how they're shot, whatever else. He's never made a movie that's looked visually bad. You know what I mean? It's all technically, amazing. And this is a movie I've been wanting to see, and I hope there's some bonus features on it. I hope they actually get the cast together, and have them talk about, and I'm sure there'll be old stuff, but I want new shit, man.
Yeah.
Tell me about it,
I'd love to know.
Lucas, down boy. Down boy.
Jamie knows what's up.
Come on,
what her attributes are.
Lucas,
I just gotta say, as someone who is writing stuff like this with the Dean Cain Lawman book and all that, this to me is everything you want in an action movie. And the girl, the lady that was in our chat earlier who said, look at that refrigerator, look at that kitchen.
Yep.
And I told you guys, my theory is the malaise you feel right now is an anti-family culture. This right here, this isn't a man saving a woman. This is a man saving his wife.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a family movie. And then he's going to save the nation, save the city, save the nation on top of it. But there's like, no, he would do anything for her because this is his better half. This is flesh of my flesh. So that's still a great message in the movie, you know? So this is exactly the kind of stuff I want to write and stuff I want to make. And it's funny, in Dean Cain Lawman, there is a part with someone hanging from a helicopter, and I didn't lift it from this. I just thought it was exciting. Now looking at this, it's like, oh yeah, that's awesome. So absolutely, I think this is a good one, man. This is a great movie. If you haven't seen it, you definitely need to check it out. It's hard to track down though, like Sean was saying. This is hard to find.
It won't be soon, but it's a shame.
Tubi or Hulu.
I found it on Hulu. I found it on Hulu. Yeah.
But it needs a wider release. You know what I mean? It needs a Blu-ray remaster. It needs a huge push because that does a lot for movies, man.
And why
would you be up for a sequel with the original cast old now? You know what I mean? Would you?
In the right hands. In the right hands.
I couldn't be. Not now.
I don't know.
Not
I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't know if they could do it without bullshit.
They're all so old now. That's true. Geez.
But they're all fucking crazy. Jamie Lee Curtis is fucking nuts. Arnold Schwarzenegger's fucking nuts, you know, with the social political shit. So James Cameron, he's a bitch. What did he do with the new Avatar? Like pulled some scenes from it and shit. Was talking shit about the violent scenes and all that kind of stuff. The gun.
No, he
violence.
said that testosterone was a poison.
Oh, testosterone. There you go. Yeah, when he was making the other movies, he didn't know, but now testosterone is.
I wonder if he still lives in the mansion and drives the sports cars that testosterone and violence paid for.
Yeah,
so I wonder if he meant any of that shit and gave it all back because it's all so evil.
Here's what I always say, man. Like when it comes to these kinds of things, and this happens with this is one of the cruel sort of things about age, particularly with actors. No way, you're 75. Yeah,
no way, you're 75.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? Arnold, like I get to this, actors get to a certain age, or people in general get to a certain age where you kind of just have to be like, all right, like you've been through a ton of shit. God knows where you're at. I do think that it would make me happy to see Arnold get some kind of fucking farewell. Like Harrison Ford, they destroyed his legacy on his way out. Like he's not going to get another. They ruined Indiana Jones and Han Solo, his two most significant characters. They wiped their ass with them. There is no sequel movie or anything he's going to do that's going to be a ride off into the sunset. They took that from him. And I think with Arnold, I think it'd be a real shame because I think he hasn't even gotten that chance. Like the Terminator movies, those aren't a fucking send-off.
Oh, man.
We're dead decades ago.
Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines. Fuck
stop. That, man.
But that's his fault because Arnold's a big enough fish in Hollywood to where he can tell people, no, this is what I want. This is the director I want, the actors I want, the producers. He fucking did that. But even if you brought back all the old people,
Diesel's coming in hot.
What is this hostility to Arnold? The only farewell I want to see Arnold get deported back to Austria after living here for 60 years. He has to go
remember during COVID, he had that video he made, and he's like, screw your freedoms. When people didn't want to get poked and shit. So when he said that, a lot of people were like, "Fuck him," and I agree.
But what about this? What about the fact he probably thought it was steroids? Never mind. No, sorry, go ahead. He's like, take the shot.
Yeah, HGH, do it right in your buttocks. But he, even if he had the same people, him, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tom Arnold, James Cameron, they're all woke bitches now, and they were probably woke bitches then, but they know the public didn't want to hear that shit. But now they think the public wants to hear that shit. All the entities of government, entertainment, they're all behind them. So it would be so much woke bullshit. Their daughter would grow up. She'd have a non-binary daughter of her own. It would be all fucked up. So unless they can guarantee me no woke shit, just leave this preserved in my memory, in my 14-year-old mind.
John has a defense. This is Johnny Cochran level defense of Arnie. Screw your freedoms. Did Arnie think your freedoms, quote, was a maid?
That is a brilliant.
He maybe thought it was a frumpy dumpy.
Because if
And he
that's
was
what
like,
it was, all
"Oh,
his
screw it."
Screw
No.
your Fridas. No,
Screw
not
it.
Frida, you jackass. It's freedom.
Screw them and kiss them and lick them and lick your freedoms. Wait, what are you talking about here? So, you know, but
Oh,
that's
what
a
a
pretty
great
cool
shot.
shot right there. That's a pretty cool shot. If he
Yeah.
doesn't say to the guys in the helicopter, hey, I need 5 minutes alone with this little tenderoni right here while we watch this fucking mushroom cloud, I don't know what's wrong with them. But yeah, they see the
No,
mushroom
that's
cloud.
not
go
the
off.
only mushroom that's growing right now.
Look at that, the mushroom cloud, the mushroom tip. Yeah, man, it's beautiful.
By the way, can I borrow your Harrier jump jet?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
I like my vagina like your jet. Harrier.
The maid could have been named Libertad. There you go.
That's right.
Look at this,
What?
Captain Haruno. True Lies 2 for the maids.
Yeah, come over here and
Clean up on
clean
aisle 6.
it. Clean it.
Oh, beautiful. God bless.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking
All
hell.
right. So
But-
they blew up the bridge. He saved his wife, this and that, but
Yeah.
there's still more they need to do.
They made it. Some of them still made it. So they got to go find them. And yeah, of course, a fighter pilot is just going to get out because who asked him to?
Right.
And I'm going to let you take this multi-billion-dollar aircraft and fly it around Miami. But they do, and I'm glad they did. And the Harrier, this is the coolest shit ever. Because I don't think anybody had really seen a Harrier like before this. This was some crazy shit. Not that they invented it or built it, created it for this around this time, but this is the first time we saw it. And the Harriers are cool because the booster or the tailpipe, the tail, the rocket, whatever, the booster that propels it through the air, it can turn and face the ground so that thing can take off like a helicopter. So it doesn't need a runway, it doesn't need an aircraft carrier, but it can just turn and lift off like a helicopter, and then the booster turns the other way and they take off. But the Harriers were real chunky and beefy. They were like a smaller, like an A-10 Warthog. They were tough. They were meant to take punishment and shit like that. You could see them. They look real stocky. They're like stocky, thick aircraft. But the newer ones now, the F-A-35s and stuff, the F-A-35s for the Air Force, but I can't remember maybe it's an F-22, but there's a particular one made for the Marine Corps that does that. It has the ability to take off like a helicopter, but they're not stocky and stout like the old Harriers. But they still do the same thing, and they'll still fuck you up.
Right. And it's the
Very,
VTOL,
very
right?
easy.
The vertical takeoff and landing.
Yeah.
Something
And it's
like
fucking
that.
cool. Even seeing it in this movie, from 94.
They're
was
one of the
fucking cool.
loudest things I've ever heard is the Harrier. I go to that Miramar Air Show. That's the same base where Top Gun, the original movie. It's right here in San Diego. Miramar Marine Corps Air Station was the Naval Air Station. And I think when I went 2 years ago, they had a Harrier. And it comes not over the crowd, but like in front of the crowd. And when it hovers, it's just about the loudest thing in the universe. You have to plug your ears. But it's a sight to behold to just see a jet and it's just floating there. And that back engine rotates down and stuff. It's pretty wild.
It's crazy.
Crazy
But I'm talking like setting off car alarms loud. Like,
Right.
It's fucking loud, super loud.
Yeah, if
Man,
you
they're awesome.
if you ever get the chance to go to see the Blue Angels, they tour our country. I think it's like a kind of a year-round thing. They tour all over, but they're always here in October. I know they go up to Northern California right after they're here, right, Jericho? Something like that. You guys have what do you guys what do you guys call it? Ours is the Miramar Air Show. What do you guys call it when it goes up there? The Blue
It's just
Angels?
I've only been to it in Salinas, and it's just the Salinas International Air Show.
Okay.
They come and fly around. The Blue Angels are the Air Force ones, the Snowbirds.
The Snowbirds, I believe, are a Canadian military plane.
What's the Air Force one?
I don't
Air
know. I've
Force.
never seen that one. The one that I always see is the Navy fighter jets. That's the F-18.
The Blue Angels. Those are the best.
It was so great. It was like drizzling. And the Blue Angels are the last thing to go after like 4 hours of all kinds of demonstrations. And they're doing insertions where they'll fly the F-35 by and they'll blow up, in the field in front of the audience. And then they'll bring in the Osprey and they'll drop in the armored vehicles. They'll bring those in by air, and they'll have a whole marine group of soldiers coming on foot and attack, and they'll demonstrate to you how they do it. They call in the air support, then they call in the troops, and they call in this. It's really cool. It's an hours-long program. They have skydivers, all kinds of stuff. But we went and sat in the truck for the last half hour because thousands and thousands of people go. And if you don't get in your car and leave before this thing is over, you're going to be on the airbase for like an hour trying to drive a quarter mile and leave. So we were sitting in my truck, me and my wife, the grandbaby, my daughter, and the Blue Angels are flying around, but they fly miles at a time. You know, they're going hundreds and hundreds of miles an hour. They're breaking the sound barrier. So they'll fly 5 miles away and come back in like 45 seconds. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you don't have to sit in one spot to see them. So we're sitting in the truck and they're doing this big turn over San Diego. And I jump out to show the baby and they fly over us and turn upside down. And they're probably 200 feet above us or less. And I could like see the cockpit and everything of the guy. Like, holy shit, dude. It was a great, like, jumped out of the truck at the right moment with the baby and the jet just flies right over us upside down. Insane. So, and they fly 6 of them together, like in a delta formation, and they're 18 inches apart, the wings, when they're flying in formation. It's impressive to see this stuff, man. It's insane. So, I don't know.
It's wild, man. And they're flying so fast.
Right.
It's amazing, man, what those guys can do. But the Thunderbirds, that's the Air Force version, and then the Blue Angels are Navy. So the Thunderbirds are like the knockoff. If you can't get the Blue Angels, I guess we'll take the Thunderbirds.
Right. And if you're anywhere in the area, you don't have to go to the Miramar Air Station to see the air show because, like I said, they're so fast and covering such distance. You could see it from your house from all over San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
And like Lucas is saying, he can hear them at work when they're there. The week before the Miramar Air Show, I could see them flying in the sky all over by my house because they're just they're going such huge distances. They go really far from the airbase, and you could hear them and see them, and it's so loud. I've been on the air here, like doing YouTube with you guys, and someone in the audience has asked, "What was that noise?" Because like a jet flies by and stuff like that. So when you live where I live, you get used to it. Though it's a Navy town, man. There's jets all the time flying by. You'll be going down the freeway. And the troop transport Osprey will just fly right over you. You know what I mean? You'll see. I see F-18s and stuff all the time flying around when I'm on the freeway. So it's cool.
And also, if I could just add one more quick thing, tits.
Yeah. When in doubt, pull them titties.
Like, I mean, I love all the stuff you say about story, plot, and character, but I want to point out that there are some breasts and there's some beautiful things in my comic. I try. Like, I see the high art aspect of these things, but I'm going to do a little bit of a pivot, like comics have gutters. So my mind is always, in gutters. And boobs. They're great.
Yeah, she's got a great physique, but I think there's some about her that doesn't work for me. I don't know.
Look, I wasn't saying I wanted to move in together. I was...
But that's a nice shot right there. Her face,
a nice shot.
Young.
That's double impact, dude.
She looks good. Young.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a nice shot right there.
Anyway, Arnold is taking the Harrier to go down to, is it Miami, where the bad guys have holed up and they got a nuke there and blah, blah, blah. They're going to threaten everyone.
Yeah.
5 head is there.
Look, they were, even in that shot, they're like, we can't get his whole forehead into this frame.
Can't.
Like if you go, they were just
put on the wide lens. I have the
exactly. Can we turn the camera sideways?
I can't.
He's all back. He's all, well, then back up. He's I'm at the ledge of the building. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
fall off. I'm across the street, and I still can't get all that forehead. The Arab fucking Gargamel. But he's that's the tech guy. So he's in there. He has a gun in the camera. And he's filming, acting like a news camera just to film,
It's so great, though, because they did a great reveal. Wonderful. They push him against the wall, they pat him down, then they swing him around, and you see who it is. This movie's got dynamite storytelling.
Right.
And I love
that. For those of you that don't remember, this was the tech guy with Tom Arnold in the very beginning and a couple of scenes with Arnold when they're with Charlton Heston. And so he's on the good guy side.
Yep.
So, and they got the daughter. Now, I missed this somehow. When in the hell did they kidnap the daughter? How did I miss that? What happened?
When they were rescuing, when both parents were AWOL, they went to the hotel, but then they disappeared. They were supposed to be home that night. And so once they had, I think he even says they've got his address. When they go to the hotel to get him, they have all of his information because he fucked up basically. Right. And so, so they went there and they got their insurance policy.
Is there not a scene where they kidnap her though?
No,
There's
they don't
scene?
ever. They don't show it. But he goes, he gets the
okay,
phone.
'cause
He's
I
like,
thought
I
I
just
missed
got. We
it.
were
I'm like-
watching the house. It's Dana. They've got Dana. And that's when he grabs the Harrier and takes
Okay.
off. And she's like, "What is it? What is it?" And he's like, "Off." So yeah,
It's Dana.
Dana. She was
Hold
kidnapped by
on,
Jamie.
Dana.
So he comes in on the Harrier, which
Yep.
they didn't just pick it because it's cool. It works with the story, so he
Yep.
can have a jet, but also hover near the building. Because any other jet, you got to keep it moving. You can't hover outside the window. So
Yeah.
yeah. So
Dana.
right.
Dude,
And
number
one thing about
one-
the action, just think how they build it. It's just such good writing. It's like they start off with the truth serum guy, and it's small action.
Yeah.
He throws the knife,
Yeah.
he breaks the guy's neck, and now we got guns. We killed 2-3 guys. Now there's a big explosion. Now the whole base blows up. Now he's swimming underwater
Yep.
with flames. Now we're on the freeway. There's helicopters, there's Harriers, there's all, and it gets bigger and bigger. And now finally, skyscraper, Harrier, nuclear bombs. The action
it?
just kept
Yeah.
expanding and getting the stakes getting higher and higher and higher. So that's
Yep.
excellent writing. Just absolutely excellent writing.
And she's
That's-
up like on a crane,
Right.
fucking on a skyscraper. Like she's fucking hundreds of feet off the ground. Dana, hold on, Dana. So she finally she falls on top of this beat up Harrier. Number one, I don't care how loud you yell and scream, you're not going to be able to hear each other over a fucking fighter jet. That
No.
thing
What?
is super
Why?
fucking
What
loud.
makes you say that? What makes you? What
What-
science
Prove it.
makes you
What-
think that if you were shrunk down to 2 inches tall and you were standing on a lawnmower, what makes you say that you wouldn't be?
Hey, like what the fuck? So he
Yeah,
catches her on the
you're right.
nose of the Harrier because he's cool like that.
And she's strong as a fucking ox.
Well, we all know 14-year-old girls are known for their upper body strength. So
yeah,
Yeah.
and
She's holding the plane together. It's coming
Yeah.
apart.
she's actually crumbling. The plane is crushing. Her fingers are dug into the skin of the airplane, like
Yeah.
punctured holes. She's not going anywhere. It's not her you need to worry about.
Yeah.
So
that's the new guest, Harry the Harrier. We're not bringing on Harry the Harrier. We're not
No,
doing
we're
it.
not doing it.
that's too much. Now that's too far.
Yeah.
And
Just
Well,
go
no,
back to
they-
that
they
show. We're
tried
not
to
gonna
do
have a
the scene.
ridiculous show with a talking airplane. Okay,
who would do
Yeah.
that? Who
They
would
would do it. They were going to make this more realistic, where she just bounces off the nose of the plane. But it was such a downer. They were like,
Right.
you know what? He better catch her. Yeah.
she just hits the sidewalk. She explodes,
Oh,
and
boy.
yeah, that'd be a terrible ending.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So he catches her, he's holding her, Dana, hold on. Yeah. So he has his
Yeah.
daughter hanging off the front of the plane. He's fighting a guy with one hand because he has to balance the plane.
Yeah, Fivehead is crawling on the plane to kill him. You know.
Yeah, kill him.
seriously.
And only ensuring his own death.
He climaxes.
But
He's just totally orgasms.
he's all wait.
Oh, his wife has seen that face a
So that's my
thousand
thing.
times.
I love fighter jets. Hold it right there. So and this weird thing.
Oh,
with aviation.
shit. Oh man, yeah.
So he's telling he has Dana now. Dana's behind him. She's safe. So now it's on. So fucking Gargamel.
Hold on, sorry. I feel like he hasn't thought this through. It's a
He
little
really
bit,
hasn't
it's a little bit nerdy of me, but if
Yeah.
I was on a jet fighter and I shot the pilot, then there's no one to fly it.
Yeah. Then we
He
all
may
die.
crash if he slumps over. So
Yeah, he's not
Yes,
exactly
get the
like
thought.
he doesn't have Harrier seatbelts on,
Yeah.
attaching him to the plane. So he's
You're all fucked.
not thinking this through.
So is he telling him to land?
He's got to shoot the girl if you don't. Yeah, and
Yeah, if you don't land. And so
Right.
Yep.
he's sitting on the nose of the plane, so he fucking rocks the plane, he tilts it, the guy falls off, but of course, he's caught on one of the missiles.
right.
So he's hanging on the missile, like, ah, and he looks over at him and says, "You're fired." And he fucking
what he hears is just
Yeah, that's all.
because there's no
Yeah, he doesn't hear anything.
what he goes. You're fired. And he's
You're
like, "What?"
fired. The bridge is out. What?
So what? You're tired? What is this guy talking
Oh,
about?
shit,
I have a
man.
jet engine 2 feet from my ear. What? So it says you're fired. And of course, if you say it in a normal voice, actually, that's a common misconception. If you yell, it's loud. No, if you talk in a normal voice, it cuts through all that noise. Just say, you're fired. And so he fucking shoots the missile with the guy attached to it, which is fucking beautiful, and
It's
shoots him through
shot.
the building.
I like that, how his jacket or backpack or something got stuck on the front of this Stinger missile or whatever.
It's fucking
Then
great.
Arnold gives him the old, he looks right at him too.
Yeah.
You're fired. And this must have been some jet replica that they built, to shoot this scene.
They built a huge jet replica and had it on a giant gimbal in a green screen. And guys, look, I know people have different views of things. That's how I wanted to go. And he stole that dream from me. I wanted to be the first person to be shot
from a missile. You're fired.
Jet.
Actually, Gabe, since he's a terrorist, he's getting virgins like me when he dies.
That's right.
72 of he's getting 72 of me when he dies.
Yeah, by the time
he fires this missile at the building, he fires the guy on the missile, and the guy goes through the demolished building and comes out the other side. And just like in Stone Cold with Brian Bosworth, where that car hits the helicopter.
Except this is less cool than that somehow.
Right. He hits the helicopter with the rest of his terrorist friends in it.
Yeah.
So it's
Perfect.
It's nice.
You get everybody.
I think we can actually see a burning body in the middle here.
Oh my God. Jeez Louise.
That looks like a person.
It's a burning terrorist.
Yeah.
That's what they all deserve.
All right, guys. So now we're going to do the take with the dummies in the helicopter. What did you mean? What the fuck did you do? It's like, well, I love the 1 year later too, by the way, because that really, the 1 year, by the way, what the fuck is this? This is another one of those examples where, like, the movie almost made it all the way through, except for the thumb wrestling, where he goes, I got you. I was like, stop it. Stop it right now.
Here. Yeah, the family Arnie, never cool.
Yeah, I just want to say this. It would have been great if it just ended with them holding both of their arms. Whoops. He just
I got
ripped
your
them clean
nose.
off. Yeah.
So they go, and he goes with the James Bond white tuxedo.
Beautiful.
They go to a gala, and look who they meet there.
Mm-hmm.
They meet old Stinky at the dance.
So he still have bladder problems?
Yeah, he does. He sure does. And then they tango.
It's a great ending to a great movie.
And great last line from Tom Arnold. Why do I have to always be in the van?
Right.
You're going to be in the van next time. That's really fucking hilarious. It was ad-libbed, but it's in all of it. Guys, movies, it's hard to imagine now, but movies, entertainment, even YouTube does not need to lecture you. It can entertain you. It can make your day better. And if you find yourself, this is the thing, right? They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting, different results. For me, I think it's do not have a history of entertainment that's only 10 or 12 years old. There are great movies, not even that far back and going almost to the dawn of cinema. Catch up. We try to highlight some of them and some of the dog shit, but that's funny in its own way. Right. But it's the best shit is never lecturing you. The best shit is never telling you how to live your life. The best shit is entertaining you and giving you an actual fun experience to share with friends and the people around you. And that in and of itself is meaningful, and I love that stuff, man. Love it.
I love it. This was a good one. And we've been trying to watch this one for a year, but it is so hard to find this movie.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know why. It's a great movie. They would sell a lot of DVDs and digital downloads if they would promote this.
They sure would.
Classic.
Make it available, and I think they will. But I bet it was a rights thing tied up. Cameron probably has some wicked, amazing deals.
Oh, yeah. Who knows? He seems, I don't want to say control freak. That's completely the wrong word, but he does seem.
He is.
He seems like he's in control of what he does.
Yeah, he does. He signs decent contracts. Yeah.
I gotta say, as an artist myself, that's the only way to be. Having worked for the big companies and now working for myself, it's a different world. It's the thing I'm most grateful for to all the great backers that support us here on YouTube and buy the books we write and everything we're trying to do as entertainers and artists. without you guys' support, we can't be real artists because we have
Absolutely
hired guns, work on art that, well, I'm not saying we don't believe in it, but it wasn't my idea. You know what I mean? I was hired to do it because I'm good at making art or whatever, but it wasn't my concept. It wasn't because art ultimately is self-expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I want to say what I want to say that's important to me, that I think is uplifting and insightful and helpful. And when you're just working corporate, it's a privilege. It's nice, but it isn't your message, not necessarily.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's opposed to what you actually believe, and then you got to start questioning yourself. So thank you guys for supporting me to do what I believe in.
Thank you. Yeah, and I spent today. I'm packing up and prepping for shipment. Nosfero boxes.
Do you have any of those handy? Do you have any of those handy?
I'm not without doxing people, but yeah, I mean, I actually, you know what? No, I haven't written the addresses. I'll just flip it over.
Just a book by itself.
Oh, the book. Do I have it? Yeah, I have the copies that have been rejected because they weren't. I think around here that they weren't good enough.
They had like a dent or a scratch or something.
Yeah, if they have, or there was a head sketch I was working on, and this was painful. And I was using a white glove to not get it damaged, and it slipped out of my hand. Oh, here's a really good example. This one, this is a head sketch that didn't end up, or the sketch that didn't end up going through. I felt bad about it because I found a defect on the cover I should have noticed before. But this book is 8.5 by 11. I've got the bookmarks, the trading cards, putting this thing together. But every package, every comic book bag is being, if I can find it right here, is being sealed with these stickers right here, made with Liberty in the USA. That's what I'm sticking on the back of these. So, but I'm a one-man show. I do, with the exception of the great, never get it twisted, Eric Weathers, my brother. He lettered Nosfero, but every other aspect, putting the boxes together, putting everything in, it is just me in the studio space doing it. So whenever I'm doing something, I can't do something else, but that's the only way this stuff is possible. And you're going to get a book
mailed out yet? Are you shipping any out yet?
That's the first batch is going to be mailed out, and every single one of these on the cardboard inserts that I put on it is I handwriting on every single book. Or on the cardboard. It's like, thank you, Shanth. Like every single time I put these on there. So man, guys, I put this stuff into it. Put a lot into it. And you're going to love it.
It shows, man.
Well, that's amazing.
It shows, and I'm excited to get mine as well.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's so high quality. I mean, what we put into these packages, to put these books together. I've got some short boxes over there with pre-packed stuff. And what we've got when we put this stuff together, this book, and by the time I mail it to you, and thanks to certain economic realities of things, we didn't skimp on a single thing. These books are worth what we charged and a little bit more. But that's the thing about it. When we put this thing together, we promised that we were going to deliver you a certain level of quality, and we didn't take any steps back on the production. And it's just one of those things. I don't want you guys to pay for things that neither one of us can control in that sense. And we planned fairly smart, so it wouldn't be so brutal. But when you get this, you're going to know the quality of this book. And I couldn't be more thrilled with getting it ready. I said to my wife today, I don't usually say shit like this, but I was like, I am so excited right now packing these up because it's the best part of the job. It's just me alone in the studio putting it together. And I'm like, is this one good? And, then signing them and then bagging and boarding them and putting them into the boxes, man. It's the best, man.
Right. Captain Haruna, one of the great fans around here. A hilarious dude. You were killing it tonight with names. He says, wish he hadn't been dead broke when this, talking about Nosfero and T-Jar were audible. Well, dude, will there be a second chance Nosfero? I don't see why not.
Of course.
I don't want to speak for you, but I would imagine, right?
No, the whole point of this was to do a second printing of it so that I would have a faster turnaround. Like the whole idea was, when I came into Comicsgate and I was doing, the videos and stuff for Ethan, and I was doing all this various stuff, I had done 2 art books, but I said, I can't really do a book in this space, comic space. I don't want to release an art book. I want to do something ridiculously insane and do a fully painted comic book. And the goal was always that the Second Chance campaign, the people who backed it early got it for a song, for it certainly in terms of how much it costs to print, put together. And the Second Chance campaign for people will be able to get it, but for a price that's much more reasonable. And they'll be for not reasonable for them, reasonable for us. But the turnaround's going to be quicker because it's been fully painted.
Right.
It's done.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the plan. Yeah, that's how you got to make it work.
Yeah, and if you want to ask me about T-Jaw, I got a few left, and just email me at. I got a few email addresses, but to handle that stuff, it's Gabe Tape, just my name, illustration at Gmail. That's where I handle any T-Jaw related questions. Captain Hrunar, anyone else? Just check that out there. I've got a handful of those left. Don't plan on ever printing it again. Don't plan on ever doing a part 2 of that book. But it's a great book. Everyone that's ever read it is they love the art. You knew the art would be good because it's me. But what I'm so satisfied with is people love the story. And I pride myself on being a great writer. And that is sorely lacking in independent comics. I'm not trying to be mean, but it just is. And art can only carry comics so far. And if the writing's not there, it's just not there. And it doesn't work. And I think guys that can't write, but they can draw really well, I don't understand why they don't just do art books. Just do pinups, just do beautiful illustrations, take your time, just more like a Frank Frazetta, more like a Norman Rockwell, just do gorgeous illustration books. I don't know. But I guess everyone thinks they can write, and maybe some of these guys that can't write don't know that they can't write, but I can read, and I know they can't write. So
with my book, it was planned to have a sequel, okay? Because the sequel is I get to call No Sphero 2. Tell me that isn't a fun thing. So No Sphero 2. It's brilliant, man.
I like it.
So yeah. But it's like, and that's the thing about art that's so fun.
No Sphero 2 Reloaded. Everyone has leather jackets.
Exactly, man. Well, but some of my favorite things I've done, everybody knows about the videos I've done, the stuff I've done for Ethan, stuff I've done for CG Team with Eric Weathers over on his channel. It was one of the big, sort of shows we did for a bit, and I still have Eric on. The thing that is so fun about it is that when I meet people, it's one of my favorite things to do. And when I saw Jericho wearing that freaking hoodie today, I was like going, sometimes I forget about this stuff. That was such a labor of love, but I didn't know it was going to come out that good when I started it. Like, because I'd never done that before. I'd never done a faux, dollar engraving image in my life. I wouldn't have any reason to do it. And it just worked.
Never forget your first, man.
Yeah, man, it was fun. Fucking fun.
But we can't do any of it without you guys, so we appreciate you. I know the economy's tough as hell. It's a holiday season, all that, but it makes us appreciate you even more. Because I'll tell you, being an artist, there's nothing like being able to call your own ship, author your own book, be the captain of your own ship. There's nothing like that. And we try to earn it from you guys because they've done a number on the economy.
Yeah,
sure
number 2.
They're not.
I don't understand. I feel my heart breaks for young people because I'm 45. I got married at 18. My wife was only 20. I worked at Toys R Us for $8 an hour. She was a waitress at Coco's, which is like a little bit better than Denny's. We didn't have any money, and we got by. We got a little help. Family helped us, this and that. But we were check to check, very broke, this and that. But and we worked our asses off. And we worked so hard because we were so poor and this and that. But I see now the economy is so bad. People could work just as hard as we did and they wouldn't make it. It's like it's so much worse now, the economy and all that. And that isn't fair because those young people that are struggling so badly, they're being told they're just lazy. Don't get an avocado toast and don't drink a Starbucks. And it's like, fuck you, boomer. You don't drink a Starbucks all year. What are you going to have, $1,000 at the end of it? What the fuck are you going to do with $1,000?
Wait a second. All I'm saying is don't buy eggs.
Right.
Sorry.
You buy 18 eggs for $1,000.
Yeah, you can buy 18 eggs.
You know what I'm saying? Like this boomer advice of, hey, just brown bag it to work. Don't buy lunch. Like, okay. And at the end of the year, they save $2,300, which like doesn't pay their rent 1 month.
Well,
like,
I think like when I look at all of this stuff, here's the thing that I would say to people about it, and not in a way. Yeah. Here's what I would say to anybody about it. One, don't use what I'm about to say as an excuse to get into a victimizer Marxist mentality.
Right.
But the people who told you that you could, the way to be happy and the way to do things was to follow along this sort of piss poor ideology. Hold the ideology at the very least accountable and change your game. Start listening to people. If you were one of those folks who was suckered into this, I would say start listening to folks who are the opposite of the people who got you here. It will change your fucking life, period. Like
Right.
you can almost take everything that you've been told. This is like George Costanza shit, and
Right.
do the opposite and be around
Right.
the opposite people. I would say to any young person out there who's fucking miserable, if you are around, if you are doing things in a certain way and you are fucking miserable, your happiness is potentially anywhere else you aren't right now. So pick yourself up and fucking walk towards sanity. It's
Right.
anywhere but where you are.
Yeah. To put a point on that, I love that you said that, Sean. Don't misconstrue what I said as oppressor, victim, and then just be a victim and tell the world, you need to change to fix my life. I have terrible news for you. If you're going to do that, it's never going to get better. The unfortunate reality is the generation over you screwed you, and they're not going to fix it. So you have to just fix it. It's going to feel like a complete injustice. You have to get over that. You have to just forget it.
Yeah.
They screwed you. Just forget it, and it's on you. And the great news, though, is it's still America, and you could still do it because it's harder, but it's not impossible. And that's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
And
it's
card
worth
my
doing.
wife got
It's
me,
worth
man.
doing, damn it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Everything I do in this space, whatever is going on in the world, I always say this, is that ultimately what I'm building here is a family business. Shanthan Jetty Art is a family
Right.
business. And my wife gave me this card, and that is my teammate. And she says, proceed. She gave me this and said, proceed as if success is inevitable.
Right.
Do that. And also be open to the happenstance of things that happen around you. I try to put as much positivity and good stuff out there as I possibly can, sometimes alarmingly so. And sometimes people will go, there's people out there who just look, and it's why are you doing this? What are this about? And I always say this to you guys. I've seen too much terrible shit to fucking, put shit out into the world. And I always say to myself, if I live right and I put positivity out there, and if I try to speak with intention and also with, integrity in terms of my behavior, the rest will sort itself out. And
Right.
I got into this space to be a crafts person, to do painted comic books in a very particular way. I know what I'm doing it for. And it's a wild thing to do, but seeing this book together, and all of us have got different goals in this space, but they're centered on our families and our principles as individuals. We're not proxies for each other. You got 3 individuals come together, do this show, and do totally different kinds of art in some ways. And in a lot of ways, we've got shit in common. That's what makes it great. That's what makes friendships, man. So fucking get it, guys. Get it.
Agreed completely. You got anything you want to add, Jericho? Are you ready to move on to
dinner?
Are we doing
He's
Junior?
like, I want fucking dinner.
No,
Are we doing
nothing to add to
Junior?
that.
Is this happening next week? Arnold Schwarzenegger is in Junior having a baby with Danny DeVito.
Let's get it over with, man. Let's get it over with.
Rip the
That is
Band-Aid
the
off.
worst movie I've ever seen.
I don't know. Yeah.
I beg to differ, sir.
All right, you guys,
full
thank you so much
repertoire
for
yet.
joining us. Hit the like. Make sure you're still subscribed and the notification, all that good stuff. Check out everything Shanthan Jetty's doing. It's in the description. Check out everything Jericho is doing. It's in the description.
Yeah.
And we will see you guys. Oh, and for those of you out there wondering, I talked to my daughter. We're not going to do the father-daughter dance stuff. She's ramping back up into comedy. The baby's about a year old, so we're not going to do that one on Thursday. So my live stream is just this show on Wednesdays. I'll post videos occasionally, but I am working furiously on Dean Cain and Isom 3. So not a lot of posting here. Sorry about that. But in 2024, I do have a lot more plans for YouTube and this and that. But I got to get Dean Cain done and beautifully printed and in your hands on time, as promised. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you here next week for Junior.
Holy cow.